We should go together as the sun goes down. We should take care of the ground of our hearts. I know you are a fighter, but society's a fraud. They will carry out these wars to see what we've got. As the sun goes down, we should take a risk. Just as long as we breathe, there's still a bit of rest. As the sun goes down, no velvet crown. seeking for redemption. Oh, come and take my hand, I'll lead you out of here. Up to a space where there is no fear. Oh, 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 let's share a light, let's share a light, let's share a light. Oh, 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 it'll be alright, it'll be alright, it'll be alright, I promise. And the monsters in your head are driving you mad. As well as out a dream. Do you remember me and the way we used to be, dancing for salvation? Oh, come and take my hand, I'll lead you out of here. Up to a space where there is no fear. No fear, no, no. Oh, let's share a light, let's share a light, let's share a light. Oh, oh, oh,
Dear Federal Minister, dear Dr. Wissing, dear Minister President, dear Mr. Weil, dear Lord Mayor, Mr. Unai, dear members of the VDA board and the board circle of commercial cars, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to you to the IAA Transportation today. And now we are starting after a day with more than 80 press conferences, 145 world innovations, and the award of prizes for the stars of the year. We are now inaugurating our gates for the IAA Transportation, the world of logistics, transportation and commercial cars and vehicles is guest in Hanover. And I promise you this will be a week of very exciting insights into the climate neutral and digital mobility of the future. The team of the VDA, as our exhibitors, they have prepared and worked hard for this day, and maybe we give them a big applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be very happy to start it. Let's go.
Every evolution begins with a challenge. Without challenges, we cannot fulfill our ambitions. Our ambition drives us to go faster, bigger, and stronger. It is our ambition that keeps us perpetually innovative, truly, always. We are more than that, more than just a truck, just a trailer, just a van, just a bus, or just a cargo bike. We are the possible. In times of trouble, we make things possible. But also in good times, we take care for you. We connect people and goods. From A to Z worldwide. We're always on the move. Every single day and night. Welcome to IAA Transportation 2024. Welcome to the world-leading platform for transportation, logistics, and commercial vehicles. Are you ready to meet the pioneers of transformation? The transformation towards a more sustainable, user-friendly, and smarter future? We are the possible. We enable people and goods on the move.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests on the premises and on the screen, a warm welcome to you all. Bienvenue, the IAA Transportation 2024 here in Hanover. So I have the honor today to lead you through the program of the inauguration celebration, and I promise you we have very exciting, interesting speeches and presenters. It will be a very strong program today, so that's all for the inauguration and introduction. I'm very happy to welcome the Lord Mayor of the City of Hanover. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for Billet Onay. Dear Minister President Stefan Weil, dear Mr. Federal Minister Wissing, dear guests, dear Mrs. Müller, be welcome in our city, be welcome at the IAA Transportation. The IAA Transportation also this year is a fair of superlatives, and that's the reason why it really fits in such a city of exhibition and fairs like Hanover. It emphasizes the special situation, the special location of Hanover for a room of innovations, new ideas in a real window. And this IAA Transportation this year makes clear what the second quality of our capital, of the federal state is. It's a real automotive location. The IAA Transportation is much more significant and is still growing. And this year we had a remarkable increase of exhibitors with more than 1,650 exhibitors from 41 countries, so 20% higher figures compared to 2 years ago. And also the IAA Transportation has a real internationalization with more than 73% of international participation. Also, this is a real record. And in this sense, thank you and a warm welcome here in Hanover, the federal state capital. I was mentioning it, we are a real fair city, we are an automotive location, and of course this is the signal for today. The IAA Transportation for us is a real important venue, and the commercial cars industry, like all the industries, is one of the economic motors for the state capital of Hanover and for the federal state of Saxony, federal state for the commercial cars. The IAA gives transportation, provides transportation, and gives decisive signals for mobility of the future. And the commercial car industry plays an important role in this. This is quite obvious, especially focusing on future issues, digitalization, e-mobility, energy and efficiency, and the achievement of global targets, climate protection, and also alternative drives have been included in the logistical chain. And if we want to have viable and resilient cities, if we want to have traffic situations in a climate-friendly way for transportation of persons and goods, they have a central importance on our way and in our objective, because transportation for the economic processes and the provision of the population will play an important role and has an important factor. So we are talking about the development of mobility in a more global world, and climate protection is in the focus, especially with an increase in rising urbanity and urban situation of our cities and also livable city centers. We cannot afford to neglect these factors and separate them from each other. Mobility in the world in which we live and we want to live needs to be integral. And it is quite impressive, not only for me personally, but also on this exhibition, to see which replies and reactions the commercial car industry gives you to these challenges. It shows how narrative and technologically progressive the IAA
Und so gibt es auf der diesjährigen IAA Transportation insgesamt 150 Messe- und Weltpremieren, die Sie hier mit zahlreichen Neuheiten gemeinsam sehen werden. Die Aussteller vermitteln einen sehr plastischen Eindruck davon, dass sich die Nutzfahrzeugindustrie im Wandel in einem tiefgreifenden Transformationsprozess befindet. Die Aussteller machen dabei deutlich, dass sie über die technologischen Lösungen für die Zukunft bereits jetzt verfügen, wenn es etwa um die moderne Antriebstechnologie geht, insbesondere im Elektro- und Wasserstoffbereich. Das stimmt optimistisch, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, denn der Weg der Transformation ist und bleibt alternativlos. Wir müssen ihn konsequent gehen. Das führt uns für die aktuelle Krisenlage in der deutschen Automobilindustrie, die auch in unserer Stadt deutlich zu spüren ist, noch einmal sehr deutlich und schmerzhaft vor Augen. Die große Herausforderung ist es, die neuen Technologien auch tatsächlich endlich auf die Straße zu bringen. Was es dazu braucht, ist ein Schulterschluss und auch ein klares Bekenntnis. Es ist die gemeinsame Aufgabe von Wirtschaft, von Politik, von Gesellschaft, eine Mobilität der Zukunft gemeinsam zu gestalten, die sich an den Zielvorgaben der Klimaneutralität messen lassen muss. Die Autoindustrie, aber auch die Energieunternehmen stehen dabei in der Verantwortung, genauso wie EU, Bund, Länder, aber auch
states, the countries, but we as municipalities and cities as well. So we need a reliable industrial policy which demands and requires technical transportation, innovation, and e-mobility, and politics which, of course, sets economic impetus and, of course, future orientation targets, which we will experience here on the exhibition, which will be promoted, and give them a real chance. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish the IAA Transportation a good progress and you all a very intensive and inspiring exchange of ideas. And I'm quite convinced that the fair of commercial cars and vehicles gives you a stimulus, and which hopefully will be implied in our city. Not only use the fairgrounds and the wonderful exhibition center, but also to get to know our city of Hanover. We like to welcome you here. Warm welcome, and have a nice day here. Thank you. Welcome, and thank you so much to the Lord Mayor of Hannover, Belet Onay. And the next speaker, I would like to welcome personality you probably know from Instagram and at a 64-ton truck. Please welcome with a warm welcome the Minister President, the Prime Minister Stefan Weil. Dear Federal Minister, dear Mr. Wissing, dear Lord Mayor Bellet, Onay, ministers, delegates from different parliaments, and especially dear President Müller, thank you so much for the invitation to this opening ceremony, and thank you very much for the situation in Hannover, that Hannover is a venue, a location of a leading exhibition and fair for the world of commercial vehicles. This is, of course, not enough because the IAA Transportation is experiencing its second course. The last time it was a premiere, and everybody was asking himself, what is the difference between the old IAA and the new IAA Transportation? And the reply was, there was the demand that there is an integral image of transportation, and the premiere, I can remember very well, was full success. And the second course, however, promises to be even better. So we have difficult times which we experienced, and of course we will talk about these times. But if under these circumstances an exhibition fair organization, then we have 1,556 exhibitors from 41 nations, and we have an increase of the exhibitors by 20%, and we are experiencing a record for internationalization, 73%. And last not least, we expect 130,000 visitors on the premises. These are very good signs. And ladies and gentlemen, you can also congratulate the VDA, the German Association of the Automotive Industry, all players, and be very grateful that this is promising a very exciting, interesting exhibition and fair. Thank you so much for that. And if you really think about these figures and data, you need to say this is the worldwide most important platform for the commercial vehicle industry. So here, the most
aus der Nutzfahrzeugindustrie, aus dem Busbereich, der Logistik, hier präsentieren sich Tech-Anbieter, Zulieferer. Das ist alles in einem Wort zusammengefasst eben eine Weltleitmesse, diese IAA Transportation. Und das bereits beim zweiten Mal. Das ist wirklich aller Ehren wert. Noch einmal sehr herzlichen Glückwunsch dazu. Und ich glaube, alle Beteiligten freuen sich auf diese nächsten Tage. Das wird inspirierend und das wird spannend werden. Und ich muss sagen, ich freue mich tatsächlich auch auf faszinierende Produkte. Es gibt, das mag jetzt ein Jungsding sein, ich bin nicht sicher, aber es gibt wenig, was so anregend ist wie diese großen Trucks, wenn man hinter dem Steuer sitzt. Und einen Fahrlehrer an seiner Seite hat. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, es gibt viele Themen, die wirklich Herausforderungen sind für die Unternehmen. Fachkräftemangel, nach wie vor nicht wirklich stabile Lieferketten, Smart Mobility. Aber im Mittelpunkt, so scheint mir, steht ein Thema. Und das wird auch, so nehme ich an, diese Messetage prägen. Das ist die Dekarbonisierung. Alle Anbieter, so habe ich den Eindruck, sind auf diesem Weg unterwegs. Alle Anbieter verzeichnen hohe Investitionen auf diesem Weg. Und deswegen kann man auch sagen, das ist eine große Gemeinschaftsleistung, die ist außerordentlich glaubwürdig. Und diese Glaubwürdigkeit, die müssen wir auch in der politischen Diskussion zur Kenntnis nehmen. Wir müssen nicht mehr die Frage über das Ob diskutieren. Darüber besteht Konsens. Jetzt ist es Aufgabe von Politik und Industrie, gemeinsam den optimalen Weg zu finden, damit diese schwierige Transformation auch wirklich erfolgreich bewältigt werden kann. Und dass da und dort Und das da und dort immer noch anzutreffende Misstrauen scheint mir vor diesem Hintergrund komplett unangebracht zu sein. Angebracht ist hingegen Unterstützung. Die alte und neue, so nehmen wir alle miteinander an, EU-Kommissionspräsidentin Dr. Ursula von der Leyen, übrigens auch eine Niedersächsin, hat angekündigt, die nächste Legislaturperiode in der Europäischen Union werde unter der Überschrift Wettbewerbsfähigkeit stehen. Und das bringt die Herausforderung ziemlich gut auf den Punkt. Inmitten einer Transformation gleichzeitig auch die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit ein ums andere Mal unter Beweis zu stellen, das ist eine enorme Herausforderung. Und das soll auch nicht kleingeredet werden. Es gibt dafür viele einzelne Beispiele, aber ich will mich einmal auf eines beschränken. Diese IAA Transportation wird viele Beispiele dafür zeigen, wie durch alternative Antriebe CO2-Emissionen drastisch reduziert werden können. Elektromobilität auf der Basis von Batterien, Wasserstofftechnologien, Biofuels. Es gibt ja vieles, was da in Frage kommt. Aber eines scheint auch klar zu sein. Wir brauchen dafür die richtige Infrastruktur. Und gerade für die Nutzfahrzeuge ist die Frage der Ladeinfrastruktur nach wie vor noch nicht befriedigend geklärt. Und da es sich nun einmal um eine grenzüberschreitende Branche handelt, muss man auch zu grenzüberschreitenden Lösungen kommen. Mit anderen Worten, wir müssen unbedingt zu Lösungen auf der europäischen Ebene kommen. Das ist etwas, was nur ein Beispiel von manchen anderen ist, wo wir auf der politischen Ebene mit Sicherheit wesentliche Beiträge leisten können, dass die Transformation, die diese ganze Branche enorm herausfordert, am Ende des Tages auch erfolgreich ist. Und an diesem Beispiel werden sicherlich viele von Ihnen dann auch messen, wie weit es mit der Unterstützung ist. Lassen Sie mich zum Schluss kommen. Wir haben alle noch die Erinnerung an die Pandemie vor unseren Augen. Das waren harte Zeiten, aber es war eine Zeit, in der vielleicht so deutlich wie selten zuvor die gesellschaftliche Bedeutung der Logistik und insbesondere auch der Nutzfahrzeuge immer wieder in Erinnerung gerufen worden ist. Wir haben es jetzt mit einer globalisierten Wirtschaft zu tun, mit Arbeitsteilung und Vernetzung, aber gerade eine solche Weltwirtschaft braucht eine optimale Logistik. Die Nutzfahrzeugindustrie ist wirklich eine Branche von hoher gesellschaftlicher und politischer Bedeutung. Das kommt, so gehe ich davon aus, hier auf der IAA Transportation sehr gut zum Ausdruck. Deswegen freue ich mich so sehr, Sie in unserer Landeshauptstadt Hannover begrüßen zu dürfen. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, ich bin gespannt auf die nächsten Tage, Sie sicherlich auch. Herzlich willkommen in Hannover und ich wünsche mir nur eins, dass Sie zurückkommen mit dem festen Vorsatz, so schnell wie möglich, nein, dass Sie wegfahren mit dem festen Vorsatz, so schnell wie möglich zurückzukommen zur dritten IAA Transportation. Dazu müssen Sie wissen, es gibt einen niedersächsischen Dreisprung. Beim ersten Mal ist etwas eine Premiere, beim zweiten Mal ist etwas eine Traditionsveranstaltung. Und ab dem dritten Mal ist es Brauchtum. Darauf freue ich mich. Herzlichen Dank und Ihnen alle eine gute Zeit.
Vielen lieben Dank, Herr Ministerpräsident Stefan Weil. Nach zwei Männern auf der Bühne begrüßen wir jetzt die erste Rednerin, eine Frau, die diese Rolle in einer doch noch sehr oft männerdominierten Branche bestens gewohnt ist. Meine Damen und Herren, einen herzlichen Applaus für die Präsidentin des VDAs, des Verbands der Automobilindustrie. Begrüßen Sie mit mir ganz herzlich Hildegard Müller.
Herr Bundesminister, Herr Ministerpräsident, Herr Oberbürgermeister, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, Ministerabgeordnete, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Ja, ich darf Sie noch einmal sehr herzlich jetzt hier auf der IAA Transportation begrüßen. Zum einen im Saal, zum anderen aber auch bei uns online im Stream. Welcome to our numerous international guests. I'm very glad to welcome you here as well. Was erwartet Sie auf dieser IAA Transportation? Wir zeigen wozu Erfindergeist, hohe Investitionen und Forschung und in Entwicklung natürlich neben ganz viel Kreativität in der Lage ist. Sie werden großartige Innovationen sehen, die Nutzfahrzeuge, Transport und Logistik noch effizienter, umweltfreundlicher und intelligenter machen. Und was vor kurzer Zeit noch Vision war, ist nun Wirklichkeit. Die klimaneutrale und digitale Mobilität der Zukunft. Meine Damen und Herren, unser Dreiklang dafür lautet Innovation, Produkt und Serienreife. Und Sie können sich auf dieser IAA von der beeindruckenden Innovationsstärke, von der Kreativität und von dem Engagement der Unternehmen überzeugen. Die Industrie, sie liefert serienreife, batterieelektrische Fahrzeuge. Sie produziert Lkw, die mit Wasserstoff fahren können. Sattelschlepper, Anhänger und Aufbauten werden ebenfalls immer klimafreundlicher. Und gleichzeitig gilt das auch natürlich für die Vans und die Transporte. Und unsere Unternehmen entwickeln moderne Busse ebenso wie Lastenräder und Infrastrukturlösungen. Und dazu kommen die hochinnovativen Zulieferer mit ihren faszinierenden Lösungen. Die IAA Transportation ist ein Spiegelbild der ungebrochenen Innovationskraft unserer Industrie, egal aus dem Inland oder dem Ausland. Wir sind auf Kurs. Und die Unternehmen zeigen sich ihrer Verantwortung für den Klimaschutz bewusst. Mit anderen Worten, auf der IAA Transportation sind die Taktgeber der Transformation zu Hause. Wir versprechen nicht zu viel, wenn wir sagen, Meet the Pioneers of Transformation at IAA Transportation. Meine Damen und Herren, ein Drittel der CO2-Emissionen im Verkehrssektor gehen auf die Nutzfahrzeuge zurück. Damit befindet sich die Branche in einer Schlüsselposition für das Erreichen der Klimaziele. Das spornt uns alle an. Klimaschutz ist eine weltweite Aufgabe. Wir brauchen internationale Lösungen. Und diese IAA Transportation beweist, dass wir über Länder- und Branchengrenzen hinweg erreichen können. Uns alle verbindet der gemeinsame Wille, die Zukunft der Nutzfahrzeuge, des Transports und der Logistik klimaneutral und digital zu gestalten. Die IAA Transportation bringt in diesem Jahr, und das ist schon gesagt worden, noch mehr Menschen und Unternehmen aus der ganzen Welt zusammen. Über 1700 Aussteller aus 41 Ländern und 72% davon kommen aus dem Ausland. Das ist ein Rekordwert. Und ich möchte in diesem Zusammenhang ausdrücklich auch noch einmal unsere internationalen Aussteller herzlich begrüßen. Die IAA Transportation hier in Hannover ist eine Woche lang the place to be für die Nutzfahrzeug- und Logistikbranche. Und deshalb sind auch auf der IAA-Konferenz viele internationale Top-Rednerinnen und Redner. Deshalb finden auf der IAA mehr als 80 Pressekonferenzen statt. Und deshalb stellen die Unternehmen hier auf der IAA Transportation 145 Weltpremieren vor. Der emissionsfreie und digitale Straßengüterverkehr ist auf dieser IAA Transportation auch praktisch erfahrbar. Zahlreiche interaktive Formate wie Testdrives oder gar Cargo-Bait-Parcours laden dazu ein. Das heißt, wir können uns hier aus erster Hand von der Innovation und von der Innovationskraft der Aussteller überzeugen. Dazu kommt eine beeindruckende Startup-Area und Sessions zu künstlicher Intelligenz. Meine Damen und Herren, die Innovationsstärke dieser Branche, die Sie hier sehen können, die ist keine Selbstverständlichkeit. Und sie zu erhalten, ist an Voraussetzungen geknüpft. Gerade in wirtschaftlich und weltpolitisch zu Herausforderungen, zu schwierigen Zeiten. Ich denke dabei auch an den fortdauernden russischen Angriffskrieg auf die Ukraine oder die angespannte Situation im Nahen Osten. Und ich freue mich deshalb auch sehr, dass wir auf der IAA Transportation nicht nur einen ukrainischen Gemeinschaftsstand, sondern auch Unternehmen aus Israel begrüßen können. Die geopolitischen Unsicherheiten beeinflussen auch die Stabilität der Lieferketten und die Versorgung mit Rohstoffen. Und der Trend zu immer mehr Protektionismus, zu immer mehr und höheren Zöllen setzen den Welthandel unter Druck. Fehlende Handelsabkommen, gerade der Europäischen Union, erschweren die Situation für uns zusätzlich. Aber auch das regulatorische Umfeld ist herausfordernd. So hat die EU die weltweit ambitioniertesten CO2-Reduktionsziele für schwere Nutzfahrzeuge vereinbart. Die deutschen Nutzfahrzeughersteller und die Zulieferer stehen zu den CO2-Zielen. Sie setzen sich mit Nachdruck und außergewöhnlichem Engagement dafür ein, CO2 sowie Abgasemissionen rasch zu senken. Die Produkte dafür, sie sind serienreif. Sie können sich auf dieser IAA davon überzeugen. Und wir als Industrie leisten unseren Beitrag, um den Straßenverkehr in Europa bis spätestens 2050 klimaneutral zu gestalten. Und dafür investieren alleine die Unternehmen der deutschen Automobilindustrie sehr hohe Summen. Hersteller und Zulieferer finanzieren von 2024 bis 2028 weltweit rund 280 Milliarden Euro für Forschung und Entwicklung. Und weitere rund 130 Milliarden Euro fließen in den Auf- und Umbau von Werken. Die Investitionen sind auch ein Versprechen an die Politik und an die Öffentlichkeit. Unser Anspruch ist es, auch in Zukunft die sichersten, effizientesten und modernsten Nutzfahrzeuge der Welt zu bauen. Meine Damen und Herren, wenn wir auf die aktuellen Rahmenbedingungen schauen, ist das Bild allerdings ein anderes. Die Situation, sie ist ernst. Der Standort Deutschland fällt international massiv zurück. Rund ein Fünftel der industriellen Wertschöpfung in Deutschland ist bedroht. Eine schleichende Deindustrialisierung ist eine reale Gefahr. Sie wird ohne entschlossenes Gegenlenken zur bitteren Realität. Ob Draghi-Report letzte Woche oder die BDI-Transformationsfahrtstudie. In Sachen Bestandsaufnahme gibt es keinen Interpretationsspielraum mehr. Wir werden im internationalen Ranking durchgereicht. Die Versäumnisse werden dabei klar benannt. Maßnahmen zur Stärkung der Wettbewerbsfähigkeit sind ausgeblieben. Abhängigkeiten abzubauen wurde gefordert, aber nicht umgesetzt. Das Konzept der Regulierung hat sich als Wachstumshemmnis statt als Wachstumsbeschleuniger bewiesen. Draghi fordert daher zu Recht nicht anderes als eine dringend notwendige Deregulierungsoffensive. Das Konzept der überbordenden Regulierung, meine Damen und Herren, ist gescheitert. Die Deregulierungsoffensive, sie ist umso nötiger, da das konjunkturelle Umfeld vielerorts schwierig wird. Das Thema darf deshalb nicht auf die lange Bank geschoben werden. Allem voran muss Brüssel künftig für weniger Bürokratie stehen. Den Unternehmen und insbesondere dem Mittelstand muss wieder Luft zum Atmen gegeben werden. Doch aktuell lindert gerade die EU bestenfalls die Symptome, bekämpft aber nicht die Ursachen struktureller Verschlechterungen. Meine Damen und Herren, der Draghi-Report kann der Startpunkt für einen Neuanfang in Europa sein, für einen Aufbruch, für eine Entfesselung. Das setzt die Courage für eine Kurskorrektur voraus. Und dafür ist es höchste Zeit. Machen wir es an einem Beispiel konkret, die CO2-Flottenregulierung. Die Ziele, die hier gesetzt wurden und mit massiven Strafzahlungen bei Nichterreichung hinterlegt werden, sind nicht durch eine strategische Projektplanung hinterlegt. Die erforderlichen Rahmenbedingungen werden nicht mit der notwendigen Entschlossenheit angegangen. Dabei sind sie die notwendige Basis, um die gesetzten Ziele zu erreichen. Meine Damen und Herren, wir sehen, dass gerade in Europa die Schere zwischen ambitionierten Zielen in der Flottenregulierung und unterstützenden Rahmenbedingungen immer weiter auseinandergeht. Darauf weisen wir seit langem immer wieder hin und fordern entsprechendes Gegensteuern. Vor diesem Hintergrund reicht es nicht, so wie es die Kommission derzeit plant, erst im Jahr 2026 für Pkw und leichte Nutzfahrzeuge bzw. 2027 für schwere Nutzfahrzeuge und Busse die Reviews durchzuführen. Auch dass dann in der Folge womöglich erst 1 oder 2 Jahre später entsprechende Konsequenzen gezogen werden, ist nicht ausreichend. Wir fordern die EU-Kommission daher auf, die für 2026 und 2027 geplanten Reviews jeweils 1 Jahr vorzuziehen und auch in der Folge regelmäßig durchzuführen. Nur dann haben wir auch Klarheit, wo wir stehen und wo wir nachgebessert werden müssen. Meine Damen und Herren, um die Fahrzeuge jetzt auf die Straße zu bringen, braucht es entsprechende Rahmenbedingungen. Es braucht eine strategische industriepolitische Agenda. Wir brauchen bezahlbare Energiepreise, international wettbewerbsfähige Steuern und Abgaben und Arbeitskosten sowie vor allem Energie- und Rohstoffpartnerschaften. Wir brauchen Handelsabkommen und mehr Einsatz für einen starken, regelbasierten internationalen Handel. Meine Damen und Herren, wir diskutieren in diesen Tagen auch, ob die Europäische Union Zölle einführen wird auf chinesische Produkte. Lassen Sie mich deutlich sagen, dass wir natürlich mit China einen offenen, konstruktiven Dialog auch über Handelshemmnisse brauchen. Zölle halten wir dennoch für ungeeignet. Und wir halten es vor allem für falsch, jetzt überstürzt im November, während wir noch gar keine Kommission neu im Amt haben, diese Zölle einzuführen. Und deshalb auch von dieser Stelle mein Appell auch nochmal an Brüssel. Wir müssen uns die Zeit für gute Verhandlungen nehmen und idealerweise jetzt den Zeitdruck auch herausnehmen und die Einführung der Zölle vom November weg verschieben und auf jeden Fall miteinander ins Gespräch kommen. Ein weiteres wichtiges Thema, neben den Fahrzeugen, von denen Sie viele eindrucksvolle Modelle hier auf der IAA Transportation sehen werden, dafür braucht es nun vor allem auch eine zeitnah begleitende Infrastruktur und günstigen Ladestrom. Dieses Thema wurde übrigens gestern auf fast allen Pressekonferenzen sehr deutlich. Die Infrastruktur wird aber zunehmend zum Problem. Ohne diese Faktoren wird der Wandel nicht gelingen und der Umstieg blockiert. Insbesondere der Mangel an einer Lade- und Wasserstofftankinfrastruktur, die sich für Nutzfahrzeuge eignet, und ich spreche hier besonders von den notwendigen Strom- und Wasserstoffnetzen, wird der Weg zur Klimaneutralität erschwert. Und ich sage ganz klar, mit der bestehenden Infrastruktur in Deutschland und Europa kann die Erreichung der Ziele nicht gelingen. Wir können liefern, wir wollen liefern, aber wir sind dabei darauf angewiesen, dass auch die Stromnetze zum Beispiel ausgebaut werden. Spediteure wollen den Wandel, sie wollen umrüsten, doch die fehlenden lokalen Netze bremsen den Umstieg. Bei Wasserstofftankstellen sieht es leider nicht besser aus. Meine Damen und Herren, wir müssen vorankommen. Der klimafreundlichen Mobilität darf nicht hier der Stecker gezogen werden, im Gegenteil. Ein erster Anfang, Herr Bundesminister, ist dank Ihrer Initiative gemacht beim Aufbau einer Schnellladeinfrastruktur für LKWs. Das ist gut und macht Deutschland auch europäisch gesehen zum Vorreiter. Und wir hoffen jetzt alle gemeinsam auf die schnelle Implementierung. Wahr ist aber auch, dass das nur ein Anfang sein kann. Ganz Europa muss liefern. Ganz Europa braucht ein dichtes und ein ausreichendes Netz an Elektrolade- und Wasserstofftankinfrastruktur für schwere Nutzfahrzeuge. Die sogenannte A4, die Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Regulation, muss dringend um ambitionierte Ausbauziele für schwere Nutzfahrzeuge erweitert werden. Und in vielen Teilen Europas muss der Bau konstruktiv angegangen werden. Die neue Kommission muss hier umgehend aktiv werden. Es braucht eine rasche Umsetzung zudem der Ziele. Ambitionsniveau und Umsetzung sind zwei Ziele oder zwei Seiten derselben Medaille. All das ist leider aktuell noch nicht vorhanden und deshalb brauchen wir mehr Engagement, mehr Tempo. Wir wollen unseren Beitrag dazu leisten. Deswegen können Sie auf dieser IAA Transportation sehen, wie die Ladeinfrastruktur für Nutzfahrzeuge aussehen kann. Bahnbrechende Technologien wie das Megawatt-Charging-System werden hier zu sehen sein. Dieser Ladestandard für schwere Nutzfahrzeuge ermöglicht hohe Ladeleistungen und macht Fernstreckenfahrten realisierbar. Meine Damen und Herren, die IAA Transportation kommt genau zur richtigen Zeit. Die Unternehmen zeigen hier in Hannover eindrucksvoll, was technologisch schon heute möglich ist. Und diese IAA Transportation zeigt, dass wir den Wandel gemeinsam angehen wollen. Gemeinsam als Industrie, gemeinsam mit der Politik und der Gesellschaft. Aber auch mit anderen Branchen und mit internationalen Partnern. Ich bin davon überzeugt, dass uns ein gemeinsamer Kraftakt wieder auf Kurs bringen kann. Geeint in der Erkenntnis, dass wir das gleiche Ziel haben: eine starke, innovative und zukunftsorientierte Wirtschaft. Meine Damen und Herren, es ist mein fester Glaube an die eigentlichen Fähigkeiten dieses Standortes, mein Vertrauen in die Innovationskraft, in die Kreativität und Leidenschaft und den Erfolgswillen der Menschen, der mich nicht müde werden lässt, mich in diesem Sinne zu engagieren. Lassen Sie uns den gemeinsamen Aufbruch gestalten. Ich wünsche Ihnen und uns allen in den kommenden Tagen viele inspirierende Gespräche und Eindrücke auf der IAA Transportation, auf der führenden Leitplattform für Logistik, Nutzfahrzeuge und den Transport. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Sehr geehrter Herr Bundesminister, lieber Herr Dr. Wissing, wir freuen uns auf Ihre Rede.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin Müller, sehr geehrter Herr Ministerpräsident Weil, sehr geehrter Herr Oberbürgermeister Onay, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen aus politischer Verantwortung in Regierungen und Parlamenten, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Nach allem, was Sie, liebe Frau Müller, uns eben gesagt haben, weiß ich, dass wir heute vor allen Dingen eines brauchen, nämlich Zeit, um alles zu erfassen, was es hier zu sehen gibt. Aber ich glaube, so viel kann man an einem Tag ohnehin nicht leisten. Aber ich bin sehr neugierig auf das, was uns die IAA Transportation in diesem Jahr zu bieten hat. Es ist eine spannende Messe, für die es sich lohnt, Zeit zu investieren, um Innovationen kennenzulernen, um sich Panels anzuhören, um Fragen zu stellen, Gespräche zu führen. Man sollte sich Zeit nehmen, um vielleicht auch mal eine Testfahrt zu machen. Ich kann die Begeisterung des Herrn Ministerpräsidenten teilen. So ein Truck ist schon was Besonderes. Ja, zu erleben, wie kreativ, wie modern und vor allen Dingen wie lebensnah Nutzfahrzeuge sind. Und damit sage ich herzlich willkommen zur IAA Transportation 2024. Lebensnah, was meine ich damit? Nun, Nutzfahrzeuge sind wahre Lebenserleichterer. Wir verdanken ihnen ja nicht nur, dass die Regale in Supermärkten und Warenhäusern immer voll sind, sondern auch, dass Pakete zu uns angeliefert werden, dass unsere Städte sauber sind und der Müll abtransportiert wird, dass Häuser gebaut und Straßen repariert werden, dass Unternehmen produzieren können, dass Landwirtinnen und Landwirte ihre Felder bestellen und die Ernte einbringen können, dass unsere Kinder sicher in die Schule gebracht werden, dass wir im Notfall schnell in ein Krankenhaus kommen oder dass auch Brände gelöscht werden können. Das zeigt, Nutzfahrzeuge sind unverzichtbar und damit wir ein gutes und bequemes Leben führen können, dafür brauchen wir die Nutzfahrzeugindustrie. Und jeder, der auf diese Messe kommt, kann das hier erleben und bekommt Beeindruckendes demonstriert. Die IAA Transportation bietet nicht nur eine prominente Bühne für die neuesten Technologien und Entwicklungen der Nutzfahrzeugbranche, sie ist zugleich ein großartiges Aushängeschild für die Innovationskraft des Transportsektors und angrenzender Wirtschaftszweige. Und vor allen Dingen, sie zeigt, wie engagiert die Branche daran arbeitet, klimafreundlicher und nachhaltiger zu werden. Das ist eine große Aufgabe, zumal alle Prognosen sagen, dass die Zahl der Gütertransporte weiter steigen wird. Wir rechnen in Deutschland mit einer deutlichen Zunahme des Güterverkehrs bis 2041 um plus 46%. In Zukunft müssen wir es also schaffen, noch mehr Güter zu bewegen, aber gleichzeitig den CO2-Ausstoß im Güterverkehr drastisch zu reduzieren. Diese Messe hier zeigt, die Hersteller kennen ihre Aufgabe und vor allen Dingen, sie nehmen sie ernst. Und ich kann Ihnen versichern, auch wir als Bundesregierung kennen unsere Aufgabe und auch wir nehmen sie ernst. Wie Sie wissen, haben wir uns ehrgeizige Ziele gesetzt. 2030 soll im schweren Straßengüterverkehr bereits ein Drittel der Fahrleistung elektrisch erfolgen. Und das sind gerade mal noch 6 Jahre. Im Schnitt muss dann jeder dritte Kilometer aller Lkw über 3,5 Tonnen elektrisch zurückgelegt werden. Bei den Stadtbussen soll 2030 sogar jeder zweite elektrisch fahren. Und um dieses Ziel zu erreichen, nutzen wir mehrere Ansatzpunkte. Ein ganz wichtiger ist ein deutschlandweites Schnellladenetz für Lkw. Und genau das haben wir gestern auf den Weg gebracht. Sie haben es angesprochen, Frau Müller. Die Autobahn GmbH hat gestern ein erstes Ausschreibungsverfahren gestartet, bei dem es darum geht, deutschlandweit ein Schnellladenetz für Lkw zu errichten und zu betreiben. Und schnell heißt wirklich schnell. Am Ende wollen wir Ladesäulen mit einer Leistung von 1000 Kilowatt, sprich 1 Megawatt haben. Also genau das, was die Branche in den vergangenen Tagen in verschiedenen Medien wiederholt gefordert hat und zu Recht gefordert hat, bringen wir auf den Weg. Und was mir ganz wichtig ist, dieses Netz soll in Deutschland bedarfsgerecht geplant werden. Es werden also nicht einfach bundesweit an den Autobahnen in regelmäßigen Abständen Schnellladesäulen aufgestellt, sondern die nationale Leitstelle Ladeinfrastruktur ermittelt anhand von Daten, wo in Zukunft wie viele Ladepunkte bei uns gebraucht werden. Dabei hat sie vor allem Daten aus der Lkw-Maut, auf die sie zurückgreifen kann, aber auch auf die Absatzzahlen, die die Hersteller für Lkw mit alternativen Antrieben erwarten. Wir kennen diese Zahlen, weil wir vor 2 Jahren und auch in diesem Jahr erneut kartellrechtskonforme Cleanroom-Gespräche mit den Herstellern geführt haben. Sie haben deutlich gezeigt, dass der Hochlauf der batterieelektrischen Antriebe bei den Nutzfahrzeugen in vollem Gange ist. Den Bericht zum Markthochlauf der Nutzfahrzeuge mit alternativen Antrieben werden wir übrigens auf unserer Nutzfahrzeugkonferenz am 12. November vorstellen. Aber zurück zu unserem Ladenetz. Es wurde also anhand von Daten aus der Lkw-Maut und aus dem Cleanroom-Bericht geplant. Wie machen wir das? Nehmen wir das Beispiel die Strecke Köln-Berlin. Ein Lkw der N3-Klasse, der in Köln mit vollem Akku losfährt, braucht nicht nach 100 Kilometern bereits eine Ladesäule, aber wahrscheinlich nach 250 oder nach 400 Kilometern. Und da wird er dann nicht der einzige Lkw sein, der laden möchte. Und deshalb werden wir dort dann gleich eine ganze Reihe an Ladesäulen aufbauen. So wollen wir sicherstellen, dass das Netz wirklich dem Bedarf entsprechend entsteht. Das ist auch deshalb so wichtig, weil wir nicht nur unsere eigenen Warenströme klimafreundlich transportieren wollen, sondern weil Deutschland ein Transitland ist. Hier fahren also auch viele LKWs aus Nachbarländern durch und auch die sollen möglichst klimafreundlich unterwegs sein. Deshalb ist die Schnellladeinfrastruktur systementscheidend für die Zukunft der Warenströme in ganz Europa. Wir haben hier eine Vorreiterrolle und auch eine Vorbildrolle übernommen, die wir sehr ernst nehmen. Insgesamt werden rund 350 Lkw-Ladestandorte entlang der Autobahnen mit rund 4.200 MCS- und CCS-Ladepunkten entstehen, geplant und erarbeitet vom Bundesministerium für Digitales und Verkehr gemeinsam mit der Autobahn GmbH und der nationalen Leitstelle Ladeinfrastruktur. Und keine Sorge, wir achten sehr genau darauf, dass wir den privatwirtschaftlichen Ausbau der Ladeinfrastruktur, der parallel zu unserer stattfindet, natürlich nicht gefährden. Also den Ausbau, den die Privatwirtschaft derzeit etwa auf Autohöfen organisiert. Die ersten Standorte unserer Ausschreibung sollen an 130 unbewirtschafteten Rastanlagen errichtet werden. Und parallel zur Ausschreibung hat die Autobahn GmbH bereits begonnen, die notwendigen Netzanschlüsse bei den zuständigen Betreibern zu bestellen. Denn das ist natürlich wichtig. Wir brauchen am Ende nicht nur Ladesäulen, sondern wir brauchen auch eine Stromversorgung. Und darauf kommt es an. Das ist wahrscheinlich die noch größere Aufgabe. Und deswegen ist es wichtig, dass das jetzt angegangen wird und wir natürlich uns auch eng abstimmen mit dem Wirtschafts- und Energieministerium. Ja, Sie sehen, wir arbeiten mit Hochdruck daran, dass die großartigen Fahrzeuge, die hier auf der IAA Transportation zu sehen sind, in Zukunft problemlos auch auf langen Strecken elektrisch unterwegs sein können. Planbar und verlässlich. Und auch wenn zuletzt vereinzelt ein paar Medienberichte etwas anderes behauptet haben, natürlich halten wir auch weiterhin in vollem Umfang an unserer Wasserstoffstrategie fest. Denn die Wasserstofftechnologie im Verkehrsbereich muss auch weiter gefördert werden. Und selbstverständlich brauchen wir dafür auch die notwendige Tankinfrastruktur. Es wäre nach meiner festen Überzeugung ein Fehler, wenn Europa diesen Weg nicht gehen würde. Wir müssen bei der Größe dieser Transformationsaufgabe grundsätzlich von einem technologieneutralen Ansatz uns leiten lassen. Und das bedeutet eben auch, dass wir zur Elektromobilität auch im Nutzfahrzeugbereich gerade dort eben auch die Wasserstofftechnologie ermöglichen. Und so wie die Elektromobilität Ladesäulen braucht, braucht natürlich auch die Wasserstofftechnologie Wasserstofftankstellen. Ja, Deutschland hat Förderprogramme für Wasserstofftechnologien und wir sind heute eines der europäischen Länder, das nicht nur im Bereich der Ladeinfrastruktur vorne wegläuft, sondern auch eines der größten Netze an Wasserstofftankstellen für Pkw und leichte Nutzfahrzeuge hat. Viele dieser Tankstellen können auch von Lkw und Bussen genutzt werden, aber klar ist, dass wir das Tankstellennetz für schwere Nutzfahrzeuge und Busse konsequent weiter ausbauen müssen. Auch das haben die aktuellen Cleanroom-Gespräche nochmal unterstrichen. Danach werden neben Batteriefahrzeugen auch Wasserstofffahrzeuge eine wichtige Rolle spielen, um die Klimaschutzziele bis 2030 zu erreichen. Und deshalb werden wir, auch wenn der Sachverständigenrat da eine etwas andere Meinung hat, weiter am Ausbau der Wasserstoffinfrastruktur arbeiten. Ich halte an dieser Strategie jedenfalls ganz konsequent und eisern fest. Sie haben, Frau Müller, dieses Thema der Flottengrenzwerte angesprochen. Das wird ja im Augenblick heftig diskutiert. Zwar in erster Linie beim Pkw, aber auch bei den Nutzfahrzeugen bin ich ganz Ihrer Meinung, dass wir das im Blick haben müssen. Auf EU-Ebene wurden sehr ambitionierte Ziele vereinbart. Aber inzwischen hören wir Warnungen nicht nur aus der Industrie, weil Absatzzahlen hinter den Erwartungen zurückbleiben. Auch die EU-Kommissionspräsidentin Ursula von der Leyen selbst hat im Wahlkampf Zweifel an der bisherigen Flottengrenzwertregulierung geäußert. Europa verliert an Glaubwürdigkeit, wenn es Ziele vorgibt, die es selbst nicht erreichen kann. Tatsache ist, überall, wo ich in der Welt unterwegs bin, hat man sich realistischere Ziele vorgenommen. Verstehen Sie mich nicht falsch, ich bin durchaus der Meinung, dass Vorgaben nötig sind, aber sie müssen in der Praxis auch tatsächlich umsetzbar sein. Alles andere schwächt die Industrie, ohne dass damit etwas für das Klima gewonnen wäre. Klimaschutz und Industriepolitik, sie müssen besser in Einklang gebracht werden, meine Damen und Herren. Und deshalb spricht viel, ich würde sogar sagen, wenn man sich international umschaut, alles dafür, dass der Vorschlag aufgegriffen wird, den der VDA auch gemacht hat, die Überprüfung der CO2-Flottenregulierung vorzuziehen. Bei PKWs von 26 auf 2025 und bei schweren Nutzfahrzeugen von 2027 auf 2026. Ich halte das für notwendig, weil es am Ende nicht nur unseren Industriestandort schwächt, sondern auch die Chancen, unsere Klimaschutzziele zu erreichen, reduziert, wenn die Industrie Strafzahlungen leisten muss, weil Regulierung sie überfordert hat. Und das, meine Damen und Herren, nützt niemandem. Und deswegen kann ich nur dringend appellieren, das ernst zu nehmen. Und ich sage es nochmal, Klimaschutz und Industriepolitik nicht gegeneinander laufen zu lassen, sondern sie stärker in Einklang zu bringen. Wir brauchen beides, ambitionierten und schnellen Klimaschutz, aber eben auch eine Wachstumsstrategie und auch mehr Wettbewerbsfähigkeit für unsere Industrie. Ohne industriellen Erfolg ist Europa schwer zu gestalten. Und deswegen, meine Damen und Herren, brauchen wir dieses Übereinkommen zwischen Klimaschutz und Industriepolitik. Und da zählt für mich ganz klar dazu, dass wir die Revision von unseren Flottengrenzwerten vorziehen. Ja, meine Damen und Herren, wir sollten auch konsequent allen Technologien die gleichen Chancen geben in Europa. Und deshalb haben wir uns auf EU-Ebene auch dafür eingesetzt, dass bei Pkw und schweren Nutzfahrzeugen auch erneuerbare Kraftstoffe mit in die Regulierung bei den Flottengrenzwerten aufgenommen werden. Sie wissen, das war ein Kampf. Ja. Das war ein Kampf, ein harter Kampf, und der eine oder andere mag sich fragen, warum uns das so wichtig war, aber ich bin fest davon überzeugt, dass das Prinzip der Technologieoffenheit oder der Technologieneutralität der Schlüssel zur Lösung ist. Und ich freue mich auch, dass wir da so einer Meinung sind, liebe Frau Müller. Ich bin überzeugt, dass wir in Zukunft am besten unterwegs sind, wenn wir uns mit einem Mix aus unterschiedlichen Antrieben bedienen können. Und in vielen Bereichen wird sich die Batterie durchsetzen, in anderen der Wasserstoff und in wieder anderen werden wir mit E-Fuels fahren. Wichtig ist mir nur, dass am Ende der Markt entscheidet und nicht die Politik. Denn die Erfahrungen zeigen, nur so bekommen wir die besten Ergebnisse zu besten Preisen für die Verbraucherinnen und Verbraucher. Sie haben auch das Thema Zölle angesprochen, Frau Müller. Ich habe mich von Anfang an sehr kritisch zu diesem Thema verhalten, weil ich nicht verstehen kann, weshalb man eine Begeisterung jetzt dafür aufbringt, in den Markt in diese Art und Weise einzugreifen. Und ich finde es einen sehr guten Vorschlag, dass die Entscheidungen jetzt nicht schnell getroffen werden, sondern dass man vor allen Dingen in einen vertieften Dialog eintritt und für beide Seiten eine tragbare Lösung findet. Und am liebsten wäre es mir, wenn am Ende die Entscheidung über Zölle gar nicht vertagt werden würde, sondern dass man davon Abstand nimmt. Denn ein Handelskrieg, Handelsbarrieren kann die Welt nicht gebrauchen. Die geopolitische Situation ist angespannt genug und die Herausforderungen im Klimaschutz sind groß genug. Deswegen müssen wir uns gemeinsam in der Verantwortung sehen, beide Seiten miteinander reden, vertieft sprechen und Kompromisse aushandeln. Wir brauchen keine Zölle, sondern offene Märkte mit einheitlichen, fairen Wettbewerbsbedingungen. Ich habe jetzt viel über Regulierung gesprochen und den regulatorischen Rahmen, auch über Infrastruktur. Jetzt fehlen noch die Fahrzeuge selbst. Auch um die haben wir uns schon gekümmert und haben Förderung auf den Weg gebracht, vor allem mit unserem Förderprogramm für klimaschonende Nutzfahrzeuge und Infrastruktur, das Sie sicher kennen. Dieses Förderprogramm ist eine große Erfolgsgeschichte. Fast 8.500 Nutzfahrzeuge, teils mit Batterie, teils mit Wasserstoff, Brennstoffzelle, haben wir über dieses Programm mit einer Förderzusage versehen können. Mehr als 3.000 davon sind schwere Lkw der N3-Fahrzeugklasse. Alles in allem sprechen wir hier von knapp 1 Milliarde Euro. Hunderte Unternehmen haben davon profitiert und diese Fahrzeuge kommen jetzt nach und nach auch auf die Straße. Gerade bei den schweren N3-Fahrzeugen hat unser Förderprogramm einen ganz wesentlichen Anteil daran, dass die Zahl der Fahrzeugzulassungen im klimafreundlichen Bereich aktuell monatlich stark ansteigt. Auch bei Bussen unterstützen wir den Umstieg auf E-Fahrzeuge. Über unsere Richtlinie haben wir seit September 2021 etwa 4.000 Elektrobusse bewilligt. Mehr als 250 Verkehrsunternehmen profitieren von der Förderung und beschaffen sich Fahrzeuge entsprechender Art. Die Fahrzeuge gehen derzeit sukzessive in den Betrieb und etwa 10% der 4.000 Busse sind bereits im Einsatz. Insgesamt haben wir derzeit etwa 3.300 E-Busse auf unseren Straßen. Diese Programme sind nicht von ewiger Dauer. Ich weiß, dass der Umstieg auf klimafreundliche Fahrzeuge für die betroffenen Unternehmen mit einem Riesenaufwand verbunden ist, der viel Kraft und auch Geld kostet. Aber so ist das mit Förderprogrammen. Sie dienen dazu, den Markt zu aktivieren und den Hochlauf zu unterstützen. Eine Dauereinrichtung können sie nicht sein. Das dürfen sie auch nicht sein, denn am Ende muss das Produkt selbst überzeugen. Und deshalb freut es mich ganz besonders, dass ich neben einigen kritischen Artikeln im Vorfeld dieser Messe auch eine ganze Menge positive Stimmen aus der Branche vernommen habe. Etwa wenn Alexander Vlaskamp von MAN in einem großen Interview verkündet, wir glauben an den E-Truck. Ja, meine Damen und Herren, auch ich glaube an den E-Truck. Vor allen Dingen glaube ich aber an die Innovationskraft Ihrer Branche. Man muss nur hier über die Messe laufen, um zu sehen, diese Branche hat jede Menge Produkte, die überzeugen. Noch sind sie teuer, aber auch darauf hat Herr Vlaskamp in dem Interview hingewiesen, nur in der Anschaffung, denn im Betrieb sind sie oftmals bereits deutlich günstiger als normale Verbrenner. Und auch die Anschaffungskosten werden mit zunehmendem Hochlauf sinken, zumal der gesetzliche Rahmen ja in mehrfacher Hinsicht dazu einlädt, auf alternative Antriebe umzusteigen. Ich denke an die CO2-basierte Maut, die Clean Vehicle Directive, die Möglichkeit der Teilnahme am Treibhausgasquotenhandel und natürlich auch die Flottenregulierung, die hoffentlich künftig etwas anders ausgestaltet wird, aber ambitioniert bleibt. Meine Damen und Herren, es ist üblich geworden, über die vielen Herausforderungen zu sprechen, vor denen wir stehen. Und das ist auch verständlich, die sind riesig. Aber ich empfehle jedem, der sich von diesen vielen Herausforderungen manchmal ein bisschen erdrückt fühlt, über Messen wie die IAA Transportation zu gehen. Ich gehe jedes Mal optimistischer aus einer solchen Messe heraus. Die Probleme sind groß, die Herausforderungen sind riesig. Aber die Lösungskompetenz ist eben auch riesig. Und das ist etwas, worüber wir uns freuen können. Hier erlebt man Kreativität, Leidenschaft zu technischem Know-how, Fahrzeuge und Lösungen, die uns das Leben erleichtern. Wir sehen hier Fortschritt vom Feinsten. Und ich bin sicher, wenn Sie das Gelände in ein paar Stunden verlassen, wissen Sie, wir stehen vor großen Herausforderungen, aber wir sind längst dabei, sie zu meistern. Und deshalb sage ich, gehen Sie weiter mutig voran. Mein Ministerium wird Sie dabei auch künftig unterstützen, eng zur Seite stehen. Und ich freue mich, dass auch immer mehr auf europäischer Ebene nun begreifen, man braucht ambitionierte Ziele, aber man darf nie einen Bogen überspannen, weil man am Ende damit nicht erfolgreich sein kann. Und deswegen ist dieses im Dialog stehen, mit Optimismus vorangehen, aber sich realistische Ziele vorzunehmen, die auch die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit, die wir brauchen im internationalen Handel berücksichtigen, genau der richtige Ansatz. Das ist meine Meinung, dabei bleibe ich. Ich danke Ihnen für die Aufmerksamkeit.
Ein ganz herzliches Dankeschön an Minister Wissing. Das war's, die Eröffnungsveranstaltung der IAA Transportation. Ich wünsche Ihnen allen jetzt ganz viel Spaß auf dieser Veranstaltung, die internationaler und auch innovativer ist als je zuvor. Diese Branche glänzt mit Leidenschaft, mit Erfindergeist und mit dieser Anpackermentalität. Lassen Sie sich davon begeistern, lassen Sie sich anstecken. Viel Spaß und eine gute Zeit auf der IAA Transportation 2024 hier in Hannover. Dankeschön.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Hanover. Welcome to the IAA Transportation. I love a warm round of applause first thing in the morning because usually I'm one of those moderators who makes everyone say good morning like 10 times. But I can tell you guys are awake, you're smiling, you filled in the first row. I love to see it. Raise your hand if this is your first year at IAA. A very warm welcome to you. Raise your hand if you've been here more times than you can count. A very warm welcome to you as well. We are kicking things off today with our top shelf. Some C-level speakers are here to talk to you about the future of transportation. Later today, we'll have some panel discussions, and the program continues throughout the week. So wherever you are, whatever you're doing, I hope you'll come back to the main stage throughout the week and hang out with us for a bit. It is so good to see such a packed house first thing in the morning. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first C-level speaker for a keynote. He's talking to us about what keeps the world moving. Please give a very warm welcome to Chairman of the Board of Management at Daimler Truck, Martin Daum.
Good morning, everybody. Commercial vehicles are essential for our society. Thousands of years ago, human mankind invented the wheel. They pushed the wheelbarrows themselves, then they put animals in front, and ultimately they put an engine in it. And that is when modern society starts. Today, with our population, it would be absolutely impossible to live, to survive without commercial vehicles. Industry needs it to exchange the goods, to produce things what we ultimately need. To supply a city, I was recently talking with someone who told me that other than bikes, he does not need any vehicle in his city. I said, yes, you don't need a vehicle, but whoever supplies the stores you buy stuff needs trucks. In any large city, I don't know how many thousands of vehicles every night approach the city to bring the goods the people need. And you can continue with this. If you see a construction site, I tried once we built a house and I tried to count how often that construction site, and it was just a normal house, was visited by trucks. I stopped at about 300 and it was more at the end. Without trucks, we wouldn't have a life. And we are not moving that world. Our products move the world, and our customers move the world. And our customers are normally in absolutely highly competitive industries with razor-thin margins. And the purchase of a truck is their most important decision during the year. So, for all who keep the world moving, that is us. That is us as Daimler Trucks, this is us as an industry, and therefore we have a very, very big role and responsibility to keep the world moving and to support those who keep the world moving. We start with listening. That is one of our principles. We have to listen what is key and what is essential for our customers. Many, many years ago, 2018, we came up with that formula. And we say to change our industry to zero emission, there are three factors necessary: product, cost parity, and infrastructure. That is, for me, the key formula, and it's a multiplication, and everyone knows one, and I said that on that stage 2 years ago. The moment we have one factor of that formula with zero, the entire outcome product is zero. 2018, when I first presented that formula, I smiled on that, and every single one is zero. 2 years ago, I highlighted the amazing products you see on the Daimler Truck booth, as well as with every other OEM on that show, that the product was there 2 years ago. And the product I see today in the entire show and in our own booth at Daimler Trucks is much better than 2 years ago. So that product is an increasing number in that formula. We won the Truck of the Year with the eActros 600, an amazing truck going 500 kilometers at least, if not more, with the consumption of close to 100 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometer. Amazing efficiency, great performing truck, and others are following as well. So the product is not any longer the problem. Cost parity, we did major moves in the last 2 years with the introduction of a CO2-based mout in Germany, with Netherlands and Denmark following, but we need to expand that throughout entire Europe. But it's a good, very good step, so cost parity comes closer, though this is not any longer zero. This could become even something higher than 1, so pushing the entire equation. If you dial up the mout around Europe, wonderful, great. But it comes one point, and you have heard it in numerous speeches and yesterday in the press conferences from nearly everyone, the infrastructure is now the issue. We need high charging networks. We need hydrogen, green hydrogen here in Europe, and here we are far behind and the clock is ticking. And 6 years from now to 2030 are going by in a jiffy, and 2025, by the way, is the first proof point where we have significantly to increase our trucks. And I can always give an example from a faraway country, from the United States, where we sell in California a lot of electric trucks, and one of our large customers here, Schneider, has a depot with about 300 trucks. They run 100 of our electric trucks. Extremely pleased. Product there, cost parity there, they make money with those trucks. And they have 300 trucks and they wanted to exchange the other 200 diesel with electric trucks. And guess what? Their local utility told them it takes about 5 years to bring the juice, the power to the site, so to build up then the charging infrastructure for those those other 200 trucks. And they are just one supplier in that area. And if someone else would now use the similar electric energy to get the next 300 trucks going. This is a livid example how difficult infrastructure it is, and we have to start now, and we have to build in advance, and we need all the support. So one of my big pleas to politics is the extra money you get through CO2-based tolls, use a significant portion of that money to support infrastructure, because we don't want to pay toll at the end of the day. We want to save the planet and protect the environment. So use that extra money to put it in infrastructure so we can live better. We build to solve. We not just listen to the problems, we build to solve and bring solutions to the world. And at Daimler Trucks a couple of years ago, we had with the Fuso, with our first concept trucks, and with the e-Citaro first products at it. But that was a couple of 4 years ago, 6 years ago, in 2016, with this first concept truck. But today, we have 10, 12 trucks. They are ready to sell, ready to produce, sometimes 20, 30% on the city bus side of our production, others ramping up fast. And that lineup of great products will only increase over the next couple of years. Why? Because we lead with a long view. For us, it's not just today, it's tomorrow. And leading with a long view could be misunderstood as science fiction. It always needs both. It has to be rooted in the present. It has to be proven by real good and true products. And it has to have a picture to the future, because we are not the problem. We, as an industry, an essential part of the solution to a better future of us, based on experience, based on the production capacity, based on our engineers, based on our customers, based on our credibility, that we don't mess around with concepts. We know that because we work for all who keep the world moving, we work with products that every day have to go through. It's not, nobody drives a truck just out of fun, just because he wants to impress his neighbor or his in-laws or her in-laws. I don't know whether female managers are going to impress their in-laws as well as male managers. But you don't run trucks just for fun. You run it for a purpose. And they have to fulfill that purpose. They are every day running. They have a long life. We go 1 million kilometers, 1.5 million kilometers. That is what the truck has to endure. and they have to work, and therefore we need that experience, we need that basis, and just then to go on the other side to the future and leading with a long view. This future orientation needs both presence, heritage, and the future. And ultimately, we progress together. We are in a global world. What I sometimes, we have a lot of, in the political realm, we have a lot of protest parties. I don't like the current situation, so I protest. That does not move the needle at all. That just relieves emotions, but it does not change anything. We have to work on solutions for the future, and we have to do that together. We have to do it together with our customers. We have to do it together with the societies who are in it. We even have to do it together with our competitors. Therefore, alliances are so important. Therefore, going forward, leveraging investments, working together with suppliers. Really, we need every grain of brain to move our industry forward. This we progress together is extremely important. So you see the sequence. We start with listening, we build to solve, we lead with a long view, and we progress together. This is necessary for the future, and this is exactly what IAA stands for, because IAA has always both elements. The deeply rooted in the now and here, what we are selling, what you can buy, and on the other side, the concepts for the future. Every supplier comes up with his or her ideas for the future. We as OEMs come up with our ideas for the future, and that is what sharpens our industry. That is what makes our industry so exciting. This makes what this place that every 2 years you meet here to exchange your ideas and showcase what's here now existing and what's possible for the future. We progress together as a company, we progress together here as an industry, and we show it to the world. Why? Because we work for all who keep the world moving. And thanks for your time, thanks for your attention, and have a great show. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin Daum, for inspiring us all to lead with the long view. Speaking of leading, while we wait for our next speaker, let's play a round of getting to know you guys. If you are coming to the IAA Transportation from Germany, raise your hand. If you are coming from Asia, raise your hand. Oh, some. Anybody from the States? Okay, what am I forgetting? South America. I think we might have some work to do on South American awareness. I'm going to check in again in 2 years. Okay, I can see our next speaker is here, so without further ado, let me introduce you to our next C-level keynote. He is the chairman of the Board of Management at Robert Bosch. Please give a very warm welcome to Stefan Hartung.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Marty, for the clicker. Very important. Ladies and gentlemen, normally it's not so much about Formula One with the truck IAA and with the IAA Transportation, but the situation we are in is pretty much similar, right? The commercial vehicle trade fair and Formula One have something in common. It's not ceramic disc brakes and slick tires. But the industry as a whole, in the current situation, is actually a bit like on the start of a Grand Prix race. The race is open, wide open, for technology, for commercial vehicles. And it's difficult to estimate how fast infrastructure will develop, how the regulatory framework will actually be functioning and work, and still, it is the subject of heated discussion. We just heard it. Now, the conditions under which the race is starting are far from easy. Each powertrain technology is still following the safety car. So to speak, anyone who dashes ahead will have a problem. Anyone who stays too much behind will never catch up. And winning is all about getting the right timing and the sprint just right. So there's certainly no doubt about where the finish line is. That's all right. We all want commercial vehicles to be carbon-free, climate neutral, as much as possible, as quickly as possible. We all want freight transport that is affordable. and doesn't place an undue burden on freight forwarders, on partners, consumers, and society. The goal is within reach, yes, but to achieve it, we need political clarity, incentives for investments, technological freedom, and a functioning market. A functioning market because although the future powertrains will be more climate friendly than today's, we won't see the same ones being used everywhere. For the moment, it looks as if various powertrain types will coexist. Our moderate scenario assumes that global around 20% of all new registered vehicles heavier than 6 metric tons will have a battery electric powertrain by 2030, while fuel cells will have a share of about 3%, so very small. And 5 years later, 2035, at least every 1 in 3 trucks will have a battery on board, and 1 in 10 will feature a fuel cell. Maybe, that's all estimates. We will then see hydrogen engines also on the roads, but in off-road highway, off-highway vehicles mostly, and although obviously not in such high numbers. But of course, the actual course of development will depend on the respective application and region. It will be very different by regions on the world. But the message is clear: as soon as the market and the legislation turn noticeable in one direction, it is our task as industry to have the capacity and deliver the product and ramp up efficiently for all powertrains. However, it's no longer under the hood where the truly decisive variable is. So it's not just a problem of automotive technology. Now it's a general issue overall. Ultimately, anyone buying a commercial vehicle really wants to know 3 things above all. First, will the new technology be lower at overall cost? And second, will it be competitive in my application where I use it? Because you don't buy this just for fun. It's a commercial vehicle, so it has to have a commercial purpose, and it needs to make money. Second is the new technology. Is it competitive? So does it really also stay along for the whole time of the vehicle duration? And the third is necessary infrastructure in place. Can I use my technology? So let's assume the vehicle cost is okay, the technology is great for my application, it will sustain, but do I get the hydrogen? Do I get the electricity? Do I get it green? Because it doesn't make any sense if not. The answer of these questions aren't solely technological, but that's also a political question. And climate-friendly powertrains will only become established if they make financial sense. For freight forwarders, for the economy, for society, because, and that's true all over the world, it's up to the policymakers to help get things moving a bit. Or let's say the other way, it's to the policymaker not to stop things, because that's also possible. The first step should be address costs. So we should pay little effort on policymakers to set a clear signal here. For example, we could encourage for low emission vehicles through tax incentives, exempt them from levies on truck tolls, at least for some years. We heard about sponsorships, but at least there needs to be a differential so that the vehicle itself becomes over lifetime more competitive at the start. Why? Because at the start, everything will be overproportional expensive in the first years. Because we just don't have the volume, we have much less even on infrastructure. That's a normal thing. Second, it's clear that massive investment in infrastructure is absolutely needed. And that's not what freight forwarders normally do, right? They buy vehicles and operate vehicles. So there's an infrastructure problem, especially in Germany, elsewhere in Europe, not enough is done. And if you say, yeah, Germany and France and maybe Netherlands, you can have some infrastructure in electrical vehicles, but what's about the rest of Europe? So where can I, and I don't drive the truck just from a German city to another German city. There's much more trucking around in Europe, and that's very important. So more charging stations, much too few hydrogen fueling stations. So there will be no hydrogen application in Europe if there's no filling stations, right? Subsidy programs aren't being implemented consistently. It doesn't make sense if you can run the truck with an incentive in Germany or Netherlands, but you can't in France, so you can't operate it over these 3 countries if you do. And there is some. And you have to analyze the market there. Overriding goal is often too obscured by squabbles over special interest. There is special interest, there's national interest, but actually here we should think European. So hopefully the next Commission, which is now launching, takes in focus one European market, one European incentive system, one European meaning for this commercial question of getting the commercial vehicles carbon-free. Trucks can't run on hot air alone. This means, and that brings me to my third step, that we need more pragmatism and more openness. We should finally start making use of the many options we have in a market. because that market is the best way to actually sort out what's best for what. Nobody buys something which is not fitting to his application. Just nobody. If it doesn't calculate, you don't buy it. That's what's going to happen. And we can regulate whatever we want. If the market doesn't sort it out, it will not happen. And we need customers who then decide what they want. And the commercial vehicle sector in particular, most customers have no time for wishful thinking. The only thing that matters is the TCO, and yes, every single customer calculates. Even some consumers do calculate when they buy cars, by the way, but commercial vehicle companies must all calculate. If you don't, I mean, you're somehow lucky. I don't get that. We calculate if we buy something. So, of course, it's about much more than just logistics companies' profitability. That's not what it's about. It's about affordable food, affordable public transportation, a competitiveness of the entire industry, because everything we do in Europe runs on trucks. Everything, whatever it is, food, clothing, housing, industry, it's all on vehicles. And for that reason, it's better not to rule out certain solutions and ideas for the outset, because you never know. There are so many applications which are life importance, absolutely life importance, harvesting, food production, off-highway stuff, things that are off infrastructure. There cannot be infrastructure. We need to have them carbon-free. Okay, fine. We need different technology. That means we probably need all powertrain technologies and all types and make them more efficient, get them carbon-free. That includes batteries, fuel cells, hydrogen engines, hydrogen applications anywhere, naturally state-of-the-art combustion engines for the time being, because for the next decades, high-efficiency combustion engines will also be necessary. So especially in the view of the 62 million heavy trucks already on the roads globally, there's also a question on fuels. Could be synthetic fuels, could be carbon-reduced fuels, but this also plays a major part of mitigating climate change, because these 62 million vehicles will not be changed over the next 2 years. That's not going to work. There are other solutions we should definitely do not without. The fuel has to be part of the regulation. And at Bosch, we believe it's our responsibility to comprehend this diversity and cater for every application in the best possible way, and not just a single technology we are focusing on, but instead the future of mobility as a whole. And that goes both for passenger cars and for trucks. Because guess what? We believe that in the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years, a lot of things will still be invented. Because guess what? There are still some engineers, physicists, scientists, mathematicians, freight forwarders, whatever, anybody thinking who will have new ideas. And we will need new ideas. Definitely, all the stuff we see here on the fair is great, but there will be many more fairs to come where we see much more great stuff, as we have done in the last 30 years on this fair. So that's why we're currently organizing Bosch commercial vehicle activities new. We're bringing all skills together in one unit, where we have a new setup to treat the commercial vehicle holistic around all technologies on all aspects of this business. So that's what we put in the single chairperson of the entire market segment. That's now Jan-Oliver Röll, who is currently a member of the executive management of Power Solutions, and who will now take care that actually we have for all customers in the commercial vehicle segment actually all technology, because that's what we need. It's not just powertrain, it's also other technologies. Only this way we can be successful. But like any 40-ton truck, the markets won't be going anywhere without a suitable drive. And the best way to drive growth and success is still innovation. And at Bosch, we certainly have some ideas for the truck of the future. Just some examples. In India, we are working with several OEMs on hydrogen engines for heavy trucks. India will be an application space for this technology. The first test vehicles are on the roads, and their market entry is expected in the coming year. Among other things, Bosch supplies injection systems, sensors, tank valves, control units, together with the appropriate software for the hydrogen powertrain. Hydrogen engines will be applied, definitely. Will they be the mass of all? No, they won't. I just showed this. But they will be applied, and we need them for certain applications. Chinese market, an e-axle for heavy commercial vehicles weighing between 18 and 49 tons, already gone into volume production, and that's the difference. This rigid axle is available on several versions, each featuring a full integrating electric motor, transmission, clutch actuation, inverter, differential. Solution is efficient, helps bring down operating costs, suitable for both battery electric vehicles as well as fuel cell vehicles. Joint projects with 8 customers currently underway in China. So the technology will also be available in the rest of the world. But it's important, it will be needed in China first. So we have to do it in China first. In the US, together with our partner First Element Fuel, we are currently testing a cryopump to compress up to 600 kilograms liquid hydrogen per hour. This makes refueling with hydrogen really fun, because now the next new pump is set to go into public operation for first time in California and could be the game changer. Why? Because you can then, in 10 minutes, fill up with enough hydrogen for the next 1,000 kilometers for a truck. And that's the kind of fuel speed we need, otherwise there's no differentiating surplus from the hydrogen technology. Hydrogen will be always a bit expensive, right? It will come down in cost, but the real key is that you get your 1,000 kilometers and you get it in 10 minutes. And that's a surplus which is hard to match with any electrical solution. Now, important argument for switching to hydrogen. And obviously, there's not just a powertrain. You see there's many other things. There will be software on board, definitely. All these new vehicles will have a different software suite. They will have a different electronic architecture. So definitely new things will come. And please come to our booth, okay? Hall 1920. Look at all the stuff for the future and for the real world right now. Many things we show about active products, but many things we also show about concepts which will be used in the next vehicle generations. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have mainly talked about issues of powertrain. Reason is simple. The ongoing transition in mobility will focus on that very much. I'm certain that many people welcome the goal of climate neutrality in principle, pretty much all, I would say. I've not met anybody who said the climate doesn't make any sense. It does make sense. At the same time, however, I believe the degree of consensus strongly depends on whether or not people feel they can decide on themselves. They have the freedom to really move on their own will. And that's just as true as freight forwarders and its own individual customers want to buy on their own decision. And that's a very key thing. If you are forced to buy it, that's not anymore a business, and then I think many of us are not part of that game. And as manufacturers and suppliers, we bear a particular responsibility here. For change to be accepted, it's vital that the operation of trucks and sizes of highway vehicles are reliable, competitive, both during and after the transformation, in ways that are perfectly tailored to the respective application region and economics. That's why we need a variety of powertrain technologies, and that's why we need technological neutrality. So we don't need regulators telling us which carbon-free technology is a great carbon-free technology, because markets will find out. If technologies are carbon-free and there's a market for those, markets will select the best ones in the future. So we don't need a discourse on neither paints everything black or sets out to polarize. No, we need to rethink and broaden our horizon and let the market forces play out. Then I think we'll get a nice transformation, we'll get forward, and we have a good future together. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Stefan, for the view from Bosch. That was our second of 3 keynotes this morning. The third is coming to you from Paris. We're going to take a look at the voice of manufacturers and the future of markets. I am very pleased to welcome here on stage Secretary General at OICA, François Roudier.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will have no boring charts, because my charts are boring. It's regarding regulation, technical regulations, and graphical displays with charts. And please go to our website, and you'll be bored after 10 minutes. If I'm saying this, it's because it's my first IAA Transportation. I'm the new kid on the block. I joined the OICA in June. What is OICA? OICA has been there for more than 1 century, and if OICA is not well known, it's because we have not promoted this wonderful trade association, and I have the job to do it. With OICA, you have OICA in every car you have, in every van, in every truck, in every bus. There is not one button, one side window, one thing that has not been discussed for the vehicle manufacturers by OICA. We are the voice of the manufacturers at the United Nations, at UNICE, United Nations Commission, Economical Commission for Europe, in Geneva mainly. And this is where we have the main discussions on harmonization for regulations. We know in this business we have a dream, the world car, the world truck, the one that is exactly the same you sell in Europe, in India, in China, everywhere. It's quite tough. And for this, we represent all our trade associations around the world, these associations representing their own manufacturers, which means that we have around the world more than 35 VDAs in every nation, in Asia, in Europe, in the USA, and in South America. The main job is talking about regulations, and right now it's getting quite complex. You know what? It's because we have new technologies. By the past, we were talking about mechanical issues, environment, and other quite normal things that we had for 1 century in our trucks, vans, and buses. Now we are talking about artificial intelligence, all the electrical, all the new systems that are influencing our business. This is very important because that shows how we work. At OICA, we are 4 people, and we rely on the top people, top engineers from all the manufacturers around the world. So we have groups, and these groups are matching the working groups that are at the United Nations. The most known one is WP29, the one on global harmonization of all the regulations in the industry. And we have a group with all the manufacturers around the world representing the trade associations, and it's always someone from a manufacturer. So, in fact, we are an NGO that is working for this industry. This is the main task, but we have other tasks. And one is not well known, but also you can see it with all the publications you read, is that we gather all the statistics from our trade associations. When you see that there may be 25,000 million trucks and vans produced in the world this year, which I hope one day we will reach this 25 million holy grail. It's 24 something, I'm sure. We have it from our associations. And it's very important because we check if there is no double counting. You know that in our factories, a lot of manufacturers are building or assembling trucks, cars for other manufacturers. And so sometimes with in companies that are selling data, you have this double counting. When you have an OICA statistic, you're sure that it is approved worldwide. So this is very important, and it shows also that you can use these statistics for all your marketing things, for your discussions with governments. That's important, and we share the same data. The third part of our so-called influence is the weakest one. The weakest one, the one I'm trying to push on, is supporting all the PR activities, including mainly the motor shows of our members. And this is why I'm very proud to be here in Hannover. Hannover, for me, is always a kid remember of the trucks, the small Anomag car I had when I was a kid. It was here in Hannover, and so that's very nice for me. And we support motor shows all around the world. In fact, we agree to give the international level to a motor show. We have regional motor shows that are very nice, even locals, but an international motor show has to have something special. We have every year around 6 to 7 the big years motor shows. It can be Detroit Car Show, it is IAA Transportation for trucks, it will be München next year, and Paris this year, and Shanghai and Beijing. So you see, it's very important for us. Why? Because motor shows, and I suffered a lot a few years ago when motor shows were not considered well by the marketing people. I remember a lot of friends, marketing directors, telling me that shows are stupid, it's not important, we can see our customers alone, and we have a wonderful PR agency that is organizing something only for us. Well, that was a short view. And now, more and more, we see that our shows are important because people can gather, can meet other companies. If you think you will buy a fleet of trucks, you can see the three groups in 1 hour, and that's very important. And motor shows have been created for this. It's also important because if you consider PR activities at the time of a motor show, you will see, of course, in our specialized media they will talk about, but in a lot of other medias you will see it. You will see it on TV, in radio, you will hear it on radios, and that implies our political people. This morning it was marvelous, wonderful to see all these political people from Germany coming and delivering speeches which were quite important and not so-called political speeches with nothing in it. It was really important. And how can you do that without having this gathering showing the strength of an industry? So this is what we will push on, and so you will see more and more OICA things around, of course with the help of our members, because I'm a lazy guy and I really rely on my members. So VDA will do a lot for us, and that's nice. The last point I want to tell you is about the future of trucks and van markets and buses too, as we can see at a worldwide level. Because I have an approach that is quite complex when I want to harmonize Asia, Americas, and Europe. As I told you, we believe this year we will reach close to 25 million units in production, which is good because remember when we were down during the Corona crisis, how tough it was for us. It seems also that our truck business, if I say truck or van, is becoming a huge mobility system. And this is the main change. And in a way, it's killing a lot of untrue ideas of having the railroad supplanting our special systems. It's impossible. Now you see that from a boat arriving in a port, then you have a truck, and we are down in our logistical chain, not to the last kilometer, but the last meter. And that's very important, because in the new world where we are living after the Corona crisis, we see more and more deliveries to one people. Uber, Deliveroo, and so, but they are everywhere. They are everywhere, but they are everywhere also with Amazon, with a lot of other stuff, and even in the factories now. In the factories, when we had small deliveries, it was because we had a problem, and so we had to rush to get small deliveries of a part. Now you see it, it's done now on a regulatory basis. So that means that we have to consider our transportation system as a global one that will be much more important than it has never been before. Are we important? Yes, in a way, when people are telling me, but are you sure that you will be able to fight the rail? When we represent 85% of the transportation of the goods, the war is over anyway. So we know that we will be more and more important in a way to rationalize this system. Rationalizing this system, you have seen it, I'm sure, in a city, a large truck having two small packs this is something that has to belong to the past. In the future, we have to really have focused transport for each things. That's very important. That's very important. And for Europe, if I go down to Europe, we have a huge problem. We have two huge problems. First, we don't have any more people wanting to drive trucks. And this is an issue. We have to solve it. Autonomous, not autonomous, we are not sure. If an autonomous truck is costing a fortune, we don't want it. At OICA, we are trying to fight over-regulations that are killing our industry. If our products are over-regulated, that means they will be overpriced and no customer will buy them. But the second one is worse, is really the age of the trucks. The trucks fleet in Europe is almost 14 years old, and I would say even 15 years old. It's 14.3 at the last point. Not the same in Germany, not the same in Greece, but it's an old fleet. And we have to consider that all we want to do is also have an harmonization of this fleet. If we have a brand new, wonderful transportation system aside a very old truck, it is a problem. Just to be positive, I can tell you that this problem, I see it all over the world. And in China, was in July, we were in a wonderful new brand, almost autonomous cars, and suddenly I saw a truck. I'm sure the truck driver met President Mao when he was young. So it's a problem we have all around the world. It will be crucial in Europe, and to conclude, I would say that OICA will try to push all the visibility of all the activities, all the innovation in this world, to be sure that we are considered as a real help for the future of decarbonization of the life of tomorrow. And remember that if you see a screen, if you see a camera, if you see this stage, it's because a truck brought it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudier. We are going to continue the program at 12 on the dot. You have 3 minutes to stretch your legs, but don't go anywhere because we have an exciting panel coming up for you about charging infrastructure. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay, thanks for your patience. As promised, 12 on the dot, we are kicking off with a commercial vehicle electrification panel. We all know that commercial vehicle electrification is taking off, but establishing the right charging infrastructure is essential. We've got some help this morning from BCG to share insights on CV charging. Afterwards, there's going to be a panel discussion with CPOs, OEMs, fleet suppliers, and policy shapers. This panel is going to look at roadblocks, but also opportunities, infrastructure design, and talk about how policies can support CV electrification. Please give a very warm welcome to all 6 of our panelists. Welcome to the main stage.
Good afternoon and welcome to our session today on charging the electric commercial vehicles transformation. My name is Julien Baer. I'm a managing director and partner at BCG, and I work in the automotive and mobility industry. Joining me on stage today is Markus Hagenmeier, a partner and associate director at BCG. And together, we lead our Center for Mobility Innovation, where we work with our clients on developing future-proof, state-of-the-art mobility solutions. In the next 45 minutes, we will talk about commercial vehicle electrification and commercial vehicle charging. We will start with a brief market sizing and market outlook before we move on to our conversation with our wonderful panelists. Now, we discuss commercial vehicle electrification with many different client groups, with vehicle OEMs, with charge point operators, with fleet operators, with policy shapers, and the investment community. And across all those conversations, we observe some recurring themes, recurring questions that we would like to address today. The first one is around how much and how fast commercial vehicles will actually switch to electric powertrains. The second one relates to where those electric vehicles will charge and whether this will differ by vehicle type. The third one is about the required charging speeds, and the fourth one relates to the energy availability for this electric fleet. So let's tackle the first one. In general, despite the turmoil that we have recently observed in the automotive industry around electrification, we still believe in electrification in the long term. We see emission regulations tightening across the globe. We also see total cost of ownership consideration tilting in favor of battery electric vehicles. So overall, we expect a major increase in electrification in commercial vehicles. However, not every use case that is being operated by a diesel engine truck today can be performed by an electric truck tomorrow. It is important to differentiate by the different vehicle segments in order to assess the electrification share. Let's start with light commercial vehicles. In LCVs, we expect a very fast penetration of electric vehicles with 80 to 85% new vehicle sales share in 2035. This is mainly due to favorable cost economics, to scale benefits, and to synergies with components from the passenger car industry that is already much further along the electrification journey. On the other end of the spectrum, we expect long-haul heavy-duty trucks to show a much slower adoption, mainly because of range restrictions and payload restrictions of battery electric vehicles, but also because the infrastructure for charging along the major corridors is still not there yet. Medium-duty trucks and short-haul heavy-duty trucks will be in between, with approximately 55 to 65% sales penetration by 2035. And within the bus segment, we expect school buses and city buses to have very high penetrations for regulatory reasons, because we want to keep our city centers clean, but also because those use cases can be operated with electric vehicles already today without disruptions. On the other hand, coaches will show average trip durations that surpass the average range of electric buses. So, all in all, by 2035, we expect 14 million electrified light commercial vehicles in operation, another 5.5 million electric trucks, and just under 1.5 million electric buses across the regions Europe, China, and North America.
So quite a significant fleet of commercial vehicles with quite a significant charging demand. Let me tackle the second question and tell a bit about where we think the commercial vehicles will charge. We see three main use cases. Depot charging, where vehicles charge overnight or during idle times. Loading, unloading areas while the vehicle is being processed. And truck stops while the vehicle or the driver takes a break. Let's put numbers behind these three charging cases. On this slide, we looked at the average battery sizes, the driving patterns, and talked to many of the industry stakeholders to derive this picture. Light commercial vehicles, regional medium-duty trucks, as well as city buses and vocational vehicles, you see it here on the slide, mainly charge at depots. 75 to 90% of the charging behavior or the charging need is covered by depot charging for these vehicles. The one vehicle type that stands out with a totally different driving or charging pattern is heavy-duty trucks. 40% of the charging demand of heavy-duty trucks on a long-haul route needs to be covered by truck stops. And we will have a closer look at especially this use case in a couple of minutes. Let's put numbers behind that. If we look at the numbers that Julien also just presented, we talk about 21 million commercial vehicles in total in operation across the three key regions until 2035. This big fleet requires more than 600 terawatt hours of energy demand until 2035. And just to give you an example for Europe, that would mean we have about 5 million commercial vehicles in operation until 2035, requiring 160 terawatt hours of energy demand. Let me summarize the key insights you see here on this chart. Even though the light commercial vehicles account for the majority of the vehicles, 2/3 of it in particular, they only require 11% of the entire commercial fleet energy demand. On the contrary, if you look at the heavy-duty trucks, they account for only 18% of the commercial vehicle fleet, but require more than 50% of the energy demand. So they are the key driver of this large increase in energy demand going forward. This large energy demand also requires a lot of charging points. On this chart, you see across the entire regions the charging forecast that we project under 2035. In total, more than 10 million charging points are needed. 2 million charging points in the US, 3 million in Europe, and 5 million in China. 90% of them will be located at depots, but we still talk about 185,000 truck stop chargers required in these three key regions. And to make it even more tangible for you, in Europe, for example, we talk about 60,000 truck stop chargers overall. If you take into account the average size of a typical truck stop station of about 20 charging points, we have about 3,000 stations where trucks need to be charged. Most of them will be located along the major transportation corridors of the TEN-T network. This requires a lot of energy, and especially on truck stop charging, it's worth to have a closer look. What you see here on the slide is just an example calculation for Europe 2030, and we took into account a typical long-haul truck route starting at a depot, having 2 driving stints with 4.5 hours of driving and a 45-minute break. We calculated 4 scenarios. 2 different charging speeds, 400 kilowatt and 800 kilowatt, and 2 different battery sizes, the 600 kilowatt hour battery and the 900 kilowatt hour battery. 2 main takeaways that you can see here on this analysis is, first of all, if we talk about the 600 kilowatt hour battery, which is quite common at the moment, you need megawatt charging. Otherwise, the truck will not be able to reach the final depot. The second insight you see here is, with the 400 kilowatt charging speed, if you have higher battery sizes, you can make it work. However, you need still to take into account different consumption patterns, for example, hilly areas, adverse weather conditions that drive up consumption and make this use case still hard to achieve. So, key point is, we will see a mix of truck charging speeds at truck charging locations, but megawatt charging is a crucial cornerstone of making long-haul truck charging work. What does it mean for the grid in the end? So let's tackle the last question we wanted to touch upon. So this sounds like a lot of energy demand. So you remember the 600 terawatt hours. And if you look at like an average truck, it easily consumes annually the same amount of energy as 30 households do. But comparing it to the average energy demand of these 3 regions, it's actually feasible. So we only talk about 3 to 5% additional increase in energy demand. Is the problem therefore solved? Likely not. Because the problem that we don't see here on the slide is peak demand. Similar to passenger cars, we expect also trucks to not charge all equally distributed across the day. So we will have peak demands hitting the grids and therefore making smart charging technologies, battery storage solutions, as well as, of course, the essential grid upgrades on the long term, an essential part to make electric truck charging work over the long term. Let's summarize.
Yes, so let's summarize the key insights. Number 1, by 2035, commercial vehicles will be electrified at more than 50% across all vehicle segments except for long-haul heavy-duty trucks. Number 2, they will charge predominantly at depot charging. Number 3, megawatt chargers will be an important enabler for long-haul heavy-duty truck applications, but HPC 400 kilowatt charging will be sufficient for most other applications. And fourth, while the electric fleet will only consume 3 to 5% of energy demand, it will pose significant challenges to the grid in terms of peak load requirements. Now, let's wrap up the discussion and move over to our fantastic panelists to continue our conversation. Please welcome Dr. Jürgen Wagner, SVP Engineering Truck at MAN, Katharina Tomov, SVP Global ESG at DHL, Kim Kohlmeier, Policy Manager, E-Mobility, Freight and Charging, and Roel Vissers, Chief Commercial Officer at Milence. First of all, thank you very much for being with us today and sharing your perspectives. We'd like to start maybe with each one of you briefly describing how you are involved in commercial vehicle electrification and how your company is involved.
At first, thanks for the invitation to speak about the charging and the infrastructure. So I'm representing MAN as an OEM. So we are one of Europe's leading commercial vehicle manufacturers. So, and we are, let's say, are responsible for the key element at first, and that's the truck. But in the end, especially when we talk about electrified trucks, we have to consider about the whole ecosystem. That's why it's great that we have such a diverse guests here. So I'm looking forward for a discussion.
Yeah, also from me, thank you. It's really great to be here. TNE is an environmental organization that is also a think tank, so we have the numbers, but also an opinion, I always say. And we are working to have a zero-emission traffic and system and energy system in the near future, let's say. That's our goal, our vision.
Yeah, warm welcome also from my side. I work for DHL, the main logistics company. We operate globally around 125,000 vehicles, and we managed to electrify already around 36,000, and we want to go full. We have a target to have net zero emissions by 2050 and also intermediate targets to reach that. So we're really keen to go electric and go green, and that's why I'm looking forward to some drive on this panel.
Good, thank you. So I'm Roel at Milence. At Milence, we are the leading European charging network, the CPO, the joint venture of Daimler, Volvo, and Quantron. And so we're here to build this European network of dedicated heavy-duty charging hubs. The target is 1,700 plugs before the end of 2027, and I'm quite convinced that we will make that target. So again, very much looking forward to this discussion.
Let me start with the first question to you, Jürgen. When we talk about commercial vehicles electrification, from your point of view as MAN, what are the main challenges as a commercial vehicles manufacturer?
Yeah, I think there are a few challenges. And the most important one, let's say the truck is also a commercial good. So our customers, they have to earn money, yeah? So in the end, it's important that we secure their business with a charging infrastructure, but in the second part is that they can, from a financial perspective, work operative, yeah, and be positive. So we need to have to come to a low energy price, yeah, and that's for me the key issues. I think the products are there. You see it all over the fair and every booth. I think every manufacturer has the product, but now we need to get the trucks on the road. We have to gain trust so that the customers believe. We need to set up this charging infrastructure, and we need to take the evidence that it's really cheaper to drive an electric truck. And that's for me, in the end, the key.
Katharina, now we've heard the vehicle OEM's perspective. You as a fleet operator, fleet owner, could you elaborate how we could simplify the journey towards electric commercial vehicles for you?
I mean, Jürgen described it already well. I mean, if it's cheaper to drive electric, I think that's the main driver for many people. Like, you can think, if you think about your private life, you also take commercial decisions. So if I say from DHL perspective, I said we drive 36,000 e-vehicles already, but the majority of them are delivery vans. So while you're right that the availability is increasing, and I would say for that segment, it's really let's go for it. But if we look at heavy-duty vehicles, the availability is still just getting there. So to give you an example, in some countries we ordered in 2017. That's 7 years ago, I know, because my son was just born then. And now when on his 7th birthday, we got the first 2 trucks. So the lead time used to be quite long and much longer than we anticipated. So first, I would say they need to be there. If you talk about simplification, that's the first thing. The second is, and we've heard this already in the first 15 minutes, is the infrastructure. If you look at your passenger cars or also the delivery vehicles, I'm not saying it's easy to charge them, but at least they're charging points. I'm keen to understand how many charging points we have for heavy-duty vehicles at the moment in Europe. To my knowledge, I think it's below 10, and I don't mean 1,000, just 10. So I think it's 3, but correct me if I'm wrong. You just imagine Europe, and you have the truck finally, after those 7 years you want to drive, and then there are 3 charging points in Europe. So I think that's something that definitely we need to increase. And then the grid stability and having the grid was also already mentioned. When we look at our delivery vans, we can charge them overnight. They don't, so the range that they charge, it's okay during the day. but the heavy-duty vehicles will need to charge during the day also. So we cannot rely on the night capacity of the grid. So I would say that's the third thing to address if I have to reduce it to 3. And of course, if it's 3 times the price to a diesel vehicle, it will always be difficult to go into mass rollout. And that's what we want, because we want electrification now and not in, I don't want to sit in another 7 years here and say my son turned 14 and we still only have X electric vehicles.
Very clear points from customer point of view as well as from OEM point of view. What we haven't discussed about is the policy point of view. Kim, what can be done on policy point of view to further fuel electrification?
So first of all, I agree with a lot of what has been said already. I just want to have a bit of a more optimistic viewpoint also on it, because with trucks, it was just like compared with cars, and trucks and cars are very different in that. With trucks, we've known for now maybe 4 years that we will go pretty much full electric. With cars, it took like forever to ramp it up. So I'm completely on your side. We need to get the charging infrastructure now, and I know that we are all kind of impatient for it. But also it had less time. I just want to say that, and I think it will come now. We now have finally the tender, and I also think it's too late, but we have it now. So at least in Germany, I think we go forward. But now to go to the policy sides, I think there's different points. So from the big policy side, for example, the European side, for example, I think it is really good to think about having, and you will disagree with me, some kind of a fleets mandate, because we now have a mandate for the OEMs, and they now have like a certain regulation, so that I think now the fleets need some mandate, especially the big fleets, to have some kind of electrification. I know that probably I will have a disagreement with you on this. But on the other hand, I also think, yes, on the other hand,
I can explain why, but I'll let you finish.
Thank you. On the other hand, what I also think about is more smaller regulations. For example, we are doing a study now on depot charging, and where the regulations are not there yet, so where the challenges are in depot charging to build a depot that actually can drop. I mean, with a depot, you can really drop the TCO so well if you do the depot design, let's say, smart. So if you have like a good regulation that really thinks about how can we promote to have good depot charging, it will really promote the electrification of trucks. And finally, something that is really, really important to me, I still think we also need some funding for the SMEs, because the big companies, the big fleet owners can do it, and I know probably you also want funding, but they can do it better. But then you have the really small companies, and it's 80% in Germany. And for them, the investment in the beginning, which is higher, the TCO will be lower in the end, and but they can't have this opportunity that you have with electric trucks, that actually the TCO really does drop. Because they cannot afford the investment upfront. So I think there we really need to have good credits, like in Germany with the KfW, and some help also with the trucks.
Katharina, I think you wanted to respond.
No, actually I think in many points I do agree, especially on the SME part. I think First, the TCO is not yet at a break even, so that's the first thing. It's not only the capital investment, but it's the overall. But I do agree that it's far more difficult there, and we see that because we partner with them. We have ambitious targets, and we can only reach them if they come along with us, because a lot of our transportation is subcontracted with them. So if they don't partner with us, we can go as far as we want. So I fully agree with you on that. I also understand the thought behind the targets. It's just if it's not feasible to operate them, I think we're not helping the industry with that. And I can only say for DHL, and I know also for several of our competitors, look into the targets we voluntarily set ourselves. Nobody forced us to, they're already there. So my view, currently it's not about the targets that we miss. So if I had to focus from a political view, that's not where I would focus first. I think that's maybe where we might have a disagreement.
But can I just, we are just talking now. I agree, I agree that it has to be feasible. Like, I'm totally on your side, and also, but if we start a European regulation now, we all know that it won't be there in like 2 years. So, I mean, this is very far-fetched, so to say. And with the TCO, I understand what you're saying. It's not always like elaborate yet. But there are some, like I have talked with colleagues of yours, with other companies, that say, actually in some cases it is lower, and in some it isn't. And most cases probably it isn't, that I agree with, and it will get better. But I just wanted to say it's not always that the
For the smaller ones, it's more there, yes. And policy does help. So if we don't have to pay the same toll, for example, that's a part of it. So I think there are many ways how you can incentivize it. Okay.
So several of you have mentioned charging as a key enabler to electrification. Katharina, again, as a fleet operator, maybe you can elaborate a bit on what are your customer needs when it comes to charging specifically to make it work?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the depot charging. That's something we look into. So we have a policy, every building we build has to have charging infrastructure. So that's already there. And we charge also a lot of our current fleet at our own depots. But this is a bit simpler, and I'm only saying a bit simpler because the engineers in our company will else say, what, this was not simple. But it's simpler to do this for smaller vehicles. But just to put into perspective, a heavy-duty vehicle charging equals roughly, so you have an idea, 60 delivery vans being charged. So even if we have a large depot, that's one of them equals 60. So I don't think we can solve it ourselves this time. I think the rest was, for the smaller, it was okay. But now we need to have it more across the industries. We can, I think it's easy to get a heat map of Europe, for example, or in any country, where are the most logistic streams going on road. And it doesn't make sense that we would be the only ones. So I think really infrastructure is the part where we can contribute, but where this is a key changer if that works. I'm very convinced. Elsewhere in this chicken and egg situation, especially the smaller ones, well, if we can't charge, we won't buy it. OEMs might say if they don't buy it, we don't build in that capacity, then they don't have the price that you need. So it's this everyone waiting for everyone. So I think if all move, we can move and say we do some in our depots, and we offer the heat map where to build them. Policy helps to build the infrastructure, and consortiums like Milence, I think, will also help once really upscaled and significant charging is there.
I mean, that's a good segue. Maybe, Royal, you can elaborate a little bit on the specific needs around the truck stop charging. We've discussed depot charging, but specifically truck stop charging. Mm-hmm. What are the needs of customers when it comes to that use case?
Well, I think as was already said, right, I think we are at Milence, we are an enabler of electric transportation in Europe. And it's a very cost-competitive industry. So I think in the end we have a full rest and recharge concept. We have secure truck stops. We take care of the driver. We also charge the driver. We charge the truck. I think that's the full cycle. But in the end, it comes down to cost, right? It comes down to TCO. So we have also been very clear in our pricing strategy. I think we have sent quite a strong signal that our pricing is 39.9 cents at all our hubs, which is definitely different than most of the car charging hubs. Again, as was said a few times before, car charging is not truck charging. Yeah. But that also comes with a benefit, right? Because if a truck charges at our network, it equals 60 vans, right? So it also creates a business case. If we look at building the network, so we have today we have 3 hubs operational. We have more or less 15 in construction. And yesterday we announced that we have 70 in preparation for construction before the end of next year. So that means that by the end of next year, the majority of the highways in Northern Western Europe will be covered with charging hubs. Our charging hubs are dedicated for trucks, right? So the bay will be available, not for the van, but for the truck to charge. What we see in building the network is that we have 3 main challenges, which obviously is grid, like everyone. And grid is not, right, in the end, it's also, the luck we have is that we can choose a location where to build the charging hub where there is grid. If you already have a network of hundreds of depots, if there's no grid, your depot is still there, right? So I think that it's harder. However, the speed of when we get a grid connection, or even worse, in some locations we're already waiting for 9 months to just get an email back from the grid operator. I think that definitely doesn't help in building the network. It's grids, it permits, but it's also funding. And obviously we have been very lucky with our shareholders in receiving quite a decent funding. But the reason why we are, at this point in time, the leading charge point operator in Europe for trucks is because simply the whole chicken and egg situation, the business case doesn't work today for trucks. Because there's no trucks, so you don't have a business case. And I believe that we definitely should look into also funding the CPOs in building this network in the end to suit our customers.
You mentioned building out the network. That's obviously the prerequisite. What other customer needs do you see in terms of availability of the site, in terms of integration with fleet management systems and such?
I think that's a very good one. And by the way, I also like your comment about depot charging. And so we are building a booking reservation platform. What we see is when we speak with industry is that there's a big need for, right? People want to know that if I send my truck there, is the charger available and can actually get the energy I need. And in the end, and this, right, hopefully we will be there very soon, but in the end this will be, our view is that this will be quite a dynamic system where we are linked to the GPS locations, to the live data from the trucks, and that when we know when a truck is late or not late, in the end we optimize the slots and the reservations of our sites. In the end, that will only benefit the TCO of everybody. Right, so that's if we get higher utilizations at our site, we can lower the price. The TCO will work better for in the end for everybody.
Maybe just one point to add. I think you listed really all, from a customer perspective, the relevant points. Is the speed also varies. So with the trucks charging, since it's probably also been done during the day. Yeah. Of course, the driver doesn't have as much time as versus you charge it overnight. I mean, I think that's clear to everyone who drives a vehicle themselves. Yeah. If you charge it at home overnight, you don't mind whether it's 3 hours or 8 or 10. But if you pull to the side and you're waiting for it, it of course needs to be quicker, which is an additional demand, as if we didn't have enough, but just to complete it.
No, thank you for adding that. I think so. We have at Milence we have the maximum power promise, right? Which means that if a truck can take X kilowatt hour or X kilowatt in power, then we will deliver. So load balancing doesn't work in truck charging, at least not on route truck charging. So if a customer plans for a 45-minute stop, the truck needs to be charged in 45 minutes. And I think it's up to us as a CPO to have the right technology, which is either a good reservation booking system or on-site batteries if we need that to deliver that energy.
Or alternatively, if Jürgen develops trucks that go 500, 600, 700K, then the charging also becomes less.
Yeah. But I think, let me add something. I think that's really an important point, because from our perspective, adding just batteries to a truck isn't the right business case and isn't the right way to go forward. Because in the end, adding batteries to a truck will add costs and will drive weight, so we'll have disadvantages in payload. So we really have to provide, from a manufacturer perspective, from a truck manufacturer perspective, the ideal setup. And to a customer's needs, and this has to be then combined by an intelligent infrastructure. And that's, for me, fast, as you said, fast charging infrastructure is the key. So we are working a lot together to really provide that, because we have to use the standing and the rest time of the truck, because the truck has to be on the street, so we have to use the 45-minute braking time or the loading time in the depots, and that's the only way, let's say, to come to really positive and scaling of electrified trucks, and not putting 10 batteries on a truck, yeah?
Let me jump on what you just mentioned, maybe jump to that question actually, because it fits quite well. So as we've also had a look at the megawatt charging system versus the CCS, Jürgen, what's your view from OEM point of view? So will all the trucks commit to one standard? Do they want to have, or likely not want to have, but do they need two standards in one vehicle? So what's the way forward in that sense to really also cater the vehicle to these needs that you need to have really high power charging or megawatt charging at the truck stops, while in parallel you also need to cater for like overnight depot charging?
So at first I'm really glad that we all in Europe come to one opinion that we need a standardization. And I think here we made really a huge step that we, all of us, commit to MCS, because I think that's really a key, because that's, let's say, the one basic factor to scale the infrastructure. So we believe in MCS, because MCS will be the standard for electric trucks, and you also can work with different energy levels, so or voltage current levels. So you can charge with low current, perhaps overnight, but you also can use a high current to really enable fast charging. So that's why MCS is for us the standard. So in between, till MCS will be available, but Roel, you're more the expert than I here. I think we will see in the step in between, so the first vehicles that now on the street, you will see CCS, but this will be an intermediate step, and I think hopefully in short term, MCS will be available in a wide range, and then I think that's the standard to go.
Yeah, maybe I think that's very important, right? Megawatt charging is very often confused with charging at high powers. Right, but megawatt charging is in the end just the plug size and the communication protocol. And you can also do slow charging with a megawatt charger. So in the end, it's about the robustness of the new standard which we build. Right, so Milence, we are a very strong supporter, and we will have the first megawatt chargers probably before the end of the year already at one of our first hubs. But obviously, right, I think that's, well, important to clarify, I guess.
And we see also many equipment manufacturers already going in this direction, actually, which is promising. But Kim, from your point of view, also how to enable that kind of standard?
Yeah, so let me first say that I'm not as optimistic, or let me say I don't have a as strong viewpoint on it yet, because I think it will be seen if we will keep CCS or MCS. It will come a bit, but if it will be really the charging standard in the end, it will be seen, because it's also more expensive. And we've just heard the TCO and the price tag over and over again, and then with MCS, all of a sudden we're like, oh yeah, we'll just put it in every truck, because I mean we do need one standard in the end. Yeah. It will not be in the end. It will not be two standards anymore. So let's see. I'm not convinced of either. I'm really curious to see what happens, and what would have to happen for the standardization is mostly have a standardization. I think they're on the way, and then but this is really boring now actually. In the AFIA there's an Annex 2. And that needs to be changed, but I mean that's I think not what anyone wants to hear here. I think it's more what is really interesting in this is really more like how will the use case differ or change? And I mean now everyone is talking about the length of charging because it's new, and I think everyone is like really keen on like pushing it down, pushing it down, pushing it down. I don't know if in the end, then the kilowatt hour is, I don't know, 20 cents more. I don't know if the logistics firms will still be so impressed by the fast charging, or if not, maybe they will have 10 minutes more to charge CCS. So let's see. I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, but I think this is also a very important topic, because in my belief, MCS charging will be cheaper than CCS. Right? So in the end, if you look at the total cost of technology of an MCS charger versus CCS charger and how much energy you can dispense on an MCS charger, it's actually cheaper to charge on an MCS charger. Right? So, and I know that the commercial models out there today, you pay more for a higher power, but actually, if you look at from a cost point of view, that's not per se true.
Yeah, I'm open for that. I love MCS. I'm just.
And in the end, I think that's an important point, because when you consider from a business case perspective, slow charging, if a truck is standing there 2 hours, how much an operator has to really charge to be, let's say, positive in the financial earnings. So that's why I think also that from a business case perspective, we will see fast charging, because that's the only way to earn money with that. Yeah.
Let's make a bet.
So we're talking about high charging speed. The difficulty is the grid, right? Any views on how we can overcome the challenge that the grid might restrict the peak load that we actually need for commercial vehicle charging?
Perhaps I'm not the expert as an OEM, but we can support that a little bit, because I think that's really an issue. So we need to have smart fleet management operational systems, and that's where also we can, as an OEM, chip in. And also we have to, let's say, provide data and have a strong communication. I think that's what we can do as an OEM, but I think that's perhaps more you will have more, let's say, yeah, more facts on that. What is the need? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think so. Obviously, the grid is a challenge, and if the grid would not have been a challenge, we would already have had built tens of sites today. That's the main reason why, well, we are still only at 3 in this case. But I think we also, obviously, right, so I think it's great that we have this kind of emergency now because of the grids. And yes, we need to act on the grids. But I think we also need to be fair that there will not be 10,000 electric trucks on the road next year. I wish it could be true, but then I don't think the OEMs can actually manufacture those amounts. So we also have a certain time to actually get the grids in place to run in parallel with the increasing amount of trucks on the grid. So I think it's great that we have the emergency. Yes, we need to act today. I think it's a no-risk investment to upgrade the grids. But on the other hand, it is already possible today. We have 3 hubs. We have 35 with confirmed grid connections. We have 70 contracted with very good probabilities on getting the grid. So on all those 70 routes, and in the end it will build one big network, we can already start today with many thousands of trucks today. And I think that's from a en-route perspective, right?
Yeah, I like the optimism, and I don't want to destroy it. So I think you're right. We do have some time. I mean, we could put thousands on the road. We already have thousands on the road. We could put more, but the question is, would they be available in that time? But nevertheless, I really want to emphasize that grid is an issue. I mean, we're a logistics provider, yes, and we do warehousing and supply chain business for our customers, but the amount of time I have spent in management meetings looking at the energy strategy for us as a logistics provider in building our own solar, trying to add to the grid capacity as a consumer, and I think it's gone up enormously. And the reason for that is also that we feel we do have to contribute, because maybe the grid will not be where it needs to be, or at least more positively, everyone needs to contribute to the grid so we can suffice what has been shown there, which is the demand that will be much, much bigger to now. It's incrementally, I think you said it's only 3%, but in total as how much it is massive, and we have had non-deployments because of the grid. I can say that today, so when you say we can start today, I agree, but we could be elsewhere if it wasn't for the grid as well.
Oh, I agree.
And I think we really, sorry, but I think we really have to distinguish here. I think public charging, the grid, that won't be that much of a problem, because there we know where we're going. I think the depot charging there, the grid is much of a bigger problem, so that really makes a difference. And everyone is always talking about anticipatory grid planning, and everyone loves it. But then I mean, it has a reason why we did grid planning like we did it by now, because you need to know where you go. So I think we should act now, but I think no one even knows what anticipatory grid planning actually means. Everyone loves the word, and I love it too. But so I think we really have to go test a lot and go faster in all accounts.
So our time is coming to an end. I'd like to finish on a high note, though.
Yeah.
Maybe like a rapid round. What is the one wish that you would have regarding commercial vehicle electrification? Roel, let's start with you.
Yeah, although what I just said, right, but my big wish is indeed unlimited grid capacity.
Speed. And I don't mean speeding on the road, but just that we get going.
My wish is that we see the problems that there are at the moment as a great challenge that we can overcome, and not as, oh, there's a problem, so we don't start.
I think also open-mindedness from my perspective, because we're in a traditional industry, and I think also we need to be positive and open-minded, and also try the technology, and that's important for me. Yeah?
Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing your perspectives today, and thank you all for joining our session today.
Thank you. Thank you.
And a special thank you to Marcus and Julian for moderating this panel. You can make your way out this way. The rest of you can make your way to lunch, but we are continuing our program here on the main stage again at 1:45 p.m. We will have 3, count them, 1, 2, 3 C-level keynotes for you when we come back at 1:45. That's in 1 hour. See you then.
We in, are we running out of time? We in, are we running out of time? You said, baby, I'll be home soon. I waited all the afternoon. Your mama hates this sound. I fought for you at the wedding of your sister, said aloud, so loud, so loud. We in, are we running out of time? We in, are we running out of time? And we were like the moldy beaches, like the moldy beaches, like the moldy beaches, bright. We were like the moldy beaches, like the moldy beaches, like the moldy beaches, bright. Saw you waving and you last died for sure. But I keep on calling when I'm drunk. I miss you so when I saw. Like the moldy beaches, like the moldy beaches, like the moldy beaches, bright. We were like the moldy beaches, like the moldy beaches, like the moldy beaches, bright. are broken. I just wanna dance with you. All my friends want closer. I just wonder how you do. Hello, hello. All my friends want to move on. I just wanna say hello. And I said, I haven't heard in a while. Still wonder how you do. Hello, hello. All my friends are hiding. I just wanna call you God. All my friends are broken. I just wanna dance with you. Haven't heard for ages. Still wonder how you do. Hello, all my friends about utopia. I just want Netflix with you. All my friends are broken. I just wanna dance with you. Haven't heard for ages. Maybe I should call you. Hello, hello.
Wow, I was not expecting this many people after lunch. Welcome, welcome, welcome back to our main stage program here at the IAA Transportation. I hope you had a good lunch break. I hope you're sitting comfortably because we have an amazing afternoon of keynote speakers from the C-suite for you today. We are continuing with our topic, Meet the Pioneers of Transformation. Our first keynote is on that topic of transformation. It comes to us from the CEO for Mercedes-Benz Trucks at Daimler Truck AG. Please give a warm main stage welcome to Karin Radström.
When you walk around the fair here, I think it's quite cool to see how many great innovations you see. And of course, what warms my heart a little bit more is to see so many different and fantastic looking electric trucks. At the same time, I think registrations this year in Europe, maybe the market will be something like 300,000 heavy duty. And out of that, zero-emission trucks will only be around 1% to 2%, maybe. And somehow that picture doesn't really fit. So I wanted to spend the next 15 minutes with you to talk about what I think it takes to make sure that that number very quickly rises in Europe, because I think that's what Europe needs, and that's what our environment needs. It's actually a pretty simple equation, and I have it here behind me. If one of our customers, a long haul or a haulier, is going to transition from running a diesel fleet to an electric fleet, three things need to come into place. The first is product. They need an electric truck. The second is that it has to make sense for them from a cost perspective. They're all running their business on quite slim margins, often 1%, 2%, 3%. So they're not going to make the switch to electric unless they can afford it. So we have to see a positive business case. And thirdly, the infrastructure needs to be there. They need to know that they can charge the truck on the road, in the depot, and that they are getting home safely in the evening and not getting stuck somewhere. And I think, as most of you know a little bit of math, if one of the factors in the equation is zero, that means it's not going to fly. So let's have a little bit of a deep dive into these three different factors and look at where we are. Starting with product. We are showing at this year's IAA our eActros 600. Very proud that yesterday we got a very nice confirmation from the jury of the International Truck of the Year, that this is the Truck of the Year for 2025. So this is really, really a great truck. And why we are so proud of this truck and why I think it's so important as part of the equation is that this truck has a range of 500 kilometers on one charge. And we know that half of the long-haul trips in Europe are 500 kilometers or shorter, which means that we could actually replace a lot of diesel traffic already today without even having to rely on public transport. We've also tested this truck thoroughly. We actually went on a pan-European testing tour this summer. We took two eActros 600 starting in Frankfurt. We drove all the way up to the North Cape. We went down through the Baltic, Finland and the Baltic states, all the way down to Spain, to Tarifa, and then back up to Wörth, where we have our factory. So we drove over 15,000 kilometers, fully loaded the whole way. We had a long discussion if we should bring an extra or like an emergency truck, but we didn't, and luckily we didn't need one. So I think it shows that these trucks are really ready to go into series production, and we will put them into series production starting in November. What was quite remarkable on this journey was we had temperatures between 7 and up to 30-something degrees. We were running fully loaded the whole way, and across the whole trip, our measurement truck reached an average consumption of 103 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers, which actually exceeded even my very high expectations. And it actually means that on many days of this trip, we could have driven over 600 kilometers on one charge. I think our consumption was, on the best days, 80-something, and on the worst days, 140. So quite a broad range, but on average, then 103, which I think is a fantastic sign also for electrification in general. Because if you convert 103 kilowatt hours into what it would correspond to in diesel, that would equal less than 10 liters of diesel consumption per 100 kilometers, meaning the electric truck is more than twice as efficient as a diesel truck. No, up. Yeah, a lot of positive things about the truck. Very positive also is that we already have 2,000 firm orders, which I think speaks for that next year we will go much beyond the 1 to 2% of registrations in Europe being electric. But the next question I wanted to talk about is the total cost of operation. And I think most of you know that an electric truck is more expensive than a diesel truck. It costs somewhere between 2 to 3 times more to buy. But what's really positive is that we start to see a positive business case actually in many of our major European markets. If I take Germany, for instance, with the diesel and electricity prices that we have on average here, we actually see that for our customers who drive the truck, say, 600,000 kilometers or hold it for 5 years, and if you look at the purchasing price and the running cost, and add on top something which is very positive in Germany, the differentiated Maut or CO2 road toll, we actually get to a positive business case. And I think this is really what will make this start to take off. So I'm very, very positively seeing on that, and I think it has changed a lot just over the last years, because we are now coming into the segments that are really running more kilometers. And as you understand the math, if the truck is more expensive to buy, but less expensive to run, the longer you're running the truck, the faster you get to break even. So this is also why we've been working so hard to address the long-haul segment, which is the hardest one to decarbonize and the most important one. So we don't see it, I would say, 100% across all countries and all applications, but we do see more and more that there is a positive business case for our customers to switch to e-mobility. Then the last part of the puzzle is the infrastructure. And this, I believe, is becoming more and more the roadblock for all of Europe to transition to zero-emission transport. We have today in Europe around 600 charge points for heavy-duty trucks. And we have calculated, we believe, that by 2030, we need 35,000 charge points. And that's not some fantasy number that I made up. That's just calculating backwards from the CO2 targets that are set on us as an industry. In order to deliver on those, we need 35,000 charge points. And that means we need to build 400 charge points a month to get to the targets of 35,000. And this is really where we need to speed up and where we need to see much more initiatives. I saw that Anja van Niersen is speaking after me, so I think she will bring up some positive examples on what's happening in Europe in the scheme of charging. She's running the company Milence, where Daimler Truck, together with Volvo and Traton, have invested to have 1,700 charge points by 2027. So that goes some way. It was also very positive this morning at the Hpdi opening ceremony to hear Minister Wissing also committing to building 4,200 charge points in Germany in the next years. So there is some movement, but my feeling is still that there is a little bit disconnect between the plan for infrastructure and the very tough targets that we as an industry have with regards to CO2 and the targets that we as society have committed to when we signed on for the Paris Agreement. So to summarize, and before I hand over to Anja, I would like to say the trucks are more and more getting ready, and I think that's not only Daimler Truck. I think we see it also with our competitors. I haven't had the chance to walk around with all of them, but I think everyone is announcing now that the vehicles are getting ready. Secondly, the business case is becoming better and better for our customers. Would, of course, also help to have the same kind of CO2 incentives that we see in Germany across other European markets. I think it's a challenge for us as an industry that every country is doing a little bit different. Some are doing nothing, some are doing a lot, and sometimes also with quite short notice, which makes the future very unpredictable for our customers. It's very hard for them to calculate how the business case for e-mobility versus diesel will look if we look 3 to 4 years into the future. But my feeling is that it's moving in the right direction, and we will see more and more CO2 tolls or other types of CO2 systems coming into place. So positively optimistic. And I think what really now needs to start moving faster and with much more determination is to see much more charging infrastructure being built up. And I think it can be, and Milence is a proof of that, it can be a positive commercial business case. But in this phase that we are right now, where our customers want to buy the trucks, but they are uncertain about the infrastructure, and the infrastructure providers, many of them know they need to go in this direction, but they don't really see enough trucks on the road to be able to do that investment. It would be helpful during this transition period with some little bit political push to make sure we just get that done. It's not complicated, it's not rocket science, we don't need to invent any new things, and I think it's also one of the easiest measures we as society can take to decarbonize Europe. So with that, I hope I can come back here in 2 years and tell you that a lot has happened and tell you that we are hopefully more in the 10 to 20% at least, and in 4 years, at least half of the trucks in Europe should be electric or hydrogen. Thank you.
Karin, thank you very much. We'll be sure to check in with you again in 2 years and see where we are. We are moving ahead with our C-level keynotes. I am pleased to introduce you to our next pioneer of transformation. Speaking to us today on the topic of European infrastructure, please welcome the CEO at Milence, Anja van Neersen.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I already got introduced by Karin pretty well, so I will not spend that much time on who we are. But I'm the CEO for Milence, and we're here to create Europe's largest public charging network, and we are building it now. And what I want to share with you today is how we are creating some progress. We were only founded 2 years ago, and I will go through this pretty quickly, with a clear commitment to electrification of zero-emission road transport, especially the long haul. And Daimler was part of that, Karin already mentioned that, as well as Volvo and Traton. And with the 3 major OEMs here in Europe, they gave a clear commitment to this electrification. It is also clearly our mission that we are built here to accelerate this electrification of heavy-duty vehicles. And by doing that, we need to make sure that the infrastructure is there. Because no transport company will start buying trucks if they don't trust the fact that the infrastructure is going to be there. So we expect a very rapid growth in the coming years. The trucks are available, and there will be more and more trucks being available. They are coming from the production lines as we speak, and that will be increased in the coming years. The regulatory conditions, think about the CO2 targets that are put on a European basis. They are already in place, although being discussed again, but they are there for us. And taking that into account and seeing what we are, which I will share with you in a minute, we expect at least 400,000 electrified trucks on the road, and by 2030, 50% of the new sales should be fully electric. And then how many fast charging outlets does Europe need? Karen mentioned just 35,000, I think. We did our math, and we have a bit of a different look at it. If we look at the first 15 to 17 countries in Europe in the coming years, coming 5 years, we think with 11,000 charging points well positioned, we can cater for the electrification of the trucks in the first 15 to 17 countries. But if we really do it clever, with only 1,000 charging locations across Europe, we can cater for 90%, a little bit more than 90%, of the full electrified fleets. Think about that. So that are only 1,000 locations well positioned across Europe. And that seems a bit more reachable than 35,000 chargers. So if we focus on 1,000 locations to electrify 90% of the fleet, we are already ahead of the curve. So by 2030, optimally located high-power stations will help us to do that. And what is that? And that is where we are bringing the megawatt charging solution into the equation. Megawatt charging is a new standard. It doesn't say that every output is necessarily going to be 1 megawatt. You can steer a megawatt charger from, let's say, 50 kilowatt hours up to 3 megawatt, if you would like to. So it is a standard deliberately developed for the truck system, so with high reliability, high predictability, so to cater to the production process of the transport logistics. Our plan is that we have at least 1,700 charge points by 27 and beyond. What we have revealed yesterday here on our stand in the press release is that as we speak, we have 70 locations in the building. That means they are almost ready to be commissioned, or they will start building, or somewhere in the process. We can say for sure that in the coming 12 to 14 months, these 70 hubs will become reality and will be brought live. That is the equivalent of 570 charge points by the end of next year, going further to roughly 900 charge points by the end of 27. That means that we are at roughly 50% of the 1,700 that we were aiming for. These 70 locations are spread across 10 countries, making it possible to start driving from Stockholm to Valencia, from Bordeaux to Warsaw. So the TEN-T corridors, the routes that are very important for the transport sector, and we talk to them, we listen to where they want to utilize those trucks, they are covered with our initial network. And here you see the map, which is in an interactive version available at our site in Hall 12. Here you see the locations in different stages of deployment that we are working on today. The dark ones, the green ones, are already in operations, where we see the utilization taking place. The red ones are to be commissioned in the coming weeks, also here in Germany. And the gray ones are in the planning to start building and to be commissioned. 70 hubs in the coming 12 to 14 months. If you plan them across the 10T network, so the major transportation networks, you see that a lot is already covered with these 70 hubs, but you also see very clearly where the white spots still are. So that is also for us the sign that we need to start focusing on those areas. And you can imagine that if you start building a company like this, you first start acquiring the locations because you want to start building out quickly. And now we are more in the process of going into fine-tuning. If you now take the routes and you take the average battery capacity of an electric truck, which is now on the road, you can easily drive already across Europe with the hubs that we have announced. So in a year from now, and that's about the moment that people start ordering a truck right now, and we keep on in our building process, that in a year from now, it is absolutely no problem anymore to utilize the 10T corridors and to go with a full load, either hub to spoke, or even on the long haul to stay over at one of the Milence locations. And this is a picture. This is not a rendering. This is a picture of, I think, if I look at it, our location in Antwerp, which is utilized as we speak. We are building locations where it is not only about getting energy, but it's also safe and secure truck parking. Because we take care of the driver, we take care of the cargo. So we make sure that the right amenities are there, that we know exactly what the driver needs, and we make sure that it's there at the location. You can imagine that building a charging hub for a truck is something else than building a charger alongside the road for a car. A car is not a truck is not a car. We have to deal with a lot of more safety requirements, bigger amounts of energy, mid-voltage, maybe even at some point go to high voltage. So the whole installation requires a bit more than a, let's say, average 10 to 20 stools car parking stations. And not only above the ground, also below the ground. It takes a lot more than what you would think of. One of the things that has not been addressed yet, but that is one of the things that we have to work on. This is, by the way, the megawatt charger that is at our booth. We work here with Power Electronics. And we are very fierce advocates for getting this into the standard as one and only standard for truck charging because of the reliability it provides. We start rolling out the MCS chargers at our locations as of next month. So then it will become feasible for all the trucks on the road. Getting the truck companies to our network means for us that we need to make it as easy as possible. So we need to make sure that they can find us. Sounds obvious, it's not so obvious. That they know how to enter our charging hub, that they are recognized when they are entering the gate, because everything is safe and secure and is gated, that they are steered towards the right lane, that they have booked before, so they can do the booking, and that we know who is going to be where at what time. That means a lot of IT. That's a lot of information technology, a lot of number plate recognition, a lot of plug-and-play technology, plug-and-charge technology, direct billing technology that we all have on site. Is that the only way? No. In the charging industry, you all know the EMSPs, the electromobility service providers, who can have a charging pass and they can have them in the truck. That gives access to our charging hub and they can use it to start charging. We can also give direct access, as I said before, if we know the number plate and we know the identification code of the truck, we can provide direct access and direct charging. And there's always the possibility to do a direct payment at one of our terminals. So if there is an emergency, if somebody needs to come and charge, there's always the direct payment. Our pricing currently starts at 39.9 cents. That at least has been almost half the amount that was for the car charging if you take that on a high power level. And this is a good business case. It's not that we are giving it away for free. So 39.9 cents is adding up to the total cost of operation that a logistic company needs to have a feasible business case buying an electric truck. And it's also a price where we still can have a reasonable business case. So this is a win-win on both sides. I already mentioned booking. You can imagine if you have a trucking company, it's very important that you have the planning right. You don't want to lose any time. You don't want to lose any money. So knowing where to start is extremely important. That's why by the end of this year, our booking service will be made available. Good. So know that we make it now a reality. It is now. It's not something for next year. We are building now, and we have the trucks on site. I want to stop now with a little video. So before I go off, I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anja, and thank you for the video. That woke me right up. I hope you're feeling awake and ready to absorb more of our exciting keynote series from the C-suite. Our next speaker is talking on the topic of sustainable transportation, a key issue for all of us. He is the CEO at Quantron. Please welcome Andreas Haller.
Innovative progress brings changes that are of great importance. The urgency to embrace a green energy transition within the transportation sector can no longer be overlooked. In the past decade, our commitment to innovation, engineering, and relentless drive has resulted in remarkable accomplishments and successes. Quantron is investing in a better future. Together with world-class partners, we have set ourselves the goal of making passenger and freight transport on the roads sustainable and emission-free. With the Quantron QHM FCEV Aero, we have set new records that carry its status as a true pioneer in heavy long-distance transport. The hydrogen-powered, range-topping world champion is revolutionizing long-haul trucking. It offers remarkable advances in performance and efficiency, made possible by our Quantron Inside technology built in between the axles. The 4x2 version of the Quantron QHM FCEV Aero is specifically designed to reduce drag by 20%, resulting in a notable 10% increase in its overall range improvement. The decarbonization of the transport and logistics industry is now more important than ever. With the Quantron QHM Aero, we are taking a big step towards realizing sustainable transport logistics. It offers maximum efficiency through optimized aerodynamics and energy usage, a low noise level, and is completely emission-free. Join us in driving innovation and sustainability for a greener future. Zero emission is just the beginning. The future starts now. Quantron. Empower the future.
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Andreas Haller. I'm the CEO and founder of Quantron. I would like to explain you today something more about our road to zero emission, the Quantron way. So it's important also to understand our DNA, where we are coming from, because we have also a history in our hands. We have a DNA, and that's important because we are customer-oriented and we are not a typical startup. So I would like to explain you something. It's more than 140 years ago. I'm the 5th generation of my family-owned company. It's Haller. And we were the first taxi company in Augsburg, in Bavaria, close by Munich. And we started with horses, horse-drawn carriages. It was kind of zero emission during that time, not 100%. But then it was a typical way how you became a dealership for passenger cars, because you need fuel station, a petrol station, workshop, and so on. But after the Second War, my grandfather decided to go into the truck and agriculture business. So he explained to all the farmers to put the horses and cows from the field and implement diesel tractors. Everybody told him, sorry, this is unacceptable. This is a new technology. I don't like it. Now we know this was the right decision for my grandfather. And yeah, today we are doing the same. We are explaining our customer that zero emission is the future and we have to go on a sustainable way. And that's very important. When I stepped into the company in 2001, it was always a challenge for me. What is the future? What we can do in the future with our company, also for the next generation. And I started to sell buses because this was a real good impact also for me to start with something. And the buses are the first movers in the cities to become zero emission. You know that exactly. That's why in 2011, was the first customer in front of mine and told me, Andreas, this bus you are selling as a diesel is also available as a as an electric bus, sorry. And that's why I became famous, because I sold the first electric bus in Germany who was really on the road. Not a prototype, not a demonstrator. It was really on a daily operational in the field. And I saw also big challenges in the market, and I said, okay, we have some discussions with the customers, and also said to myself, in the Haller Group, it's difficult, because we are an old economy. We are on a typical way to maintain trucks and buses on different locations. That's why I decided to make a spin-off out of the company and create a new brand on a green field, and then 2019, Quantron was born. With the challenge in the market, because I always had a problem. When I sold the electric truck, there was no infrastructure. And I come back to my team and said, we need to solve that problem. And then we had partners in place. And the next problem was that my customer was not able to finance the new technology, because the house bank was not in the position to finance that. Then we found also for that a solution. That's why we became an ecosystem. And this is the main target and the main goal for Quantron, not to become the largest OEM for zero-emission solutions, for zero-emission trucks and buses. We are a platform provider to connect the energy, the truck itself, and digital services, and sell it on a kilometer base. How we are doing that, I will explain you that. So we started with retrofitment. We started to convert trucks from diesel to zero emission. This is where we started. We did it very successful in the market. And then, as I said, the ecosystem, the Quantron as a service is the main target, the platform. What's with the product portfolio? Starting with the buses. This was my DNA. I sold the first electric bus, as I said. We have a Cesaris battery electric bus. End of next year, we will also have a hydrogen version. The heavy truck we have on hydrogen base with the fuel cell, and we have also battery electric version. And the light one, so we have 3 product lines, and the light one is based on a Iveco daily chassis. We have also integrated battery electric version, and we have also the hydrogen version already running in front of customers. It's important, and for that, our DNA is not to build the new cabin. Our DNA is to integrate the technology. So we are more a deep technology company to integrate really the system based on the chassis, what you need, not with a tank system behind the cab. We are the first company in the world who integrated the overall system with the tanks on 54 kilograms of hydrogen in the frame. So you can immediately change your truck in the fleet, so you don't have any length restriction, nothing. Yeah, but what does the customer needs? Because that's important. We can develop something, but it's important that you also can come to the market and to say, okay, it's a suitable technology, and for sure it must be on a TCO, on a total cost of ownership based on a diesel price. Without that, it's for you as a customer not really suitable without having subsidies in place. So we have both technologies. We have battery electric and we have fuel cell electric vehicles. We are believing in both technologies. We are not a company who say only this technology works. We need both technologies to decarbonize the fleet. We need an all-inclusive solution. We need the right warranties in place. You need all the maintenance costs in place, the insurance, all this stuff. And for sure, you need a price competitiveness in place. As I said, total cost of ownership is our main target, to reduce the cost immediately. And normally, this comes in place only if you are scalable. If you scale with your product, then you can reduce the cost. And if you are looking right now into the market, it's not so easy because of political reason, because of capital markets, because of different influences, but that's the main topic for us, how we can achieve that. And in the end, for you as a customer, you don't have to invest into the product. We are offering you a pay-per-kilometer offering, included the energy and the digital solutions. And we call it not transportation as a service. For us, it's Quantron as a service. The vehicle, the energy, and the service. Yeah, the future portfolio, because as I said, we started to retrofit the products, but it's important to have also a big OEM behind of you, because you need also the connectivity, and for that, we are normally here, but as you can see, we are not here. That is one reason, because we are in a tough negotiation right now. Let me say it's like a kind of an embargo with an Asian OEM, because we have to reduce the cost on the same quality base, and it must be reliable, and all the German engineering and brand and OEM stuff, what we need here in Europe. We have to reduce the cost, and that's what we are doing on a daily basis. And we are running right now on different departments, and we are working on that really hard. But sorry for that, we cannot stay here because our trucks are running right now on a validation test. And for us as a company, it's important that you have a real solid technology. Yeah, the strategic collaboration with a large commercial vehicle manufacturer is important for me personally, because we need a product which comes to the market in different areas, not only in Europe. We have quite a high interest in Latin America, in India, in GCC. For example, right now we are 100% focused on our customers based in UK, France, Turkey. We have around about 3,500 trucks right now under MOU. We have a solid base. But that's why we have a smart solution, how a small company with the right partners in place can also have a global setup. And believe me, that for me as a founder and as a family company, it's a big step to have a real global approach. And that makes me really proud also to work with my customers together in my team to make zero emission happen. So we have some key takeaways. Quantron Inside is the technology what we have inside of the truck. That's important. Quantron as a service is a CapEx-light business model for you as a customer to make the transformation to zero emission very easy and fast. Yeah, and from Bavaria to the world, scaling globally together with world-class partners. And the right partners are also my customers. And they trust us, they believe in us, even it's not so easy right now to speak about zero-emission solutions. As I said, political reasons, capital market reasons. Everybody is struggling right now. We are talking in the US with different companies. Believe me, it's not easy. But with the right partners, we have to make that happen in the future. Otherwise, if we are not able to have really on the export level right now here in Germany and also in different big companies, the engineering level to export, we are not in the position to be in the value chain if we import the green energy based on ammonia, based on hydrogen. And we are working on that. Thank you for your audience, and have a nice time together with the next presenters, and have a nice time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Andreas. Great to hear from a pioneer of transformation. Thank you for being with us here on the main stage. Our program is continuing this afternoon. Our next speaker is another high-ranking pioneer of transformation. He's a member of the Board of Management for Sales and Marketing at Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles. Please give a very warm main stage welcome to Dr. Lars Krause.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation and the friendly welcome. It's good and important that the VDA offers this platform for dialogue and exchange, because these are challenging times for the German and European industry. This applies in particular to the automotive industry. We have all responsibility for more just our own companies. We have responsibility for people, for entrepreneurs, for an environment worth living in. True to the trade fair motto, people and goods on the move, driving climate neutrality. At Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles, we formulated and anchored this vision as follows. We transport success, freedom, and future for our customers. Our vehicles transport construction workers, families, and adventurers, bread rolls, parcels, and surfboards. Every day, they help countless people around the world to do a good job. Our vehicles are used as mobile workshops, bring paramedics and police officers to wherever they are needed. This is how we move society, and this vision still applies to our brand today. Our main plant is only a few kilometers away from here, so the IAA is almost like an in-house exhibition for us. We look forward to the opportunity to present to our product portfolio here and to take part in direct contact and dialogue, just like here today. In the next few minutes, I would like to take a brief look at the light commercial vehicles market, the current sales situation and the outlook, and the very special needs for our customers. I would like to explain how we at Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles have strategically defined the path to a successful future, with a focus on the topics of electric mobility and new mobility and transport solutions. Finally, I would like to share 3 propositions to you and discuss how industry as a whole can succeed in meeting its social responsibility and asserting itself in the market and in the social environment. At a first glimpse, the sales market in Germany and Europe have recovered in recent years, in some cases returned to pre-COVID levels. According to the ICEA, the EU market for light commercial vehicles grew by almost 15% in 2023. The core markets in particular have developed strongly, like Italy, Spain, and Germany, with double-digit growth. The development continued in the first 6 months of 2024 with very similar growth rates. In terms of drive types, diesel continues to dominate in the segment with more than 90% of new registrations. It is important to note, however, that all electric drives and hybrids increased their market share compared with the previous year. If we look at the figures at Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles, by comparison, we get a very similar picture. 2023 was a very successful year for us economically. We handed over almost 410,000 vehicles to our customers, an increase of around 25%. The trend is even clearer when it comes to electric vehicles. In 2023, we delivered a total of almost 30,000 vehicles. Electric vehicles, therefore, made up 7.1% of our total volume, 3 times higher than in 2022. 2024 was also going very positively in the first half of the year, with a sales increase of just over 11% and a constant rate for battery electric vehicles. However, we expect a significant slowdown in many markets in the second half of the year. This has a significant impact on our business, especially since we do not expect a quick recovery. In recent weeks, you have all been able to see that the Volkswagen AG brands are therefore preparing for comprehensive structural measures. The VDA also predicted the slowdown a few weeks ago with regard to the German passenger cars market, even corrected the forecast for the entire year downwards. This is mainly due to the demand for electric vehicles, which is significantly weaker than expected. I think there are several reasons for that. Some have to do with the political and regulatory framework. Of course, it is not helpful if, as happened for businesses in Germany in September and for private customers at the turn of the year, subsidy programs are terminated at short notice. The high energy prices resulting from the Russian war of aggression also had an impact, especially on customers who are very TCO driven. And not every local energy provider has passed on the recent possible price reductions to charging stations and thus to customers. Planning certainty looks different to that. Furthermore, charging infrastructure is still so fragmented, regionally, technologically, in terms of price, that many users have doubts about its suitability for everyday use. Ladies and gentlemen, for us, there is no question. The future belongs to electric mobility. This is the only way to achieve the ambitious and necessary CO2 targets. We will maintain the pace of the electric strategy of the Volkswagen Group and Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles. We therefore welcome the EU's proposed path with a clear commitment to electric mobility. The future belongs to e-mobility, meaningfully supplemented by e-fuels for existing vehicles and small series. Regions and markets are evolving at different speeds, and we also have to take this into account. Our task as a manufacturer is to be by our customers' sides during this transformation phase, with suitable and attractive offers for their respective needs. That's why the new Transporter, we had its world premiere here in Hannover the day before yesterday, is available in 3 drive versions. The vehicle is available as a modern and efficient diesel vehicle, and as a hybrid or purely electric version. We know that our commercial customers in particular have demands in terms of range and payload that today's battery generations cannot yet meet for every usage scenario. That's why we need a variety of drive systems. However, over the long term, and this strategy is absolutely clear, we will align all our vehicle platforms for an electric drive. Incidentally, this also applies to an important topic for the future, the new, increasingly autonomous mobility and transport solutions. This is because autonomous vehicles increase safety on the roads and solve the driver shortage that has existed for many years for mobility and transport services. Robo-shuttles promote both the quality of life and the economic development of cities. VW Commercial Vehicles has a group-wide responsibility for the development of autonomous vehicle systems. This involves highly automated driving according to level 4. In other words, driving without a driver in defined regions. We have come a long way in terms of technology and have already completed many thousands of test kilometers in Munich and Austin, Texas. This year, Hamburg will be added, and with real customers. Though it will still be a closed test group, our goal is clear. In Hamburg, we will offer the first autonomous ride-pooling service with Moja. The first vehicles will be converted ID. Bus models built here in Hannover. Other cities in Germany and Europe are very interested in the progress we are making in Hamburg. In the future, we will also work with other established mobility providers, especially in North America. Ladies and gentlemen, Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles and our industry as a whole stand for mobility that meets the needs for private and commercial customers. At the same time, for responsibility for the protection of natural resources for cities worth living in. We want mobility to be safer, cleaner, and more efficient. I would therefore like to use 3 C's to outline what we believe is necessary in order to be successful on this path. Not for a single company, but for a European industry as a whole. I will start with e-mobility. As I said, the market and demand are as fragmented and diverse as the customers. The focus should not only be on Germany. Demand is increasing in many parts of the world, especially in China, but also in North America. In Europe, France and the United Kingdom has developed strongly in recent times. The comparison shows that the state support is an important driver, but not the only decisive one. We need acceptance through everyday suitability. We need planning certainty and answers to important questions. According to our impression, customers are currently missing a clear confirmation from politicians that converting fleets to electric mobility is the right way forward. What are the financial or tax consequences of purchasing a BEV? And can I be sure that the funding regulations do not change every 6 months? If we look at our commercial customers with large all-electric vans, we see that public charging areas are passenger car-sized. Where can I publicly charge vans from the C segment in the future? Can I drive my vehicle with my driving license like before? Or will I be restricted in terms of maximum speeds with an electric vehicle compared to the comparable combustion engine model? For example, because electrification means that I weigh more than 3.5 tons. So my first thesis, mobility is almost always about long-term investment decisions. For customers and for manufacturers, uncertainty causes paralysis. We all need more planning certainty and more reliability. My second point concerns autonomous driving. New services based on self-driving systems have completed the laboratory phase. As I said before, now it's time to move onto the road. This also means that the topic is no longer exclusively preserved for academics and engineers. We now need to convince people of the benefits of technology. We know from the many tests with our partners that anyone who has ever sat in a car like this and experienced the technology for themselves quickly loses their skepticism. We need to make autonomous driving tangible, no longer just in closed user test environments, but for everyone, a real service on the road. This requires the necessary framework conditions to promote the market ramp-up of autonomous mobility solutions. In summary, self-driving systems are ready for scaling up, but only if we succeed in removing the legal and formal obstacles, Europe can play a significant role in the globally competitive field. If we fail to do this, we will lose the race for self-driving cars in a strategically important technology of the future. That's my third and final point, the competitiveness of European players. Electric mobility and new offerings based on self-driving systems show that the manufacturers of commercial vehicles and their partners are driving tangible change in the mobility industry. We are closely supporting our customers in this transformation, and we do so with great responsibility. With a view to our social duties, because our vehicles and services serve people's needs in retail, logistics, medicine, and emergency aid. With a view to the living conditions of the future generations by successfully electrifying our vehicles and by also converting our production facilities to CO2 neutral operation. And at the same time, with responsibility for our companies and the many dedicated people who work in our industry. Sometimes we would like to see this responsibility elsewhere because all of us here in this room work under the conditions of global competition. Competition that we are happy to face, but under fair conditions. Excessive bureaucracy or data regulation, as some EU initiatives are planning, for example, when collecting data on the vehicle, are of little help. We manufacturers need more legroom, especially in comparison with other regions in the world. My third thesis is therefore our industry is driving change, we take the lead and do so with responsibility and caution. But we can only keep up with global competition if we have fair conditions. The legislators must ensure this in Germany and Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are exciting times for all of us who are involved in mobility and transport. There are challenges ahead of us, and there are undoubtedly a number of risks. But that's the core of entrepreneurship, boldly tackling challenges and decisively managing risks. In any case, I'm convinced that the opportunities for our industry far outweigh them. We have reason for optimism and confidence in spite of all headwinds. At Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles, we believe that we can play a decisive role in shaping the future of mobility with our products and services, with solutions from Hannover for better mobility. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lars. Thank you very much for that keynote. We are moving along with a really important issue. How can Europe stay competitive in this market? We're going to have a panel discussion sponsored by Hpdi. Thank you for your sponsorship. And that's going to start in 15 minutes' time. So I'll see you back here at 3 o'clock for that panel. Welcome to our afternoon session here on the main stage. This session has been sponsored by HDPI. Thank you, HDPI, for your sponsorship. We appreciate it. This afternoon, we are going to be talking about a competitive Europe for a prosperous future, and we're going to bring together some industry leaders for you here on the main stage to discuss what's needed to make sure that the European industry remains competitive. To lead that discussion, I'm pleased to introduce a guest from Sweden, Anders Johansson of Saspa. But first, a short film.
You know that phrase? It goes, "Why didn't I think of that?" We can imagine that some had that very response over 20 years ago when Westport introduced HPDI to the world. What many didn't see was the hard work and determination it took to get there. The people who left no stone unturned to make real progress that will last for generations to come. This year, Westport Fuel Systems and Volvo Group joined forces to speed up the decarbonization of heavy transport. Agreement was absolute. HPDI must continue to evolve and be made available to everyone. To ensure this, we created Saspa, a new company laser-focused on taking the HPDI fuel system technology for internal combustion engines even further. It's even built into our name, Espira, that Latin word for breathe out, beginning with C, symbolizing clean. Combined, a memorable name and a stark reminder of why we're here. Clean emissions, clean outward breath. Decarbonization of heavy transport cannot wait. With Saspa, it doesn't have to. It's time we meet every market, company, and person that shares our commitment to cleaner heavy transport today.
Hello, everyone, and warm welcome to these 45 minutes. And it's a true pleasure to be here to talk about our new company name, Saspa. So we finally have a name and an identity. But I will start from the beginning. So it all started over 30 years ago with a couple of student engineers in Vancouver, Canada, and they were asking themselves, is it possible to change and modify and enhance the transportation with the internal combustion engine, but using a better fuel? That's how it all started, and they developed a system we call Hpdi, high pressure direct injection system. It's highly unique, and it is used on the roads in North America and in Europe since. We have had a long-lasting relationship with Volvo Group since many, many years. We have the Hpdi system running on the Volvo trucks on the roads in Europe, and it's been a pleasure during those years to have that beautiful relationship. So, 1st of June this year, we executed and started and formed a joint venture between the companies Westport Fuel Systems and Volvo Group. So it is my pleasure to introduce representatives from the owners to the stage. So round of applause, please, for Lars Stenqvist, CTO of Volvo Group, and Dan Seeley, CEO of Westport. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you here.
Good to be here.
So can I start asking you, Lars, what was the driving force behind Volvo Group's decision to form a joint venture with Westport Fuel Systems?
Well, Anders, and to you all, thank you for being here. I'm more than happy to share with you the story of the great collaboration between Westport and the Volvo Group. But let me start with a few words on the Volvo Group. And I'm the Chief Technology Officer leading our 15,000 engineers across the globe in order to develop the future trucks, buses, construction equipment, industrial and marine engines. Rather sizable company, Volvo Group, 100,000 employees. We have production in 20 countries and a global company in that sense that if you disregard Russia, North Korea, and a few more countries, you are able to buy our products across the globe. Every day, you know, our trucks are bringing the goods into the cities. Every day, our refuse trucks are bringing the garbage out. Our buses are bringing your children to school every morning. Our construction machines are building the future infrastructure. At Volvo, we are super clear in that we believe in more transport, but it has to be within the boundaries of what the planet can cope with. This means that we are on a very serious journey. We have embarked on a journey from a brown to a green platform. It's a green and it's a digital transformation in parallel. In other industries like compact pass cars, it's rather obvious to me that there will be one single technology going forward. It will be battery electric compact passenger cars. But for commercial vehicles, the industry wherein we are active, the situation is rather different. There is no silver bullet. There is not one single technology that can cater for all customer demands. So we go broader when we are talking about fossil-free towards 2040. We are investing heavily in battery electric vehicles. We are seen as the pioneers, market leaders in Europe and North America. We invest in fuel cell electric vehicles, but on top of that, the third technology that we still invest a lot in is combustion engines, but then for renewable fuels, of course. It's a well-known, very robust technology with a lot of untapped potential. This year, 2024, is a peak year for us. We have never, ever invested so much in combustion engine development as we are doing 2024. I'm convinced that we will need all the three propulsion technologies if we should be able to support our customers on their decarbonization journey. And you will see differences across the globe, because this will be decided by availability of energy, infrastructure, and price of energy in different regions of the world. This green and digital transformation that we have embarked upon, we cannot deliver on our own. At Volvo Group, we believe that partnership is the new leadership. We partner up to speed up, to accelerate. And more than 10 years ago, we embarked on a journey together with Westport and the fantastic Hpdi fuel injection concept. We became the first OEM to commercially launch heavy-duty trucks using the Hpdi system. And today, we have 8,000 trucks out there on the streets delivering. The technology is outperforming spark-ignited engines completely when it comes to fuel consumption, and the driving performance is amazing. I just love to drive the Hpdi Volvo trucks. And even though LNG, natural gas, is a fossil fuel, it is important in the short and mid-term as a bridge. Good availability of natural gas, good availability of LNG, and, you know, compared to a diesel truck, immediately you cut 20% CO2. LBG, biogas, is of course much better. But beyond LNG, we of course are targeting green hydrogen, a truly fossil-free and by definition carbon-free fuel. With the launch of Saspa now, Volvo and Westport, we have joined forces. We are super excited to be in this joint venture, building on the long-lasting relation that we have built up. We have a shared ambition to decarbonize long-haul transport. So to answer your question, Anders, we are in this for real. It's part of our journey towards complete decarbonization. We are entering into this because we truly believe that the combustion engine belongs to the future. And we believe in the Hpdi technology, and we believe in the people behind it. That's the reasons why we have invested. We think that more customers really should have the privilege to experience this technology. And then I do not only mean Volvo customers. We are extremely clear in our joint venture that we want to have other customers on board on this journey. This is a golden nugget for the industry, taking it towards the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lars, for those kind words and good words. I would like to turn the same question to you, Dan. What was the driving force behind the Westport Fuel System decision to join the joint venture?
Sure. Great. Thank you, Anders and Lars. I'm thrilled to be here today to celebrate the technology, the new company brand that showcases innovation and invention. But first, a bit about myself. I'm Dan Seelye, Chief Executive Officer of Westport Fuel Systems and Saspa. Westport, as was mentioned, began nearly 3 decades ago with a simple yet very ambitious goal to create a less polluting diesel cycle engine by switching to a clean fuel, natural gas. The heart of this development was the Hpdi fuel system. Our technology is not just a concept, it's a reality. It's on the road today, 8,000 trucks. It's been tested and validated, and it demonstrates the capabilities of using LNG with thousands of these trucks. While LNG provides decarbonization benefits today, the Hpdi system is uniquely positioned to play a crucial role in the future of the hydrogen mobility world. As the world pivots towards clean energy source, our technology is already primed to leverage hydrogen's potential, ensuring that we remain at the forefront of this energy revolution. We recognize that the fight against climate change requires collective action and a unified commitment to sustainable energy solutions. There's not going to be one right solution for all applications, as was clearly stated by Lars. Saspa is poised to make a significant impact on global long-haul and off-road heavy-duty applications. We believe that the internal combustion engine has the right solutions for the long-term future of transportation, leveraging biomethane and hydrogen to power long-haul and off-road sectors with next-generation, highly efficient technology. We are excited to be partnering with Volvo Group as we advance our commitment to driving decarbonization in the trucking sector. Our goal is to be a trusted collaborator and partner for all stakeholders in the industry. This is a full industry solution, we believe. Collaboration is the core at everything we do, and through these partnerships, we will lead the way toward true decarbonization. Our vision at Saspa is to provide a solution that accelerates the global adoption of HPDI, enabling customers to make significant contributions to reducing global carbon emissions now and into the future. With the combined expertise of Volvo and Westport driving our efforts, Saspa is not just a new name or a new identity. It is a transformative force that will redefine the future of sustainable transportation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don. Very nice having you both on stage, and I will promise you that you both will get a green shirt for Christmas.
Very good.
So you look nice in the future.
Look forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A good round of applause again for Lars and Don. Thank you. So I will try to continue to discuss a little bit more about Saspa and our Hpdi technology. The future has, as Lars mentioned before, we believe that the future has different pathways. We don't believe that Hpdi will be the silver bullet to replace all the diesel solutions on the marketplace today in all applications. But we do believe that Hpdi and combustion engines will play a key role for the long term in sustainable transportation. So we think that there are certain sweet spots in the technology, and I would like to mention a few of them. So for example, long-haul, heavy-duty on-road trucking is a sweet spot where Hpdi has the highest efficiency, and it is one of the best superior solutions on the marketplace today, and we can scale it up quickly. Also applicable for the off-road market, we do see an opportunity with Hpdi in applications where they need a lot of power and a lot of uptime. Higher power, higher uptime is typically the sweet spot for Hpdi, but they can work in many other applications as well. So speaking about the market and the future of transportation, I have another two guests that I would like to invite to the stage. And first of all, I would like to introduce Kai Johansson from Kai Inrikes in Sweden. He's a logistic provider. And I will also introduce Jan Hjelmgren from Volvo Trucks, Senior Vice President for Product. So the whole idea here is for us three to represent a little bit of the food chain in transportation solutions. So we are a system and technology solution provider. Jan represents Volvo in the trucking industry, and Kai represents logistics, basically. So if I can start with you, Kai. Can you please give some insights into the challenges and goals for decarbonization of the transportation industry?
Shall I take my...
Sure.
I was asked to come here today and talk a little bit about my company and the development of it from the beginning. And it all started 1960 when my father was driving a truck for a company in Norrköping, Sweden. The company owner wasn't that good at paying salaries, so finally my father was given a truck with a contract of driving for a Swedish company called ASG at that time in international traffic. And well, he continued with that. In 1968, his brother-in-law asked him if he could help to transport some furniture for IKEA. I think it's a little-known company from Sweden. And he did. He started to drive from Älmhult to Stockholm. And after some years, he noticed that there wasn't time to come home and unload and load again. So he thought, shall I buy more trucks or something else? So he he decided that it's better to buy some swap bodies, a swap body system, and 2 drawbar trailers at each truck, which made it possible to load and unload during the time that the other trucks were transporting for IKEA to Stockholm. That kept on. We are still doing this business. We still have the swap bodies, but now we have dollies and trailers, and so we have a little bit more modern fleet. In the 90s, we started with to educate all of my staff with eco driving. The diesel was expensive, and of course, cheaper the cost for the fuel, but that was something that was good for the environment as well because of lower fuel consumption, well, less exhaust. 2011, when this Euro 6 came, we started to buy Euro 6 directly, and we switched fuel to HVO, a fossil-free fuel. And we're still using that fuel with, it's very good for us. 2013, IKEA asked us quite good that they wanted to test methane, biogas or natural gas, and so we did. But unfortunately, the prices in Sweden is quite high at the moment because of the high tax. So, but we still drive HVO and not the gas. 2017, I started working with the Scania, another Swedish company, about trying to build some BEV, battery electric vehicle. And we came very close to starting to drive with them, but I don't remember why, but 2019 we canceled that test. That was too expensive or something. And last time here at IAA, for the first time I had my son Sixten with me, and we came in for the south entrance and went into the first hall. And the first thing that we meet inside the door is Ulf and Anders. And since then, I am convinced that hydrogen is something that I will turn to in the next step, just that you know. And we're working very hard together with all manufacturers to find a way to get trucks out on the road driving on hydrogen. And a reason why I want hydrogen and the higher power that it is, and also the durability long distance, is that in Sweden we do have these 25.25 meters. We have 64 ton. My trucks are loading 42 tons at the moment, the normal maximum weight here in Europe. We have on a certain road net, we can go with 34 meters and 74 tons. And the progress is going towards 90 tons. And therefore, battery electrical vehicle and also the fuel cell vehicles, I think that is not going to work in the way I need it. I was asked to talk a little bit about IKEA as well. I don't know if you know, but they have an environmental standard, a global. It's called IAA. It's easy to check for whoever wants to do it on the internet. It's very big, and it's very much things that you have to complain with. But, well, we are doing it, and we're doing as good as possible. So we are one of the companies that are the best at IKEA at the moment. IKEA always wants to test different kinds of project, vehicles, fuels, and I am in walking distance from their office. So I get some visits quite often by the IKEA. And what I think about the future, that is also something I was asked about. I mean, we do have battery electric vehicles. Yeah, they will be very good in some solutions. Hydrogen will be, I think, in this type of engine with Hpdi, will be a very good solution for us with the heavy traffic. And the fuel cell, yeah, if you want further, a longer distance, of course that is, but not so heavy loads. Ammonia is coming. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but that's also something you talk about. Japan has done quite a few experiments with that. And, well, I'm here now. I'm going to be here this week, and maybe I find a new fuel that maybe could be useful. And, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. The future is fantastic, and we have much more to do about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kai. We'll probably see if we can fire some difficult questions to you later on, but you'll have a short break. Jan, in the meantime,
yes.
Can you please talk about the Volvo initiatives in the area of sustainable transportation and how they align with the Cespira's goals?
Yeah. Have you booked an hour, or how much did you say?
1.5.
Okay. Thanks, Anders and Kai as well. And great to be here. Just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Jan Hjelmgren. I am head of product management at Volvo Trucks. So I'm basically trying to figure out what kind of product offer we need to have today and tomorrow and many days from now. And in relation to this, I have several convictions. I'm convinced of a lot of things, some of them being the same as you, Kai, and you, Anders. And let me tell you a little bit about that. At Volvo Trucks, we are quite simple people. We are part of a big company, as Lars said, but we are simple people. We are thinking about our customers, and we are trying to understand what do they want, what do they need. And I was really happy when I saw your heading as well, Anders, going from vision to action, because that's also what we try to do things rather than just having vision. So the famous walking the talk rather than talking about the walk is something that is close to us then. So when I speak to our customers here and now, if we start here and now, and then let's go to the future as well, but here and now, what are our customers actually asking for when it comes to trucks, propulsion systems, and whatever then? Well, basically, they ask about something that can do their normal work, regardless if it's a distribution truck in Paris or a timber transport in Sweden or an IKEA transport. Of course, it has to do the work. And the less complicated and the less changes the customers have to do, the better it is. Let's face it, many of our customers, not all, are relatively conservative. They want to do the work, they don't want to change too much, and then, of course, they have a little bit of an ambition to make money, so it has to be affordable. Super important. They have their equation, they need to fit it into that equation. More and more, luckily, part of their equation is also to do the right thing. So it has to do the work, it has to be affordable, it should be the right thing. And again, we all know we have a climate problem. We have a need to make things right now to make sure that we are not destroying more than we are doing right now. So if I put all of this into the equation of our customers, the result, it's very simple mathematics in a way, the result is actually Hpdi technology. Because it is possible to do the work with Hpdi technology today using LNG biogas. It is a solution that is not changing everything for the customers, and it is an affordable solution to a big extent. And of course, that is the reason it was said that we have already 8,000 trucks out there. I mean, it's a proof point that it actually does the work, it is affordable, and it's actually the right thing, especially on biogas. So we are also seeing right now an increased uptake on LNG, hopefully also biogas then. We are increasing, and now we are having some pleasant issues to discuss how to make sure that we can supply as much as we need to supply. And we will continue to increase HPDI technology here and now. Then, stepping a little bit into the future, as Kai was into, what we are doing right now, the 8,000 trucks, etc., it's a preparation for the next step, and the next step is certainly hydrogen for HPDI. As was said, it is the most efficient technology to run a combustion engine, as Lars said. It gives the same power with the similar size of an engine. The other technologies are not doing that. So we believe a lot in hydrogen combustion engines, and that is why we are so happy to be here today as well. And we are welcoming every competitor into this. The more the merrier, because the competitive offer is not only based on HPDI technology, Anders, but it's an important part of it. So we are gearing up now. More LNG, more biogas, and we will start pilot testing 2026 with H2Ice engines built on the HPDI technology. And we will basically speed up, let's say, the commercialization of that offer as soon as the supply of green hydrogen is there. We will be ready, and we will make very good things for our customers. I think that's a little bit of a summary, Anders, about my convictions.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Jan. And Kai, 2026, how does that sound for you? I think you need to connect afterwards.
Well, we will connect.
We might have a little bit of a discussion later on, yes?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Jan and Kai. Please stay on stage. I will try to give a few more minutes, not hours, about the HPDI technology to complete the food chain a bit here. So one picture to explain the system and how it works. The HPDI system is, as Jan and Lars were into before, the most efficient way of running an internal combustion engine on net zero or even carbon-free fuels. It's a very robust system. It works with various different fuels. So CNG, for example, LNG, hydrogen. It works with methanol. So it's a very good system to use in many various different applications and markets. Another very important thing to highlight here is that HPDI is powering an engine using the diesel cycle principle, so compression ignition instead of spark ignition. And that gives some major advantages when it comes to the commonality between the components. So the system on a base diesel engine, if you may, have a very high degree of commonality between diesel, CNG, LNG, and hydrogen and all this. So that is obviously important for the OEMs to limit the amount of investment they need to do, and also the engine operational manufacturing plants are already up and running. So, I mean, this system is a way to quickly scale up and to quickly decarbonize in a different way maybe than others. And I'm not trying to compete between the different technology. I think that every diesel truck that is replaced is a win. So it's not like we should compete between the different swim lanes, so to speak, technology-wise. That's about the system. I think we have some questions in the last minute. I think we need to move to the questions. So, Jan, you were into the timing of the different solutions. Mm-hmm. Can you say anything about the timing for the current product and when you see how the ramp up is going, and any timing when it comes to the hydrogen initiative? You were into it before a little bit, but
yeah, but I can do that. And I mean, the current product is not only that we are going to ramp up volumes, because we do that based on demand, and we see more and more markets being interested. We have South Africa, Japan, Brazil, Peru, Chile, etc., etc. So that's the volume part, and here, of course, we need to have a good collaboration to make sure that we also get the supply of components. Then, depending on additional needs, we will continue to do adjustments of the offer that we have. I mean, we have the range question. The better range we have, the better it is, of course. So a little bit depending on the interest, we can do updates like that we have not a firm timing for yet. Then, of course, we have emission legislations coming up in Europe, not the least. We have Euro 7 coming up. Of course, we need to update to make sure that we meet Euro 7 with Hpdi technology as well. And then we were still not talking about the hydrogen. And the hydrogen is, like I said, we are in the development testing phase where large colleagues are working with the lab testing and the mule testing. And then I mentioned the pilot customers. And then we have Kai as well that wants to have an even earlier piloting, and we can discuss that. And then there will be a commercial offer a few years from 2026, again, depending a little bit on the infrastructural availability. And if we can find some, let's say, big fleet customers in some pockets where there will be a lot of hydrogen, then, of course, we will be there together with them.
You were into the policies a bit before. Is it anything you want to add or say about the zero-emission vehicle definition in Europe? Leading question.
Yeah, I can talk a lot about policies. And I mean, policies are what they are to some extent. And of course, we need to be active in Brussels, in Washington, etc., etc. And we will be that. And we, of course, believe that as OEMs, we are carrying a relatively big burden today. We are developing a lot of solutions that are necessary to make sure that future generations can have a nice planet. Unfortunately, there is not as much being done on infrastructure. It doesn't matter if we speak about electric charge points or if we speak about hydrogen stations. More needs to be done. And we also believe that different subsidies, not necessarily international legislations, but local subsidies, are good because they are actually helping us all to make a transformation that is necessary, and that's called decarbonization. So some support could be helpful also from politicians and governments and regions, for sure.
Thank you. Kai.
Yes.
I know it is a big difference between a huge fleet owner versus the so-called SMEs, the small and medium enterprise logistics companies. I would categorize yourself. You have 20 plus trucks, 23 trucks?
21 trucks at the moment, yes. 22
small to medium enterprise logistic company,
medium, I think.
You've been in the forefront of technology development, and that's part of your DNA in the company.
Yes.
How difficult is that being an SME, a small to medium price entity?
It's not really difficult. I mean, it's a question of interest for us. I mean, if you're interested enough, then you find the right person to cooperate with, or the persons or companies. But I mean, you have to have the time for it, and you have to have, interest, and discuss a lot with your colleagues what they think, and work further on with that. So, but I think I have quite a few friends to talk to, and I mean, last Friday we had a small meeting in Älmhult with environmental issues. But there were people coming, 3-4 hours away just to see what we had, hydrogen truck at that time. So, and that helps me to continue with my work to find more ways to make the planet better.
That's great to hear, and I assume that the policies again are quite important for making investments in the trucking area.
Yes.
What do you see as requirements from your customers? What do they say? What do they require?
But I do have very much help from my customers, because they say if I can show a good benefit for the environment, they are willing to take the extra cost during development of the new vehicles for the price, not for the vehicle price, but for the price on what you said, the mileage price. If it's expensive to drive, they could help us with the extra costs for those mileage. So, okay, you have to buy the truck, but mostly the truck manufacturers, they give me a warranty that the truck will last 1 year, 2 years. And after that, I have this, what's that called? Avtal. Guldavtal, vad heter det? Sorry, I have to help. No, but yeah, service. Thank you. Thank you, service contract to keep the trucks running. And, well, that's it. That's enough, mostly. So if you have the customers and you have the truck salesman to help me, then no problem.
Sounds great, sounds great. Is it anything any of you would like to add?
Thank you.
Or you said it all?
Yeah.
I think a lot of good things have been said, maybe not by me, but all in all, so no, not from my side, not from Volvo Trucks.
I think
So thank you very much for being on stage today, and please give them a round of applause again. Jan and Kai, thank you.
Thank you, Anders. Thank you.
So I want to end this session with a little bit of discussion about why we're here today. So obviously we like to talk about HPDI technology and the technical concept and the capabilities of the system. We are also very, very proud today to launch the new brand, Cespira. It was launched yesterday morning. It's as you saw in the movie, it's reflecting. Cespira is a Latin word for outward breath, and adding the C to it means clean. So the colors and the symbol represents collaboration between two companies. It means also collaboration between mature existing technologies with new ways of using it. It also represents the hydrogen molecule. So I think that in the Cespira team, and I think I speak on behalf of the entire organization here, I think we are very proud, since we know that we have a world-class team. We have a fantastic technology. We have a world-class operation and production facility in Italy. So I think we have all the elements of scaling this up according to the mission we got from the two owners in the past. So with that, I would like to round off, and thank you very much for the session and the interest. Thank you.
Anders, thank you so much. Thank you, Cespira. That was fascinating. We appreciate the session. And I will invite you to chat with anyone who's interested here to the stage right.
Yes. Yeah, I forgot to mention, we are here to answer all your questions if you have any afterwards, obviously. So please visit us afterwards at the side of the stage.
Great. I've already seen some of your little promo people running around in an interesting little blue suit. So if you haven't seen that, it's worth checking out.
They are getting quite famous.
Yes, yes, not one to miss.
There they are.
Very good. Okay, so Cespira, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We have another panel discussion coming up for you that is going to start pünktlich, on time, at 4 p.m., and it's going to be led by Dr. Holger Klein, the CEO at ZF Group. So please join us at 4 o'clock for that discussion.
That's marked in your heart. And don't you ever stop loving yourself, my dear, before we parade. And I can be your mirror. No, I can't see to forecast it all. This world is way too weird. You ever It's better if you be you. And don't you ever stop loving yourself, my dear. It's better if you care of yourself then. And I can be, no, I can be a mirror. No, I can be a mirror at this wall. So don't start to love yourself, my dear. Now, 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 now. And don't you ever stop loving yourself, my dear. It's better if you take care.
Welcome back to the IAA Transportation main stage, people and goods on the move. We are continuing with our program here today, introducing you to some of the pioneers of transportation. Now, all day long, we have had a series of challenging panels and keynote talks from the C-suite. We are continuing that trend today, talking about the future of mobility. Our next speaker is going to give a keynote himself and then bring up a panel to have a little chat and dive deeper into the issues. Please give a very warm welcome to the CEO at ZF Group, Dr. Holger Klein.
Thank you very much. What I would like to do after a full day of presentations, give you a little bit of perspective from ZF, how we see the future of this industry and the future of mobility, and what can we contribute to that. And you might have seen a part of mobility. When you looked at the skies, you might have spotted the Zeppelin of ZF. Yeah? That's part of a mobility concept, but probably more our heritage. Yeah? But we know what we talk about when we talk about innovation in mobility. So let me start with, we truly believe that IAA is a hotspot to talk about this, because whoever now was at the booths in the hallways could witness that the technology is here, the innovation is here, the entrepreneurship is here, and we are all in it together, and we need to shape the mobility of the future together. And if we think about what this looks like, it could look like this, and we are driving a Vision Zero. What does that mean? It's about three aspects. It's about zero emissions, zero accidents, and uptime, zero downtime. So why is that so important? If we look at the statistic, it tells us, WHO, that there are still 1.2 million traffic accidents, deaths annually, and this is way too much. And we know that we as a sector contribute to 23% of the global CO2 emissions. So you could say we are part of the problem, but I will show you we are part of the solution as well. And we need to transform the industry together. And we talked about it today a lot. Industry, politics, society play an important role to drive the future of mobility and to drive a Vision Zero. And here at IAA, we have the players who can do so. And when we talk about this vision, we certainly talk about battery electric and hydrogen-powered transportation. We talk about connectivity. We talk about software-defined vehicles. And we talk about the needs as well, changes in workforce, less drivers, et cetera, And one thing for us is sure, nobody can drive that alone. It needs to happen in ecosystems. It needs to happen in collaborative ways like we have never seen it before. So we at ZF, we have quite a comprehensive portfolio of technologies which will play a role in this. And we believe that all of this is needed, from electrification over ADAS, AD technologies, over drivetrain technologies, etc. And we tend to say we electrify everything. So from the smallest e-bikes to pass cars to large heavy-duty trucks. And we are in this industry for the past 100 years. But honestly, the transformation speed is probably as fast as never before. And therefore, we need to focus as well on our strengths. And commercial vehicle clearly is a strength. And why is that? How do we approach this? So basically, we try to leverage the USP of transfer of technologies. And many of our technologies, we start first with on the pass car side, like electrification, like ADAS, and then we roll it over across to the commercial vehicle side and to the industry sides of highway applications in order to leverage scale and latest innovation. And we believe that makes us stronger and helps us to drive innovation into the commercial vehicle arena. But what we should never forget is as well what is laying across, and that's for us the aftermarket. And many of you might have been at Automechanica last week, which shows very much the importance of uptime, zero downtime, and how connectivity is changing the world in terms of very advanced remote diagnostics and
cybersecurity, software updates, fleet management software, and we believe there is a key in this as well to drive this Vision Zero. So 3 examples how we do this, how do we contribute at ZF. One example is the software-defined vehicle. And we introduced software for vehicle motion control in the passenger arena and now transferred it to the commercial vehicle. And what is that doing? Basically, it's connecting all the actuators in a smart way, like steering, braking, suspension, and it helps to enable safety functions like emergency braking, like lane change assist, etc., and significantly will help us to drive accident rates down. But at the same time, we see that's the technology we will need to automate as well vehicles. And we did this based on the software in on-yard applications. We had a research project, SAFE20, where we could see that terminal tractors using the software and being automated really contributed to 24/7 operations and a maximum uptime. So we see this as beyond commercial vehicles and going into industry and an enabler to drive the software-defined vehicle in the commercial vehicle arena as well. Second example, annotate. An example for collaboration. If you are in the ADAS environment, you want to have automated functions, you need a perspective on your environment. And what this does here is a manually work we had before to match, so to say, the different data points on the environment, brings this into one comprehensive 3-dimensional picture and then spot, so to say, what's moving out there. This is a tool we used for ourselves in the beginning, and it made us way faster. It's AI supported, and now we use it with our customers because we believe that now collaboration is name of the game, and this makes it 10 times faster. This reduces development time cycles and is a very much an enabler to bring ADAS to life as well in the commercial vehicle arena. And last but not least, it's about decarbonization. And we talked a lot about decarbonization of the drivetrains. And you know that ZF has a very wide range of drivetrain application, from probably the most developed automated transmission with a great deal in fuel efficiency, up to plug-in hybrids. We introduced a plug-in hybrid earlier this year as a world market premiere, and to the entire electric drivetrain. And we do most of these components like inverters, silicon carbide inverters, e-motors, transmission, e-actuators, and electronic control units ourselves, so that we have the full system capability and offer these electrification options to the industry. And you see, it's not one technology we rely upon, but we are strong believers in technology openness, like it was mentioned a couple of times here today. And this will certainly then help to tailor the solutions for different applications and different geographies. To talk about a couple of facts, one of these modular kits, and we call it a platform approach, is X-Trax. X-Trax offers 210 kilowatt X-Trax 2 Dual. We show it for the first time here at the fair, offers 300 kilowatt of continuous power and enables 44-ton trucks to drive fully electric. We have as well an axle drive platform, which then builds on the same technology for other applications in the commercial vehicle. And we believe with this wide portfolio based on one standard, on one modular kit, we can help to electrify the drivetrains of our customers. So year to date, we have an order book of 5 billion euro. We will double our production in Friedrichshafen within the next 2 years, and we will become one of the major European players in e-mobility in Europe as a production and manufacturing site. So if we now talk about the ambiguity in the industry, and we talked about this as well, which technology is moving how fast to target state, we need to be all flexible. What we do is we have a full flex approach in our factories. So we try to combine our transmission factories together with e-mobility and plug-in factories, and then we are more flexible in scaling it up either on the conventional side or the plug-in side and the e-mobility side. Of course, this creates some complexity, but we saw now, especially in the past months, and half a year, that this is extremely important to get ready for the transformation, but as well have the capacities for conventional technologies where it's needed. And this we do mostly in where our customers are, either in North America, South Carolina, or in Europe, or in China. So closing. If that is, so to say, the Vision Zero, and this is a contribution, just giving you a couple of examples how we at ZF scale technologies all across, and we are the largest supplier for the commercial vehicle industry, there is nevertheless the strong conviction you can't do it on your own, and you need a certain environment. We are strong believers, first of all, in the power of innovation. So most of the topics we talk about need to be resolved by innovative, smart, technical solutions, and then they need to find the market. And the less regulation we have, the more power the innovation, the technology, and the markets have, the better. So the vehicle regulation needs to be less complex than it is today. Second, we need a suitable framework which talks a lot about infrastructure. And while the automotive industry is widely ready to embrace the change to e-mobility, the infrastructure is not yet. And third, I'm a true believer that we need full collaboration between the automotive OEMs, the suppliers, the tech players, the infrastructure players, the customers at the end of the day. And this will drive certainly into a bright future. I think we have all the players here today, and we have a lot to talk about regulation, especially in Europe again. So I'm very much looking forward to the discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Well, Holger, thank you very much. Thank you for kicking off the discussion. I'd like to invite you to stay on stage while we broaden this topic out and hear from some other industry players about how can we actually achieve this in a free market economy. So please join me in welcoming to the main stage Sigrid de Vries, Director General at ASEA, and Harald Seidel, President at DAF Trucks. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Okay.
It's great to be here, and lovely to indeed, as our fine moderator said, turn the focus on a competitive Europe for a prosperous future. So what do we need? A few words on ASEA. ASEA is like the VDA, representing industry, in our case, towards legislators at the European stage and also internationally. So our members include all the household names and brands, including also commercial vehicle manufacturers. As ASEA, competitiveness is really key, and Minister Wissing this morning also already said it. It's about competitiveness. That's what we expect from the new European Commission and the new European Parliament that have just taken office. For ASEA, few key points. First of all, our industry, all of you, industry is delivering on the Green Deal. We see it in the R&D investments, a total of over 70 billion euros invested annually in R&D by suppliers and OEMs combined. So a formidable amount of money, and we're the largest private investor in R&D in Europe with that number. Secondly, it's also, I think, increasingly clear that mandates, that emission targets, do not create markets. Markets are created by good products and by enabling conditions, and also by customers being confident that they can make that change. Third point, we need all possible solutions to crack this CO2 reduction. Transition needs to be managed, and how can we make it more manageable? That's part of the discussion. And then fourth, last but certainly not least, we need that competitive Europe. We need a regulatory framework that is flexible enough to accommodate this transformation. So I'm really looking forward to now talk to two formidable players in the European automotive industry. You just heard already from Holger Klein, who leads ZF. And I was delighted to read that somewhere, somehow in your history, there is the Zeppelin still hovering. Great. And the other, now almost 100-year-old company is DAF, with Harald Seidel, President and CEO. And Harald, I'd first like to give you the opportunity now to make a few remarks, maybe also responding to what Holger said, and otherwise introduce us into the subject, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, I was very happy with the statements that Mr. Klein and Holger has made, because in fact describing the trends that are going on in the automotive sector, which are all about connectivity, about autonomous driving, and about e-mobility. And we see those trends. DAF is investing in all those trends. All the commercial vehicle manufacturers are investing in it. And that is amidst of a climate, amidst of a framework in which we live, which poses increasing demands on us as an industry. And I think the key theme that is mentioned several times already, we had a Green Deal. The Green Deal is extremely important. Commercial vehicle manufacturers are committed to decarbonization. But after the Green Deal of the former European Commission, what we now need is an industry deal. The competitiveness of Europe is the key theme for us to think about. Automotive is employing 13 million people in Europe. Automotive industry has a long tenure of innovation, of jobs, of R&D, because mobility is key for Europe to keep vehicles driving. And not only talking about what we need to do, that's decarbonization, but also how do we want to achieve it. And for that, European competitiveness, the competitiveness of the European automotive, I think is the key theme that we should talk about.
Let's try and, please come in as you like, but let's try and unpack that a little bit further, because when we talk about competitiveness, and especially also, you know, the regulatory framework, what are we talking about? What is it that we need when we say competitiveness? What is necessary, and what should policymakers listen to and do?
I mean, most of us are global players, yeah, and we see different solutions in different geographies. And let me just report back, I was living for 5 years now in China. And in China, we talk about a new energy vehicle concept, which is per definition technology open. Yeah, so whatever helps to reduce carbon dioxide is well accepted and supported. And I believe if we look at Europe, we are more prescriptive. So we have a clear time frame, what needs to happen by when. We are pretty prescriptive on the passenger car side, what the technology should be. Fortunately enough, that's less prescriptive in the commercial vehicle side and might even accelerate everything. And then we have certain preconditions which need to happen, but unfortunately it's not yet that 100% clear who is responsible and how we want to do it. And I'm talking mostly about infrastructure. So, and if you would see this mix, I would say, and Harald talked about it, I would believe the automotive industry per se did it part of the Green Deal. We invested heavily, We have the products out there. I saw your trucks. I think you see our transmissions and e-drives, etc. We are there, heavily invested. And now we realize that certain prerequisites are missing. And that's what we need to fix. Yeah, so I'm very positive about the direction we are taking, but there are certain things we need to fix, and perhaps out of global perspective, we can learn from other geographies as well.
So Harald, you mentioned already this clean industrial deal that also Ursula von der Leyen has promised. So would you indeed agree with Holger that it's about technology openness and about being less prescriptive, less rigidity perhaps in the framework, and then the enabling conditions, or is there something else that in your view is key?
Well, I would fully agree to that. I think if you compare the different continents, China is directing their future, America is incentivizing their future with the IRA Act. Europe tries to regulate the future. Every day, the European institutions provide 5 pages of new legislation to companies in Europe. 5 pages, times 365 days. So the regulatory requirements from Europe are very, very large. That's how we want to manage things. Unfortunately, whilst the automotive industry is committed to decarbonize, we are only one part of the solution. We have the products ready. You can see that on the stands here on the IAA. All European automotive manufacturers have zero-emission trucks ready. All suppliers have zero-emission solutions ready. All component suppliers provide battery packs, e-motors, etc. But we are only one part of the equation. We say it's in fact a formula. Decarbonization is all about the product availability times the availability of infrastructure times the availability of green energy. And you multiply those. If one of those factors is 0, the end result is 0. Well, our big concern in the automotive industry is we invest a lot in the future to have all those products ready. But we are on one piece of the puzzle. The infrastructure and the green energy needs to be in place as well. And we need a collaborative effort in Europe, not only the industry, but also supported by governments, by Europe, by the energy sector, to have equally ambitious targets on those enabling conditions, infrastructure and energy, as we have on the whole automotive industry. Otherwise, the decarbonization will just fail.
Is there anything we might be able to learn from China, going on your experience, having spent so much time there recently?
I mean, the interesting thing is how you think it end to end. Yeah? And I value very much that we are living in a different system here in Europe and in North America. But sometimes, like you said with your equation, I like this very much. Yeah? If one of those is 0, the entire equation doesn't help. Yeah? So end-to-end thinking of those solutions is very important. And I think we can really make a difference now if we focus on the right things, and the industry is very aligned on the right things, suppliers, OEMs. And I think even politicians now realize what we need to do.
Do you sense this building momentum in Europe, in member states, and perhaps also in Brussels, that there is more understanding for what it actually takes to take this transformation from paper to actual reality on the ground? Are you optimistic?
I'm very optimistic. I think the reality check is the moment when we really will together understand what is needed to get there. And when we coherently in Europe understand the challenge that ahead of us, then we can do a lot. So far we set the target, which is good. You need to have a dot on the horizon. Now the discussion is how to get there, which is about the infrastructure development on the one hand. On the other hand, supporting the European industry to be competitive, to be sustainable, but also competitive. And that requires also a coherent support for the European industry.
Same question for you. Are you optimistic or rather pessimistic?
I'm very optimistic, but it's time to act. Yeah, I give you another example. Yeah? What will be extremely important to us as an industry is free trade agreements. Yeah, so we will need to get the access to raw materials. big time if we want to make this energy transformation happen. And therefore, there are other requirements than just regulation which need to be in place. Yeah, I think we need to talk about energy cost, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a more complex picture, but I think the cards are on the table, and I'm positive that we will sort it out.
Trade agreements, I think, are important to get the right material, components, maybe increasingly also technology available here in Europe. Open markets are important. The automotive industry is a very global industry, truck manufacturers specifically so. Is there anything you would like to call on policymakers doing when it comes to trade agreements and open markets?
Well, I think, first of all, open market is extremely important. Trade barriers do not resolve inherent issues or inherent uncompetitiveness. So trade barriers is not a solution. On the other hand, in Europe, we should not be naive in terms of organizing our access to critical raw materials and critical supplies. If you compare it to what China has done, China has set a clear goal in 2012 already. We want to be the global automotive leader. And they consistently worked for 12 years on getting their raw materials organized, getting the supply base organized, etc. Such a coherent policy in Europe so far has been lacking. So if you leave that all to the free market, then probably we lack what we need in order to be competitive as Europe. Take a look at the total supply chain, what is needed, and provide also the incentives and the framework in Europe had to be innovative and to develop innovative technology and those access ourselves.
I asked you, both of you just now, are you optimistic or pessimistic? How would you read the environment and the market, or your customers specifically? Are they optimistic about this transformation? What do you get back from them?
What I get back from transport companies is that they are very committed to decarbonize. On the other hand, they have two main issues, which is related to the difference between passenger cars and commercial vehicles. A passenger car you buy with your heart because you like it. A truck or a commercial vehicle you buy with a calculator because the truck needs to drive every day and need to make money. So there needs to be a business case. If I talk to transport operators, they say, should I buy a zero-emission vehicle now? Given all the regulation that is coming and the uncertainties in regulation, will there be a consistent framework for me? Can I get into the city in 2028? Or will that be postponed to 2030? And am I too early? The second concern they have is, where can I charge? How is that organized? And then I speak to one of our customers in the Netherlands, and he says, you know what? I requested the permit to get a decarbonized system. I want to drive zero emission. The moment at which I get access to the electricity grid is in 2028. So we have to wait for 4 years. Well, that is the practical things that our clients, transport companies, see coming towards them. They want to decarbonize, but they do not see how the enabling conditions, the infrastructure, will actually support them in getting there. And that is for me a big concern, because there's a big willingness, but now we need to make it happen. And that really requires a lot of effort on the enabling conditions.
Now, your customers, that's them, right? So how do you read their optimism? Do you agree, or is it more difficult than they?
No, I basically agree, but let's take a positive perspective, yeah, because we tend to see everything a little bit darker, yeah. I mean, transport by the fundamentals, it's a growing industry, yeah. So I'm totally convinced it will grow, yeah. And now we are unfortunately at the moment seeing a certain slowdown, yeah, in the economic development and in the growth, but this will go away, yeah. And then there is this technology transformation, which we all could see as a major threat or as a great opportunity. I think, Harald, you're standing for a company who looks at the opportunities and invests heavily. I represent a company which is looking for the opportunities and taking some risk and investing heavily. And I would say ultimately those will be the winners because they move forward, they shape it. Yeah, and I believe the discussion we are having here is more about shaping regulation, shaping prerequisites to make it successful. And we all know why we are doing it, because we are all somehow looking for zero emissions, zero accidents, and those topics. So we want to drive it forward. And I believe that currently in Europe, we have a political, regulatory environment as well, which will allow us to influence a bit more and reflect, step back, reflect what went well, what do we need to improve, and then we drive it forward. So I'm not too pessimistic.
Good to hear. You mentioned energy costs already a moment ago. Could you elaborate a little bit on that? I mean, how big of an issue is that, the energy cost in Europe for you as a company? Or
I mean, especially if you are in Germany, yeah, with the brutal attack of Russia in the Ukraine, we saw how the energy cost was going up. And this was tremendous. And today we hear frequently, yes, but look, it came down. Yeah, it came down significantly. What gets forgotten sometimes is we are global players in a global competition. And if you compare energy cost in many countries in Europe with the global price, so to say, Houston, Texas, then it is not that favorable. So we need to do something about it. And if we still operate a foundry, it's high energy and intensity, and it becomes a problem. Yeah, so those things we certainly need to fix if we talk about certain competitiveness topics. Another thing is to think about regulation. There's currently a proposal at the European Union that we go for the country energy mix when we look at
battery performance,
the battery producers.
Yeah.
If you would do this, yeah, you could never establish a battery factory in Germany. Yeah, because there's too much brown coal being fired for electricity production. The energy mix doesn't allow. You couldn't do that in Eastern Europe, unfortunately, where many of those factories get built right now as we speak. Most probably you should do it all with nuclear power in France or something like this. Yeah? And this is, again, where we need to be very, very careful how we set regulation so that we don't have a dysfunctional industry policy coming together.
Very clear. And Harald, do you recognize that on the energy cost side? I think you also do still a bit of metal bashing.
We do a lot of comparison, of course. We're a global company. What we typically see for European competitiveness, there's two things. If Europe wants to be competitive for companies, for enterprises, we need to be competitive on our energy cost. We also need to be competitive on our wages. And we too often forget that a company needs to be let's say, low cost, and really take a look at those two elements of the cost equation. And let's say, as a comment to what Holger just said on the where to locate battery plants, I would almost think like, there we go again. We try to regulate something in very much detail instead of making a coherent industrial framework saying, this is what we want, let's make sure we get there.
Cost was mentioned, but also innovation. I think that's close to your heart, right?
Innovation is very close to our heart. Yeah. And technology innovation, that's really something that keeps our company going. We are a company with a almost 100 years history. And the brothers van Doorn who founded DAF, they were really innovators. They invented a lot of things to make the life of our customers better. And that innovation is really in the heart and in the veins of DAF. And it's also one of the key requirements for us to survive, to be prosperous, to be customer-centric towards the future. Innovation is more than ever important in the European automotive industry. But that requires investments, on the one hand, and on the other hand requires support from Europe to make sure that the technology innovations that we as automotive needed are also supported by coherent programs to capture that knowledge inside of Europe. And I think that's one of the things that would be an ask for me from Europe, to get those programs not only more focused, but also far less bureaucratic. Currently, if you apply for European subsidies, you have to write phone books full of applications before you get that. That's not working. We need to have that much more simplified.
So Europe needs to improve its climate for innovation. You agree?
I agree, and let me take another example. If I look at the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, it's pushing for innovation, and you mentioned it as well. But it's as well, it has a certain part of the act which talks about the transformation of the factories, which is not yet a concept in Europe, but look at our industry structure. We will be forced to transform the entire industry, including then the supply chains and our plants. And we are very much benefiting in our e-transformation in the US from these grants. And in Europe, we could probably think about it.
Investments needed, that needs a competitive framework, I suppose, to unleash capital, money. The optimism is there. I'm fully convinced about that by now. But I mean, if you had to really sum it up in 3 or 5 asks to the new European Commission and the Parliament that then needs to agree on those proposals, I mean, what is it that you really, really need?
Well, I would say 3 things. First of all, simplify regulations. The second thing is, it's all about the enabling conditions. Get the infrastructure in place for e-mobility. Green energy, charging infrastructure, and electricity grid. And the third one for me would be technology neutrality. Do not prescribe the market what technologies to use to decarbonize. Do not throw away old shoes before you have new ones. Fortunately, in the commercial vehicle industry, we have that technology neutrality. And we see a clean future for combustion engines, fueled with hydrogen, fueled with biofuels. That's important. Let the market figure out what the best way is to decarbonize, technology neutral.
Holger?
I would totally agree, and let me, as I have nothing to add to your 3, talk about 2 where I would say we feel responsible as an industry. We will take care of innovation. We will develop the right technologies to solve those problems, and we will make sure that they become profitable if we have less regulated markets.
I'd like to again turn the focus also on the customer and the consumer. If we would ask them this question, what do you think they would say? Is it enabling conditions again, or is it being able to invest, or do you talk to each other?
Well, on the customer side, I think the transport companies in Europe, they see big challenges ahead of them. And what they need is regulatory certainty and predictability from the governments, and also the support to get all the nasty little details in place. It's about the permit for a charger. It's about the connection to the grid. It's about, oh wait, I need an environmental permit to put something on my roof. And before you know it, it gets so complicated. Let's support the entrepreneurs in Europe in their commitment to decarbonize, and let's please simplify life for them.
Yeah. And is that true for both smaller and mid-sized companies and the larger ones, or are there differences that you see there?
Well, what we see is that the smaller transport companies, suppose you have a 1 or 2 truck company or a 10 truck company, and you see all those requirements coming towards you. You see that the zero-emission truck will be more expensive, but you need to invest additionally in solar, in battery storage, etc. Those investments are simply often too big for a small company to bear. And so we see a trend and consolidation of transport companies as a result of that. So the big ones, they will be able to make the steps. The smaller ones, unfortunately, are forced with so many uncertainties around it that, I'm afraid a lot of them will disappear, and that's also not good. So it's for the smaller companies much more difficult than for the larger transport companies.
Now, Holger, ZF is a company that is obviously focusing on electrification, so the green side of things, but also on automation and safety functions and all of that. Do you think there's sufficient attention or room for all of these other technologies other than green? I mean, what is the future that you see there? Is the focus, first of all, still very much on electrification, or is there room for other innovations and technologies too.
No, I think if you look at the development of the industry overall, the electrification is probably the least complex technology-wise. Yeah, I mean, this is solved, yeah, engineering-wise, and now we need to make it happen. Yeah, and of course we get more efficient, etc. What becomes even more interesting is then probably software-defined vehicles. Yeah, and they enable new functions, and this is then becoming even more complex. What is the electronics architecture? What is the software architecture? How do we play all together in this ecosystem? Comes back to collaboration. Yeah, at the moment, every supplier has his own software suite, plugs it into something. Then the OEM might be getting confused even. How do I manage all the interfaces, etc. So that's a topic, a challenge and an opportunity. For us here in the transportation sector, I think connectivity is a huge opportunity as well. How do you run fleets most efficiently? How do you generate uptime in the aftermarket, yeah, based on all the information you get? So I would say there's so much more going on, yeah? And some of us were at Automechanica, and I tend to say in the past we thought about the aftermarket as box pushing. Now it's digital life cycle solutions, yeah, and it's becoming very, very exciting, a very exciting topic as well. So there's much more going on than electrification only.
Mm-hmm. That's one takeaway for me. Electrification is fairly simple. I'm not sure. Do you agree, Harald?
Well, what I started with is saying we see three trends. The one is connectivity. Trucks become a computer on wheels. The other one is autonomous driving, all the driver support system that enhance even that, let's say, software-defined vehicle and all the requirements around that. And the third one is indeed e-mobility. So we have three big themes that we work on in the automotive industry and with full commitment.
Very well. It's already time to wrap up. It was great to discuss with both of you how we can make Europe more competitive and therefore have a more prosperous future together. I'd like to thank you, Holger Klein, Harald Seidel, for your contributions today, and thank you to the audience for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Holger, Sigrid, and Harald, thank you very much for this panel, giving us a lot to think about in the context of European competitiveness. I encourage you to chat on the side as we continue our program here on the main stage. All day long, we have been introducing you to the pioneers of transportation in keeping with IAA Transportation's motto, people and goods on the move. I know it's getting late in the day and it's been a long day. Maybe while we get the stage set up, you can join me. You don't have to get up, don't worry. Just shake your shoulders out, okay? We still have a few more presentations to go, and this one is worth waiting for. Up next, we're going to be hearing about delivering performance, and it comes to us from Schmitz Cargobull. Please welcome Andreas Schmitz.
Hello and welcome, and thanks for welcoming me here on stage regarding delivering performance. Sorry, I got to do the 1-minute spiel on Schmitz Cargobull, just in case you don't know who we are. Family-run company, 2.4 billion euros in turnover, about 6,000 employees. And I think what's very interesting is we've really made the step from a German company to a European company and now a globally acting company with 40 countries being served and actually present on 5 continents. The other big one is that we've really gotten into the cooling unit space where we think we can also grab some market share and develop further. So you've heard a lot about, in this previous speaker, about market situation in Germany, competitiveness in Germany, market volatility. We have lots of regulation and legislation. We have the digital transformation, sustainability, and all kinds of other little things. And I don't want to talk about all of them. I do want to show you a little bit the effects about them, and then maybe show you how we deal with it in a, let's say, positive way going forward, so that we don't just stick our head in the sand, but what can we do as a company and hopefully some other companies are going to be inspired by that as well. But all this is true, and it does have an effect, and I do think I should let you know this. What you see here is the producer price index. That's kind of like the B2B pricing. You have consumer inflation, you have B2B inflation. This is really inflation among businesses. And you can see that in Germany, we have had never, ever a peak like you see here on the right. It's unbelievable. We had a 55% increase in cost in a very short amount of time. Now that has come down, and we're stuck at around 39%, which frankly I think is good news, because it does mean that prices are not falling too low. We're not getting into real deflation situation now. But nevertheless, this is the outcome of what you've seen on the previous slide. And now let me tell you, well, what do we do? What do we do for our customers so that they can deal with it and that we can deal with that? We do try to influence regulation. And yes, we do, just like me in this talk, always talk about the competitiveness that is necessary for us in Germany and in Europe to be able to be successful. But we also work on innovation. We're coming up with new products and services that can boost our customers' performance. And I can tell you, our customers are going to a really rough time right now in transport. And then, when we talk about those solutions, it's extremely important that those solutions are both sustainable and cost-effectiveness. Whenever somebody tries to tell you, oh, we have this solution, but it's really expensive, so we need regulation so that it's successful in the market, bullshit. It's really not true. It is probably not a good solution. It's probably not a solution that's sustainable. If it's competitive, then it's a sustainable solution, and it's probably better for the environment than any other solution that needs lobby work and regulation. And then finally, yes, we do have to adapt to reality. It seems like certain things we don't want to do in Germany anymore, so we have to respond to that. We're setting up a European-wide production network so that we can deliver the lowest longest cost to our customers. Let me give you a few things in terms of regulation and what we're trying to lobby for. We do have to get into a situation of deregulation again. I think everybody is beginning to realize that the regulation that we have right now has gone overboard. And now we're trying to regulate the ineffective regulation with more regulation. It's not going to work. What we have to do is we have to realize that from Berlin, we cannot regulate exactly how you should be behaving today or tomorrow, nor should we. Government needs to set the incentive, and that's it. Unfortunately, we're trying to go the other way. And that then leads to more attractive conditions. If we deregulate, we do get to better and more attractive conditions in Germany. And if the government focuses on what it should focus on, i.e. infrastructure, making cheap electricity available, then the rest will follow. Another great example for deregulation is the Eco Duo. That's 2 standard semi-trailers in a row that will reduce CO2 by 25 to 30% virtually overnight. You can keep existing infrastructure, you can keep the existing fleet. It's just a matter of, do we want to do this? How important is CO2 reduction to us? Scandinavia is doing it. Spain is doing it very successfully. And yesterday we had a presentation here with our customer CC, who's running these in Spain all the time. Here in Germany, we need to have a car in front, a car in the back, the 2 driving together. Forget it. Again, we need the deregulation. And here you see some pictures of what we did there. And by the way, it is completely compatible with the train. So the trailers can be loaded on the train, and they are loaded on the train. That is the kind of things that we need. It is not going to be the 100% solution right away. We need the quick, simple, cost-effective solutions right now, and that's what we're working on, and we're trying to get that through. The other thing, we are, with a 50% market share, the #1 in the cold chain. So what we do is we bring out a cooling unit, and we've brought this out here in the market, that is fully electric. We've won a prize for that, the SKOE. It means it has a battery solution, it has an electric cooling unit in front, it has a drive and recuperation axle. Unfortunately, it's not really that cost effective. The investment is too high. Now, we could spend a lot of time lobbying for it and try to get subsidies and maybe even get it written into regulation. Well, we thought, well, what can we do so it does work? So we realized, an electric truck in front is going to have a battery. It's going to have battery management. It already has an axle that's driven and has a motor. Can we not plug into that? We talked to the likes of Mercedes and Volvo, and you can look at one of the units in front of our stand on Hall 27. We plug in the front. The additional cost is about 3,000 euros. And lo and behold, we have a solution that runs fully electric, utilizing the truck. The range they lose is about 3%. No way does that justify having all this stuff in the back of the trailer. And that's why we need open solutions. We need a level playing solution, a level playing field for all kinds of different solutions. And then we can come up with that, and we can come up with something that people really want to order. We just sold 30 of them to Australia, to a customer that had bought electric trucks. I also think that we should, as a German industry, continue working on our strong points. Insulation of the reefer is the easiest way, the cheapest way to make sure that we use less CO2. Now, regulation is you have to have a K factor of 0.4. We are reaching 0.295. That's an improvement of 25%. That's real savings for our customers. The additional cost, again, is minimal compared to the savings. Once more, solutions that are cost-effective and sustainability. That's what's sustainable. That's what we need. And of course, we also go into the battery management. We're doing improved safety. We're getting the trailer with digital formats better for our customers on the road. Be it for usage, be it for watching the trailer and being in touch with it, or being just with better safety. So it's an integrative solution. It's not the one thing that's going to save the world. It's going to be a lot of things, and we can do a lot of good things by implementing these things. And this gives you some idea of what we're doing there. So then, if you look at it, we're really trying to bring out sustainable and economic products that have multiple advantages for our customers. Real fuel savings, real CO2 savings, and not the trade-off, oh, it has to be one against the other. That's not going to solve the problems that we're in right now. And you can see here, there's lots of different solutions that we're bringing. I invite you to come to our stand. You can see it. We're having something as simple as lowering the roof. You lower the roof here in the back by 50 centimeters, you save about 5 to 7% CO2, or electric power in case there is an electric truck in the front. Very simple. You need the space, you lift the roof, you drive it the full distance. How are you going to regulate that? Don't try to regulate it. We will think of the good solutions. And then, yes, we try to regionalize as well. Believe it or not, in a trailer, the transportation cost, the delivery cost, is almost €2 per kilometer. Why? Because diesel has gotten more expensive, because the drivers who then have to drive back empty have gotten more expensive. And this is how we are responding to that. We're setting up satellite companies, we're producing locally, we're trying to source locally, and that brings us closer to the customer. And closer to the customer means we can give him solutions that they need in those countries, which tend to be different from what we have here. Now, if we think we got to be closer to our customers, I think government should also realize that one regulation, one size fits all, because this is the right solution that I have thought of in Berlin, is not the way to go. We come up with our solutions and we try to move in this world and really come up with positive effects for our customers. And with that, we're successful. We're beginning to export in different countries, but always trying to find an economical solution that makes sense for the customer. So if I wrap it up really quickly, regulation, we're working hard to try to get rid of it, to try to reduce bureaucracy, which does not mean that we're not in favor of sustainability and reducing CO2. No, we're very much in favor of that. And we continuously work on that in our products, in our service portfolio, and we really embrace sustainability. And that also means economic efficiency. Don't forget, one of the major input factors is energy in cost. Again, solution is very costly. It's probably not a good CO2 saving solution. And then finally, we're trying to localize production to be close to our customers, but also to reduce the CO2 impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas. An inspiring talk and lots of ideas on delivering performance. I will welcome you to continue the chat with anyone who wants to have a discussion here on the side of the stage. We have to keep moving. I'm under a lot of pressure to deliver a pünktlich end to our program today, and we have 3 keynotes left for you. The next one is about scaling electrification. It comes to us from the head of the semi program at a company you've probably heard of called Tesla. Please give a warm welcome to Dan Priestley.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Really, it's a true privilege for us to get a chance to show the Semi off to all of you and give you just a little bit of a hint of what we've been doing with it in the North American market. We really think that we've got a compelling product that when we bring it to Europe will be welcomed by our customers. Now, before I get into that, I do want to say that there's a lot of really impressive stuff here at the show. Ultimately, frankly, the OEMs have done a great job of putting not just a lot of innovation and passion into the vehicles, but putting them on the road. There are respectable volumes of zero-emission vehicles, battery electric ones in particular, on the road now, and I applaud all the efforts to go and scale as we look forward, whether that's in vehicles or charging, to make Europe transportation zero-emission. Now, we want to be part of this. Why we're here and why we're interested in Europe is that we want to help leverage the experience we have, not just with our North American pilot fleet, but also with EVs overall, in order to help accelerate that transition to sustainable energy. Now, let's talk about the product a little bit. We understand that the European market is not a monolith. We understand that countries are different, customers are different, and we look forward to developing trucks that will be very specific for the use cases of our customers' needs. Now, what you have to know is that we designed the Semi from day one to be a compelling product across multiple markets, including Europe. Now, the truck that you see at the booth today is just one variant. We adopted our pilot production North American truck for the European market and roads. Thanks to the 2020 rules, the dimensions and weights directive modifications, the Tesla Semi will be street legal in Europe and be compatible with European trailers. Now, we'll be back, and we'll bring some other things along that I think will showcase a little bit more of the variants that we're looking to develop to help best serve a wide variety of customers in Europe. But we're proud of what we have today. And what we do come back, we want to make sure we do so in scale. And ultimately, we want to address the concerns of our customers. Two of the things that you commonly hear about when it comes to electrification are that range is not acceptable, and that the trucks are way too heavy. Now, we have been putting a lot of effort in to show that those two things are not necessarily correct, or at least our product helps address those concerns. Our 800-kilometer truck, we have done actual demonstrations of. And these masses, we think, are competitive and allow for a significant amount of payload. And when you couple the two together, we believe that we can address a large number of applications that diesel is successfully doing today, but we can do it at a lower operating cost. Now, how do you achieve this? It's through developing a single, optimized, simple platform around battery electric from day one. Trying to protect or optimize from multiple powertrain options just introduces drag. And all these numbers are more difficult to achieve. So we encourage everyone to continue to develop purpose-built EV platforms to allow for the best possible products. Now, these numbers, particularly the mass ones, represent today, but we have more improvements, and there's no exemptions factored in here, no weight exemptions. And on top of that, we think that there are additional levers to pull to reduce these masses even further. Now, the other common refrain that we get from our customers is about charging, and that charge times are too long. We have successfully demonstrated and deployed megawatt-level charging in the field. It is safe, it is reliable, and it enables a one-for-one replacement of diesel trucks. We have successfully driven, PepsiCo did a demonstration last year, of more than 1,700 kilometers in a single 24-hour period, and that is enabled by fast charging. This allows the vehicle to get back on the road as quickly as can and go back to earning money for the customer. Now, it's important to understand what we're really trying to do is ensure that the vehicle has no dedicated time for charging. What we want to do is take time where the vehicle would already be stationary, be it for unloading and loading cargo, or when a driver needs to take their break or they are off duty. That is when we want to charge the vehicle. The goal is 0 dedicated stops for charging. Fast charging also enables positive economics, and we are seeing lower operating costs in the trucks that we put in the field today. Now, how do we put this charging to use? To date, we have driven more than 7.5 million kilometers with the pilot Tesla Semi fleet. Now, this is not the most number of miles by a heavy-duty fleet. Again, I applaud all the work the other OEMs are doing. They're doing great work. But why are we proud of this number? It's because we've done it with a relatively small number of trucks in a relatively short period of time. And it's because of high efficiency and high range and megawatt charging that is possible. Just as a data point, we have a truck in our fleet that is less than a year and a half into operations. It has driven more than 400,000 kilometers. Those are not simulated, those are not accelerated, those are real-world miles. And those have been all done at North American gross vehicle weight limits to enable 15 million ton kilometers of work. Now, Tesla wants to put its money where its mouth is, and we put these trucks today into our existing operations. We haul battery packs out of our factory in Nevada to support vehicle operations down in California. And we do this one-for-one with diesel. There's no compromise in schedule and no compromise in payload in order to make this happen. So we get to replace diesel at a lower operating cost. Now, in addition to having this, we have to make sure the vehicle is actually capable to do that job. And we put them to work. We go up some serious grades. About 2 years ago, we did a demonstration where we took our drive, where we took the truck out for an 800-kilometer drive with no charging. Successfully demonstrated it. As part of that, we did this pass. It's called Tejon Pass, more commonly known as the Grapevine, and it's significant. But we know that the European market has its fair share of grades as well. And the Brenner, which we plan to demonstrate at some point, is definitely notable. Why are we confident that the Semi is going to work in these applications as well as others? Because this is the grade that we do every day, multiple times a day. This is Donner Pass in California. It's a great proving ground. You've got different traffic types, different weather conditions, different grade pitches along the way. It's a grueling, wonderful Goldilocks route where we get to really stress the truck in a variety of applications. We're confident that the work that we are doing in North America is applicable to the strenuous areas of Europe. We take our truck and we climb heavy grades in high heat, 45C, down and outside of Las Vegas, Nevada. We go to Alaska, we climb high grades in minus 20C. We go park the truck and let it sit out in minus 40C. We are doing this work, and we understand that Europe is not constant, and there will be unique challenges to the market. But I want to reassure you that we are stressing the vehicle and the systems so that we're confident when we do come here, it will get the work done for the customer. Now, electrification introduces a major improvement in terms of efficiency. The baseline diesels over time have actually significantly improved in terms of efficiency. There has been market improvement, and that should be applauded. But electrification introduces a step change here. And the common industry numbers that we see are starting to approach 100 kilowatt hours of energy in order to travel 100 kilometers. We are actively using the Semi and demonstrating that it is capable of 100 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. And when we come back with a high volume version of this truck, this number is going to continue to improve. Efficiency is key. It results in lower battery mass, lower battery cost, and thus enabling better economics for the customer to reduce pricing and increase capability. Now, we put all of that efficiency into the field, and we put the Semi across a variety of different duty cycles, whether that's light or medium or heavy. And now this is actual data from our North American fleet. So you'll see the numbers tend to correspond to North American limits, but it is very much applicable to how we expect vehicles to run into a wide variety of applications that our customers are going to put the Semi in the future. And again, as we get more efficient, these numbers will continue to improve. Now, it's one thing to deliver a very capable Semi, a very capable heavy truck, but it has to be reliable. It's got to stay on the road. And thus far, the fleet, the Semi-pilot fleet that is in operation, is currently showing more than 95% uptime. We use Tesla's vertical integration, starting all the way up at the design teams and working through manufacturing and supply chain, production, and down to service, to create a product that not only is reliable, but also one that allows us to get the vehicle back to the customer faster. We understand that time is of the essence. We can't take a truck down for an elongated repair job. And by the way, that 95% number includes both unscheduled and scheduled maintenance, as does the fact that our key-to-key time, the amount of hours that it takes to take a truck, repair it, and get it back, is less than 24 hours in nearly 70% of the cases in the current fleet. And this is what we are looking to continue to improve to ensure that our customers can get their vehicles back on the road and back to work. Now, as we look to come to the European market, we'll make sure that our customers have the service partnership that they need, whether that is something that Tesla does directly, we work with third-party services, or something where a technician that works at a customer's site is equipped in order to work on the Semi directly. We see the diverse service needs, and the European market is incredibly nuanced. We really respect that. And the number of solutions that are out there are tremendous. And we want to fit into those solutions so that the customer has the best tool to do the job. Now, we have shown that electrification is technologically ready. But how do we bring this to scale? What do we need to do? Well, Tesla is delivering additional trucks to PepsiCo, our launch partner, throughout this year. But then we're actually starting to introduce, through the end of this year, additional new customers that are going to get a chance in North America to experience the Semi firsthand in a full ownership experience. But that's just this year. What we're really looking forward to is high volume. Now, we are constructing a factory outside of Reno, Nevada, near one of our existing plants, that will be capable of building more than 50,000 units a year. We look forward to scaling production throughout 2026, And we see that Europe is the next market following the ramp in North America. Now, what does this scale do? What this scale does is allows us to industrialize and bring capacity to semi that lowers our cost, that we can pass on to our customers, so that when they make an investment, when they buy a semi, they can pay that back substantially faster than a traditional fleet turnover time. The end result is a positive economic experience for our customers. We aim to be as competitive at an upfront price with diesel as possible in order to accelerate the adoption of electric trucks as quickly as we can. Again, this is unlocked through Tesla's deep vertical integration. And we plan to leverage this into multiple variants. Again, you're seeing one today, but we'll be taking on a wide variety of applications and vehicle types. Now, it's one thing to scale a vehicle. It's an entirely other thing. We also have to scale the charging infrastructure. Now, we're going to make sure that the customers have the charging solution that they need. That could be a depot charging, which we have experience with, deploying with PepsiCo in our own operations, for example. Or it could be something more akin to the public supercharger network that you might be familiar with. We're going to make sure that the customer has what they need to do the job. And that means we'll also ensure that there is compatibility with the other third-party networks and public networks that are coming online in Europe. We want to make sure our customers have the tools they need to do the job at the time, and that includes interoperability with other charging networks. But we are using our experience at deploying more than 50,000 DC chargers worldwide to drive down the cost of deployment and equipment to ensure the lowest possible charging cost for our customers. Now, this is just one piece of it. Ultimately, we need a lot of partners along the way in order to make this happen. So I call on the charging providers to continue to scale. I call on the policymakers, please work with us, work with the other charging providers to reduce the burden, to reduce the effort and costs in order to put charging into the ground. I call on the other OEMs to continue to make very compelling EV vehicles that allow for mass adoption quickly. We are really excited to bring the Semi to Europe. We think that it can blend low cost, high capability, and long range into a unique product that addresses a wide variety of needs and applications within the European market. And we are excited to go along with everybody else here in moving towards a zero-emission future and accelerating the world to sustainable energy and transportation. The future is electric. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dan. That was an electric talk. I'm so happy to be here for that one. This is a packed house. I am so glad to see it. Move in if you like, gather around. We still have a couple more talks to go here on the main stage, where we are continuing to introduce you to the pioneers of transformation. This next talk is about learning from nature. It comes to us from the CEO of the Mahle Group. Please welcome Arndt Franz.
Good afternoon, everyone. And after Tesla, it's our pleasure to talk to you about how Mahle is learning from nature and how Mahle technologies will really shape future mobility for a sustainable future transportation. So what we certainly can expect with a continuing growing population and growing economy, we will see growing transportation needs and a growing transportation segment globally until 2030 by more than 40%, but also in Europe, in the US, and certainly in China with more than 60%. So trucking will be the predominant form of transportation, and trucking's share will grow, and that's why it's so important that we take care about sustainable trucking and sustainable transportation for the future. And one thing that many people don't realize, that there is an increasing urging need to really move faster on CO2 reduction. If you compare The path that's necessary to really come to a 1.5 degree global warming scenario, and you compare this to the current outlook based on current regulation, based on current progress on sustainable transportation and sustainable powertrain, there's a huge CO2 reduction gap that is building up until the mid-30s if we just do what we do today. Over that, there is certainly the fact that use scenarios, use cases in the trucking segment vary by a large degree, all the way from local distribution to inner-city traffic to long-haul transportation over the different weight classes. There's so many different frequencies, so many different tonnages, so many different driving behaviors and driving patterns that it's very hard to find the one solution that serves all the purposes that diesel has served so far. And therefore, we believe that we need to go forward with really deep thinking on what we really see going forward. And another factor is the infrastructure. So whether you talk about charging, whether you talk about hydrogen, whether you talk about sustainable fuels, there will be substantial challenges. In Germany today, we're missing over 20,000 parking spots on public roads for long-haul trucks. That number will increase to about 50,000 that are required in total to also make room for fast charging and mega charging on public roads. So congestion in the public space with more trucking will be another factor to be addressed with broad infrastructure initiatives that will address charging, fueling, and also parking for this very important pillar in our economy. Let's take a look at the very, very important factor that's on the mind of operators, fleet operators, drivers, owner-operators, which is total cost of ownership. Comparing the different drivetrains, starting with the diesel, which is our status quo, and comparing the future possible scenarios regarding how much cost will be there on a kilometer driven. For example, on an international long-haul truck, we can see that the different drivetrain technologies compete against each other for this total cost of ownership, depending on the capex required to buy the vehicle, depending on the service cost, depending on the fuel, and depending on toll and other use costs that is coming with the use of the vehicle. And those TCOs vary greatly by individual use cases, but on what is the backbone of Europe's economy is really the long-haul transport, connecting Europe's businesses and connecting the value chain. And there, it looks like from today's perspective, depending on how each one of the factor costs will develop, there is a certain likelihood that hydrogen will be the most competitive way of transportation on the long haul by 2030 if we can reach a hydrogen cost of €5. So there is not only one answer, but we also believe that battery electrical vehicles will prevail on the shorter distances, on inner city traffic. And you can see this in this graph, region by region, with the white section coming in North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific, representing battery electrical and fuel cell vehicles. There's a little bit of hybrid in Asia Pacific, but the ICE will only go away as a traditional drivetrain very slowly, and that's why we need a strong initiative on biofuels and later renewable and synthetic fuels to keep the world economy running and growing while we become carbon neutral. So in our view, there is different solutions for different use cases. The lighter and the shorter distance will, starting from the e-bike all the way to city buses and distribution trucks, will be fully electric. The longer distances and the heavier use cases will either go hydrogen with a fuel cell or will go hydrogen with the combustion engine, especially when we go to off-highway. And this view really is driving our strategy in innovation, and we've described it in a short video. Mahle 2030 Plus, our strategy for a successful, sustainable transformation of the transportation. And with this strategy, we are driving efficiency throughout all the technologies to really make most of movement for an existing and given amount of energy. Electrification for us is set for a wide area of applications. We have a clear focus strategy for efficient electrical drives and also intelligent charging. Thermal management is the enabler for all drivetrains, for electrical, for the traditional combustion and renewable combustion, and also for fuel cell technologies. And last but not least, we said that we are going to satisfy the demands of our customers in internal combustion engines as long there is demand. We shape future mobility is our slogan, and this goes then consequently across all these powertrain technologies. With a battery electrical vehicle, with a fuel cell vehicle, with a hydrogen internal combustion engine, and we're working also heavily towards more biofuel and eventually synthetic fuel content on existing and future powertrains. I'll give you an example from the hydrogen combustion engine, which we are developing for a variety of customers, both off-highway and on-highway, a technology that mostly is using what we have today, plus different tank infrastructure on the vehicle, plus a few but very important changes on the combustion engine, going from a diesel combustion process to a gasoline combustion process. So some changes on the power cell, some changes on the valve train, and very importantly, with crankcase, active crankcase ventilation, avoiding that we have more than the minimum blow-by, as we need to avoid that hydrogen passes across the cylinder into the crankcase. So from our perspective, a very viable technology, very little change for the garages and the maintenance, and really ready for use and ready for mass production, while we still meet European and other regulations. Next technology would be the fuel cell technology, a wide portfolio from Mahle for various areas. Very importantly, the air path on the top right with various products, including the air cleaner, which cleans out harmful gases that are critical for the fuel cell, with a cathode module and a few other products. We have the thermal management, which is quite demanding. You'll see an example in a few moments, which has principally more than twice the requirements compared to the combustion engine. And of course, the fuel cell vehicle uses pretty much the same electrical powertrain like a battery electrical vehicle. On the fuel cell, very important, I mentioned already the cathode module, which really is important, including the humidifier to make sure we have the right level of humidity entering into the fuel cell. And the other big factor is the cooling module that we have in front of the vehicle together with our electrical axle that we show on the next slide. We present this at the IAA 2024 in Hannover. Talking about our first axle design that we use as a technology demonstrator to really showcase our superior continuous torque motors that are the highest permanent to peak ratio in the market at 92%, plus a fully integrated oil management for both the differential and also the electrical motors, fully integrated, no tubes, no lines outside, and also benchmark efficiency at 92%, battery to wheel efficiency on this complete axle module. Another example, and now we get into the first examples about how Mahle is learning from nature, designing its products, is our battery bionic cooling plate, which we introduced for passenger car applications last year in Munich. We really look at the specific cooling demand in each one of the battery cells and battery areas, and then optimize the coolant flow along speed and volume to really make sure that we have a harmonious distribution of cooling performance. We reduce the pressure drop by 20% and increase efficiency, cooling efficiency by 10%. The most powerful or the strongest example that we have for thermal efficiency is taking the cooling module where we normally need twice the cooling area for a fuel cell truck to an evaporation technology by utilizing the return water from the fuel cell to spray it on the cooling module to reach this famous cooling effect that you know when you pour a bottle of water over your body after running a marathon. And this similar effect we have with this evaporation cooler. And we can therefore reduce the cooling necessity, the cooling needs from a hardware perspective substantially, and the energy that we normally provide to the cooling fan with the cooling module, we can then leave for propulsion and leave for the vehicle. So this means the fuel cell powered vehicle with our evaporating cooling system has up to 8% more power and performance. Another example is our cooling fan, which uses the design of an owl, and we have learned from the design of the feathers and the design of the wings to really design the cooling blades and therefore reach substantially more efficiency, but also reduce the noise from the cooling fan during driving and also during parking by nearly half, which is a great change, especially with parked vehicles in a rest area and people sleeping there in the other vehicle next door. So here's a movie how we designed this, taking really the real bird and studying the movement and also shape, and then transferring that technology with the use of AI into the design of the cooling blades, testing it in our wind channel and wind tunnel, climatic wind tunnel laboratory, and reaching great results on the way to shape future mobility. And this is the slogan that more than 5,000 engineers every day work at Mahle. And I hope you found this interesting. We're very excited about sustainable transportation in the future, reducing CO2 with great technologies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Arndt, thank you very much. I was hoping you were going to leave that for me, but I'll let you take it. It's yours. Thank you for your talk. Thank you for being with us today, for sticking it out until our very last talk. I can't say that we've saved the best for last because that wouldn't be fair, but we have saved something very, very special for you as a final talk here on the main stage. Just a reminder, if you're visiting the conference, we are going to be here on the main stage all week. I hope you'll come back and check us out Wednesday and Thursday and hear of some of our inspiring transportation pioneers. It's my pleasure to introduce to you our last speaker of the day. He's going to be talking about decarbonization and his company's way of approaching it. Please welcome the CEO at Iveco Group, Olof Persson.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for coming in and joining. This is, of course, a very important place in IAA to actually discuss and find out what is going on in the industry and how the industry is moving forward. And we have in Iveco Group a very ambitious plan when it comes to actually meeting the regulation that we now see coming with the decarbonization. But before going into that, just a few words on the Iveco Group at glance. You see that we are now 8 brands, and we're having around 20 industrial sites, and we have 36 R&D centers, and we are around 37,000 employees around the world. I would like to highlight perhaps the Hpdi side here. Hpdi is a very strong brand, and what many people doesn't know is that this is one of the world's absolute largest manufacturer of engines and transmission. So that gives us a very good strength. Over the last years, the 2 years since the creation of Iveco Group, we have come a long way, and we have established a really clear pathway how we want to make sure that we meet the decarbonization target that's set out by EU. And this is the decarbonization plan we're talking about. This is, putting those into facts and figures and years. And with this plan, it is by 2030, zero-emission city buses have to make up to 90% of the total bus population, and by 2040, almost all heavy-duty trucks has to be low or carbon neutral. And this is a daunting task, and in order to succeed with that, we have to work very much cooperative and collaborative together, not only the OEMs, but also government, official bodies, transport operations, and OEMs included. And I think one of the key issues around achieving this is to really start working on a number of areas where it has to be in place in order to get the enablers in place. And one being the cost parity. Right now we have a high cost, high sort of price on the vehicle compared to the TCO. We need to have a proper level of electric and hydrogen charging stations and fuel stations. We also need to look into how do we really incentivize our customers to buy those products. And also, finally, a very coherent framework when it comes to the rules that the OEMs and the industry is going to work within. So everything of this is almost set now with the Green Deal and the measures adopted and enforced. So the EU institution then has to make sure that the implementation transition to cleaner, more sustainable transport, making it access to all, and also making sure that we're preserving the EU industrial leading role. Also, I think it's important to say that we need to make sure that the whole distribution chain has to be evenly distributed also among the EU states. So looking at this framework, how do we in Iveco then really address that? And we have decided to go with what we call technicality neutrality. That means that we don't bet right now which will be the sort of prevailing technology in order to meet those decarbonization targets that has been set out. And by doing that, and we have done that for quite some long time, and we have a lot of experience, we can now offer a full range of solutions powered by all available propulsion options already today. So that means that we have zero to low emission technologies for renewable fuels, biomethane and HVO, battery electric, hydrogen combustion engines, and hydrogen fuel cell electric. Because we believe that at the end of the day, there will not be one size fits all when it comes to the technology that we're going to propel our vehicles transporting people and goods in the future. Different missions require different propulsions. And you can see here that, for instance, the long haul, you have the bio-LNG, hydrogen, which is then, we believe, it's the most suitable for the long haul applications. But when it comes to the regional distributions, you then add the LNG, but also the electric side. And then when you come closer and closer into the urban and the short term, you get more and more electric solutions. And I think this is important to remember, that I don't think that we will have in the future one size fits all, that is one energy propulsion or energy solution, technical solution, they're going to propel everything. And therefore, our strategy to be really looking at all the different. So how do we live this now in terms of actually developing this? Well, we have a very ambitious R&D and development plan. We have publicly said that we will invest up to 2028 5.5 billion euros in capex and R&D, and a lot of that is actually going into preparing ourselves for the change in technology. And we start now to see, and we have seen already, and we showed on the booth, a number of already existing technologies that we can offer today. But we also, of course, took the advantage of being here at the fair this year and launching a few others very interesting novelties as well. So the first one is this S-E-Way Rigid, which is then designed from bottom up by Iveco. It's also our own software, because when it comes to software, it's become really important, and we'll come back to that a little bit at the end. We are managing our own battery management system. We're managing our own software in the vehicles. This one has, as you can see there, up to 400 kilometers range, and with the fast charging, 200 kilometer additional autonomy is taking about 45 minutes at the 350 kilowatt hours. So this product is ideal for urban and regional mission, as you saw earlier in the slide I was showing. Another very interesting novelty that will come, this is a vehicle that we did and had a cooperation with Hyundai Motor Company. We have sort of started this in March 2022, and we announced that also to the public. So this is a new segment for us. This is the below the 3.5 ton weight. So it's a smaller one, but you can see it's what we call a cab over. That is that you have a cab, and then you have a variety of different applications you can have behind the cab, refrigerating, construction, or transport of packages and everyone. This one is I'm biased, but I think it's a super nice vehicle because of the fact that we have really managed to get the best out of a driving electric vehicle. So basically you can have, if you have a fast charger, you can actually do this uploading 100 kilometers additional in around 10 minutes. I can confirm that driving this one is like driving a car. So this is some of the examples on the vehicle side. If we then move on to the propulsion side, this is also extremely important. And what we see here now is that the combustion engine, we believe, is definitely going to be around, but it doesn't necessarily have to combust diesel anymore. It will combust other fuels. So here we have now our cursor 13 H2 and cursor 9 H2. And if you take the cursor 13, for instance, it runs on diesel, including biodiesel, natural gas, and hydrogen. And we do that by keeping the core engine intact, and we change the upper level of the engine in order to facilitate different fuels. We also are introducing and has sort of launched the single axle e-drive, which is then a e-drive that's going to be absolutely fantastic for the e-daily and the lighter vehicles in trucks and buses. There is something to say about innovation here, because I've spent 13 minutes plus and almost 30 minutes talking about technology in terms of the propulsion and energy, and that is important. That is really important. But in order to get a system that works absolutely as efficient as possible, you also need to look at the artificial intelligence, the connected vehicles, how you actually make sure that the vehicle is running in the absolute best modus, because the efficiency of the scarce resource that we have is super important. And with the new technology now, with AI and other software applications that we have started to install in our vehicles, you can start to monitor and manage the vehicle in a much better way than you managed before. And finally, you have the autonomous driving, which is something that is coming. We are already coming up to level 2, and the level 3 and level 4 will come in the future as well. And by this, you're going to see, I mean, this slide, I think, really summarizes the changes that we stand in front of us in terms of actually reshaping the way we are transporting people and goods in the future, with a new set of decarbonized fuels, different ways in different technology in different scenarios, how we connect the vehicles and thereby make the best efficient use of the fuel that we put in, and also making sure that the truck is running in the best possible way. And then, at the end of the day, the autonomous driving is actually something that is very exciting if you look at it from a point that you can manage the whole fleet of vehicles in a more efficient way, meaning that you get travel time down, meaning that you get the mileage down, and there is a really interesting future in that technology as well. So the technology is there, we have the technology, we are ready, and we are ready for whatever way this technology will take, both on the fuel side, on the energy side, but also on the onboarding, and of course we also follow very much of interest on the autonomous driving. So if you're interested to look at more of this, you're more than welcome to come to our stand. We have all that readily available, easy to see, and again, I'm biased, but super engaging, and I think it's a lot of fun to watch those products coming up there. So with that, I thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Olaf, thank you so much for sharing your perspective on decarbonization. Thank you all so much for being such a lovely audience and for joining us here on the main stage at IAA Transportation. We will be here tomorrow from 10 a.m. So if you want to learn more from the pioneers of transportation, I hope you will join us at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We have a full day of keynotes and panel discussions. My name is Sarah Harmon. You've been a lovely audience. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Okay.